241, Express Delivery. Lord General Severian Holt was gritting his teeth as he saw the reports come in. That idiot Rourke had to charge headfirst into an enemy fleet 10 times the size of his forces, and fielding a monstrosity that'd give a Gloriana-class battleship a run for its money. He couldn't have stayed behind on the planet, oh no. That would have required some semblance of tactical acumen and intelligence, and clearly, the man lacked both. And now he was space dust, while Holt was left to make his glorious last stand on this green hell without proper orbital support. At least he's not a coward, Holt thought, his features twisted into a picture of rage and loathing. The Admiral, pitiful little man that he was, tucked his tail and ran at the first sign of actual danger. He didn't even have the decency to offer the Astra Militarum high command on the planet extraction. He just turned around and fled, like some sniveling mongrel. Truly, that vermin knew nothing but how to suck up to superiors and heap praises upon them. He took solace in the fact that the Lord Commander would string him up by his intestines for this. Hell, Commander Abongrave might even convince himself that this somehow meant that the Admiral was in league with the Tau. That would mean treason. After all, when something goes wrong, always blame the Tau and their sympathizers in the Imperium. Holt snorted, which was probably why he was assigned to this shithole in the first place, sent to die a glorious death far away from his superiors. He'd never been one of those political animals. At least that meant he could die with some dignity, not running away and cowering. The never sufficiently damned Crit smelled the blood in the water. Many guardsmen thought them dumb xeno beasts, little better than animals, before they met them in the flesh. They were man-eaters, dressed in rags and hunted with primitive gear. They were not stupid. Those bastards had a predatory cunning and a malicious intelligence. They knew how to hunt and stalk their prey like no other. They lived and breathed for it. It was no surprise they pounced the moment they saw that the Imperial Navy was flagging, the majority of it pulling away from orbit. A few captains kept their ships in orbit still, even against the now overwhelming Tau forces above the planet, Emperor bless their brave souls. Still, the Crit knew they no longer had to fear orbital retaliation for their raids, that they no longer had to be quick and meld into the jungles before a ship could get into position to blast them into smithereens. The reports kept streaming in, camps going dark, screams coming through the Vox before going dark, calls for reinforcement in more entrenched positions. The Xeno scum was on the offensive, and it was no minor skirmish like before, no hit and run. No, this would be a battle that ended with one side's annihilation, and General Holt was not delusional enough to think it wouldn't be his. This is General Severian Holt, he spoke into the Vox, fingers gripping the table. We've been abandoned by the cowardly Navy, only few true men holding the line above amidst the stars. We are all dead men walking, but we'd always been. We are the miserable lot that came to this wretched world of green death and halted the Xeno's advance. We are the fists of the Emperor, we are his stubborn sons and daughters who saw the alien encroaching on what was his and said no. We bled for him, we made these accursed man-eaters suffer for every bite of flesh they took from us. Today will be no different. We stand our ground. We bleed them, we make them pay for every life they take, let their victory taste like ash in their mouths. Stand strong, so our brothers and sisters who will fight them after us can slaughter them all with ease. Guardsmen, fight, bleed, die. Take as many of these wretched Xeno with you as you can. The Emperor's with us. I will see you all before the Golden Throne. For the Imperium. He slammed his fist down, cutting off the transmission before turning around. He grabbed his lost pistol and chainsword, then left the room, leaving behind the Mechanicus busybodies. He would not die in some dusty old room. He was a guardsman at heart, he would die among his brothers and sisters, standing on a mountain of corpses, with a bloodied chainsword in hand. As every guardsman should. His personal guard fell in step behind him, and the other guardsmen currently resting or off-duty were joining him as he made his way towards the surface. He was proud to see no fear in their eyes, only hate and defiance. The subterranean complex was massive, serving as the primary base of the Imperial Guard on the planet. Let it not be said they learned nothing from their enemies. The Crit hid in their tunnels and caverns, knowing it to be the only place truly safe from orbital bombardment, but the Guard took that tactic and made it into something truly great. Above ground, the base was standard, and you'd find thousands of its like across the planet. Only the underground part differed. And the shield, of course. It looked the same as the others, and would show up on sensors like that too, but there were entire levels underground dedicated to it, rows upon rows of generators and batteries. Even if by some cosmic luck, the Tau decided to send an orbital strike on this specific base, the shields would weather it just fine. Sounds of fighting reached the general's ears, and his grip tightened on his holstered chainsword. It had been some time since he'd wet his blade, but he'd never stopped training and practicing. A healthy and able body makes for a healthy and able mind. He wouldn't cripple himself by letting himself grow fat or scrawny at his growing age. He stepped out, and his gaze zeroed in on the dozens of towering, gangly aliens up on the perimeter walls. One of the bastards got hasty, and its wicked beak-like mouth was already chewing on the flesh of some poor sod. Holt raised his lost pistol and shot the bastard between the eyes out of principle. Heh, he's still got it. Push the beasts back, Holt ordered. If any get to the generators, we are done. That was the one weakness of void shields like these. They didn't stop slow-moving projectiles or foes, so the enemy could just walk through the shield. Same with boarding pods and void ships. As the guardsmen who'd previously been resting streamed out of the subterranean exits, a roar of righteous fury went up that almost shook the air. Holt felt himself grin, almost nostalgic at the thought of once again staring certain death in the eye and spitting in its face. With comrades like these, and the Emperor behind them, there was nothing they couldn't do. A massive explosion hundreds of meters above shook Holt out of his fugue state. He growled, tearing his roaring chainsword out of a Krut's chest and stumbling back, letting others take his spot as he looked up at the sky. The usually translucent void shield was visible, and wobbling, still reeling from what must have been an orbital strike. Shit, he muttered. That had been a massive explosion. Any other base's shields would have popped under its force after weeks of attrition and wear on the generators. But not this one, and that was not a good thing, even if it saved their lives for now. The enemy knew this base was important, something worth protecting. Any moment now, a dozen similar orbital strikes might fall on his head, and he didn't trust even this base's infrastructure to maintain its void shield under such an overwhelming barrage. They could have had as little as minutes, maybe not even a minute, until hell fell atop their heads with the fury of 1,000 suns. Holt growled, grip tightening. They come for us, but we will not falter. He roared, his commanding voice projecting over the chaos of the battle, cutting through even the lost fire and screams of the dying. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! The accursed Krut died in droves. They were made for hit-and-run tactics, ambushes in the deep jungles, not assaulting a fortified position. There were proper Tau forces too, one for every 10 Krut, but they were even more worthless. They couldn't keep range with the shield still up, and Tau were as easy to slaughter in close quarters combat as children who picked up the blade for the first time. General Holt roared, grinning savagely as the teeth of his chainsword bit into flesh time and again. He had a gash running down his side, one of his eyes was shut from blood streaming down his temple, but he didn't slow down. Adrenaline pumped in his veins, and the combat stims he'd injected before the battle were still coursing through his bloodstream. They would take their toll on his health, but what did health matter to a dead man walking? All he cared about was how many of the Emperor's enemies he brought down with him into the grave. A number that he was growing one bloody, brutalized corpse at a time. He was frenzied, knowing time was running out. Just another enemy, just another second, just another swing of his sword, just another shot of his lost pistol. A shot struck his shoulder, and his grip on his pistol went lax. The pain was not forthcoming, dampened by adrenaline and the stims, but his hand still refused to obey him. Holt grunted, clenching his clammy fingers around his oldest friend, his most trustworthy ally in the face of the horrors of the galaxy. 2 more Krut fell to him before he fell back, falling to his knees with a serrated dagger lodged into his gut, its owner dying before him with a vicious glint in its bestial eyes. Holt heaved, gasping for breath as he held his stomach. He tried standing, but his body quivered and betrayed him, leaving him slumping back. Some of his men saw him, gathered around him. He was just one more body among hundreds, worth no more than the others. There were no orders that could prolong this fight, no tactics or strategy he could implement to save their lives. He was just one worthless, dying old man. "Leave me," he grunted, slapping away one of the veteran medics who tried to push him down and administer some sort of first aid. It didn't matter. "Get OFF. Give me a blasted gun, and get back to killing more of the bastards." He coughed, his body trembling under the agony his conscious mind wasn't allowed to feel. Kill them all. I'm dead. We are all dead. Give me a gun so I may send a few more of these bastards to hell myself before the Emperor claims my soul." Blessedly, someone did. One of the youngsters grabbed the lost rifle of his fallen comrade and handed it over to the general. The medic looked on with something between disapproval and annoyance. That man was a different breed. A handful of guardsmen stayed around him, like an honor guard, firing at the Xenos crawling over the walls, and through the gaping hole they had blown into it some 10 minutes ago. Holt fired in bursts at first, then when his vision started darkening at the edges, he switched to full auto. They came in endless waves, or so it seemed for a while, but then they sputtered out. Holt's fading mind was still sharp enough to connect the dots, knowing that the only reason they'd have pulled back was that a ship was in position for orbital bombardment. The general slumped back, staring up into the sky, blessedly bereft of the never-sufficiently dammed canopy of the jungle. He'd burned the plants and trees down to the earth in 100 meters around the camp after Crit jumped over the walls one too many times using the high branches. He could just barely make it out. A ship of tremendous proportions floating in low orbit, its entire length pure white, colored by the blue of the sky. He stared at it, glared, really, daring it to fire. Daring that monstrosity of engineering to fire, to kill him. He hung on by pure spite, one leg already through the gates of death. He could feel the pull on his soul, that call that would take him to the golden throne to be judged by the God Emperor. He wanted to stare his own death in the eye, watch it come for him and finally kick him through the gates. He'd not flee, not now, not ever. Not from this. Alas, fate had other plans, crueler plans. It denied the general even that final wish, as the explosion that tore through the base came not from above, but below. The shockwave slammed into him, along with several tons of earth and concrete, as he was sent flying. All across the base, the earth exploded outwards, molten slag and flames escaping from the cracks. A thunderous explosion followed in its wake, deafening all that were still alive to hear it. General Severian Holt lived just long enough to feel weightless for one eternal moment where he and the debris that carried him so far reached the apex of their flight. Then darkness took him, spiriting away from his broken body, and into the maws of an awaiting legion of demons smelling a feast. 242, Echidna Delivery Service. Admiral Dresden stared into space, watching the tiny flickering stars in the distance. They didn't seem to move even though his ship was moving fast enough to fly a full circuit around Holy Terra in a minute. He glanced down at the estimated time until they were finally free of this wretched system's gravity well. Minutes. So short, yet so dreadfully long. He didn't know what prompted this unforeseen offensive from those accursed Tau, he didn't know what damned hole they pulled that monstrosity of a ship out of, but he knew they would pay for it dearly. That they committed so many resources to taking the Ravicine system would cost them in other battles, and when the Imperium inevitably beat them back, they would be broken. They must have committed the majority of their reserve fleets to this attack. Once it was halted and broken, their precious worlds would be left largely defenseless. Foolish Xenos. They got impatient. A mere few centuries of grueling warfare, and they were already ready to start gambling with their continued existence. He just had to deliver the news and make sure the crucial new information he had gathered here reached the ears of the Lord Commander. His ship was the fastest in the system, and since it could take along a smaller fleet along with it, he might as well save what ships he could from inevitable destruction while he was at it. Yes. The Ravicine system wasn't half as valuable as the information he was carrying, and the sooner he delivered it, the more precious time it would buy the Lord Commander to prepare for the inexplicable Tau offensive. He knew the system didn't have any true worth, it was just a jungle-infested hellscape with little in the way of useful resources. What resources it did have could be harvested elsewhere, somewhere where the world itself didn't want to make your life a living hell. Asteroid mining was much simpler than getting down on a planet and getting your hands dirty. No, Ravicine's only use, And the only reason the commander even wasted Imperial lives on taking it from the Tau was that it just so happened to be located in the tiny, by galactic standards, gap between the two wings of the Black Reef, a cataclysmic chaos storm that wrapped protectively around those accursed Tau's worlds. Retreat didn't mean loss, he was taking a step back so he could then advance 3 steps forward. It was basic tactics. Yes. He glanced down at the ETA again, resisting the urge to fidget. In the corner of his eye, the latest reports still lingered, almost tauntingly. The forces he'd left behind, however unwillingly, or gleefully, in General Holt's case, the man had been unbearable, barely even managed to serve as a speed bump. Worse yet, no actual Tau even fought in the battles. Only that white monstrosity of a ship that he couldn't make heads or tails of. He shuddered and averted his gaze. The knowledge that the missile barrage that the ship released broke through void shields in less than an hour was haunting. By Imperial Army doctrine, if one properly cycled through ships and tended to their generators, recharging them when appropriate, a naval battle could last weeks. Fleet versus fleet battles were no adrenaline-inducing blitzes, they were wars of attrition, when the commanders of the two fleets had to pay more attention to resource management than anything else. 1 hour. Absolutely horrifying. Whatever new experimental technology this was, it needed to be eradicated before it could spread. The only solace he had was the reported number of fired missiles. Admiral Dresden didn't have that many missiles on his flagship altogether, for the Emperor's sake. Those things were damned expensive, and the Mechanicus was ever oh so miserly with handing them out, especially the more advanced models. That battle must have bankrupted entire systems. They must have strip-mined planets, drained gas giants and remade entire planetary economies just to supply that monstrosity of a ship with the ammunition it needed. The Tau truly were gambling everything they had on a single ship. So desperate. But why? By the looks of it, nothing had changed. Did they get besieged by some other force from their other borders? Why were they so desperate to end the war in one fell swoop? The Lord Commander could figure it out in any case. Admiral Dresden's job didn't involve thinking about the larger picture, he just had to win battles on a system scale. The minutes ticked by, and much to his embarrassment, the Admiral found himself tapping his nails on the armrest. The sound it made was loud in the crypt-like silence of the bridge. Then finally, after what felt like an eternity, he saw the counter reach 0. The Auspex still showed their pursuers lingering hours away, having stopped to crush the resistance on the planet before chasing his main fleet. Idiots, the ground troops were stranded. Anyone with the slightest smidge of tactical sense would have left them for later in favor of chasing down the escaping fleet. He shouldn't have expected anything else from the Xeno scum. They weren't even using their in-system FTL technology to catch up, since they'd apparently wasted it just to get to Ravicine faster. Another foolish mistake. Admiral Dresden tapped his fingers, frowning as he glanced over at the Mechanicus adept fiddling to the side. I said to engage the warp drives the moment we are out of the gravity well, he said, glaring. Do it already, or have you gone senile? Admiral, the Muggos replied, a note of hesitancy making its way into the lifeless machine's voice. It would have stumped Dresden had he not been livid at his orders being ignored. It seems like there is some manner of malfunction with the warp drives. The personnel tasked with maintaining and operating them have failed to execute the orders, or, as evident, accomplish them. What are you saying? The Admiral growled, eyebrows twitching furiously. That there is a mutiny? Now? How could you have let Tau sympathizers operate our fracking warp drives? I can assure you, Admiral, the Muggos said, his voice stoic and emotionless, that any adept of the Mechanicus would sooner die than harbor sympathies for the Xenos. It is much more statistically likely that traitors have assaulted them after managing to black out our communications. I'd advise sending Marines to relieve them, or see what damage the sacred machines have incurred. It might take time to repair the drives if the traitors have managed to do any significant amount of damage. Do so, the Admiral barked, leaning back in his chair. He didn't need to do more. The order was given, the task delegated. He was a proper blue-blooded officer of the Imperial Navy, having earned his posting as the second-in-command to the captain of a small frigate right out of the academy. The dirty corridor-to-corridor fighting was for the Marines, and the up-jumped guardsmen who could rise high enough to be given the honor of serving in the Navy. It was their job to make sure he could strategize and plan freely as the admiral, so that he didn't have to worry about some infiltrator blasting his brain out or traitors sabotaging his ship. This had been a cataclysmic failure on their part. Someone's head would roll for it, but not now, not when seconds counted. Disciplinary action could wait until he was safely behind Imperial lines. Minutes went by until the elite Marine Commando finally made their way down to the engine bay, and their preliminary reports came through the Vox. "Sir," the colonel leading the platoon of commandos spoke, sounding hesitant and, more importantly, he was delaying. The admiral's irritation spiked, and he was just about to shout at the overly squeamish idiot to get on with it when he blessedly continued. "Everyone's dead. The guards, the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, everyone. The warp drives seem untouched to me, but I'm not engine seer." The man then turned away from the Vox, barking out a few orders and getting some answers back, then turned back to the Vox. "The bodies are still warm, the medic is saying they were alive not an hour ago and that they'd all been killed by melee weapons, some kind of super sharp blade. The wounds remind the medic of Eldar monomolecular warblades and Tyranid bones words. There is no obvious damage to anything other than the bodies, and each of those was killed by a single blow. To the heart, neck, some are bisected while others merely decapitated." Admiral Dresden felt a shudder run down his spine. There was a Xeno assassin on his ship. "Is this isolated?" the admiral asked, turning to his comms officer. "Is my flagship the only vessel with this problem?" "No, sir," the man answered quickly. "Other captains have sent in reports that are eerily similar to what we've just heard from the colonel. They are attempting to secure their warp drives as we speak, although it seems the light cruiser, the Star of Vengeance, and the cruiser Hand of Retribution have escaped infiltration, as did all the frigates." That meant there were only 2 warp-capable ships in his fleet at this moment, since frigates were escort craft and weren't outfitted with the outrageously expensive devices. They were just taken along for the ride by larger ships when they needed to be transported. "I want those damned Xenos found," Admiral Dresden said, barely managing to restrain his fury. How could his guards have allowed such a thorough infiltration of his sacred warships to happen? But beneath his rage, there was a thought. What if the warp drives couldn't be repaired in time? He glanced at the Auspex readings, his teeth gritting in agitation as he saw the Tau fleet close in on them. They weren't even pushing their engines, just flying at cruising speeds. They knew. Those bastards knew his fleet was crippled, unable to escape, and so they were taking their time. They were letting him stew, watching his inevitable death approach. No, he wouldn't let them have the last laugh. He would deny them victory, even if it cost him his dignity and reputation. But that plan, germinating in the back of his mind, would only need to be implemented if his commandos were blind and somehow failed to see marks of damage on his ship's warp drive. "I want the engines and drive surveyed and back to being operational as soon as feasible," Admiral Dresden said. "Muggos, I want this ship warp-capable before the aliens reach us. Make it happen." "I cannot make any promises without further information," the Muggos responded evenly. "But all due attempts will be made to cleanse the sacred machines of the foul Xenos taint. They will require resanctification and thorough examinations to make sure they haven't been defiled more thoroughly than simply by sharing the same space as a Xeno." Perhaps he would truly need to implement his plan. Mechanicus rituals of such magnitude tended to be lengthy procedures, and the admiral would rather take a spacewalk without a void suit than enter the warp with an unsanctified Geller field generator or warp drive. He leaned back on his command throne, linking up with the ship's machine spirit for just long enough to give it an order. He opened his eyes after a moment, then gave a sigh. Preparations would be made. He would have the option open to him, at least, if there ended up being a need for it. The survey results came back another half an hour later, and Admiral Dresden's heart sank. The machine itself that made up the warp drive was fine enough, but the machine spirits inhabiting it were not. The tech adepts said they had been so thoroughly defiled that they might be crippled forever, which obviously horrified and outraged the Mechanicus in equal measure. "So it has come to this," the admiral muttered, rising from his command throne. "Tell Captain Pike he has overall command. I relinquish my title as admiral to him. That command takes effect once I've left the system. Also, notify Captain Bulogen that I am heading for the Hand of Retribution. He is to prepare for my arrival and ready the warp drive for immediate departure." The bridge was silent, his men turning to him with varying expressions. Betrayal, confusion, surprise. Admiral Dresden ignored them all, a gesture having his personal guards form up around him protectively as he swept out of the room. Their feelings were inconsequential, they would fulfill his orders. He chose all his officers to be loyal unto death. They were good soldiers and valuable assets. It would hurt to lose them, but less than losing his life. A small, paranoid part of him was worried one of them would betray him, order some platoon of soldiers loyal to them to intercept him before he could get on the shuttle and demand they be allowed to come along or something of the like. That paranoia had kept him alive for most of his life, and he listened to it this time too, gathering platoons of his own loyal guards drawn from his family's household guards. Somewhat surprisingly, he reached the shuttle without encountering anything more dangerous than a scathing look or a curse some Marines thought he couldn't hear. It didn't matter, they were all dead men walking. The Tau would destroy them. None of them mattered. He breathed a sigh of relief as the shuttle took off and was let out of the hangar without trouble, though he eyed the auspex for any sign of the targeting systems locking onto the shuttle. He found none. It seemed like he would be losing some truly loyal assets today. "Hi." A cheery female voice spoke up right next to him. He did not have any female personnel on the shuttle. Admiral Dresden snapped his head around, hand reaching for his sidearm, but he stilled when he laid his eyes on the impossibly beautiful and very obviously human woman. She was perfect in a way that couldn't be natural, a perfection Dresden was familiar with from having once visited a high-class brothel, where the girls were all made to look perfect through an exorbitantly expensive set of procedures. The shock made him pause, hesitate to place the well-deserved lost bolt through the intruder's head. "I have an express delivery to one, She glanced down, frowning as she read a small sticky note stuck to a wooden box. "Admiral Dr. Dremzel? Damn, some people shouldn't be allowed to write. What the hell is this cursive? Anyway, there couldn't be that many admirals around these parts, so I'm gonna assume this one's for you. Here you go." Admiral Dresden started, then suddenly he was holding an armful of boxes that were surprisingly heavy. "We do no refunds, I'm afraid," the woman chirped, standing there with her fists on her hips like she'd just finished an honest day's work, wearing an appropriately self-satisfied expression. "Gotta skedaddle before that thing goes kaboom, CYA." Then she was gone, like she'd never been there, and were it not for the box in his hands, Admiral Dresden would have thought her some hallucination of his delirious mind. Stress made people see strange things, after all. "Hold on," Dresden muttered, frowning. Why the hell hadn't his guards shot the blasted woman? He glanced over at his guards, the two that he had with him in the cockpit along with the pilot, and found both staring forward absently with a 1,000-yard stare. That couldn't be good. Then his mind caught up with the last of what the woman had said, finally comprehending exactly what she had said. Kaboom? The frack did she mean? Guards. His panic mounted, then it climbed some more. Than none of the guards came to answer his call, and a faint ticking sound caught his ears. Coming from the box in his hands. He dropped the damned thing and leapt for the door at the back of the cockpit, but he only made it halfway there as his world turned into fire and agony as the box hit the floor. The shockwave swept through him, pulping his body in an instant and blasting the shuttle he'd been traveling with into 1,000 smoldering fragments of scrap metal. In the distance, the colossal alabaster spaceship, the Sovereign, swam closer to its prey. Its approach was slow, but inexorable. There was nowhere to run. 243 flaws. General Severian Holt felt himself snap free, for lack of a better word, from his mortal coil. The world dimmed, along with his thoughts, though his emotions intensified. He felt a pull on himself, on his soul, and he happily allowed it to drag him towards what must have been the Golden Throne. It was not. Primal dread filled his entire being as a creature more terrible than human minds could comprehend opened its gaping maw wide. The depths of its abyssal maw were the source of the gravitational pull. With that realization came panic, then defiance. He fought tooth and nail to persist, to ward off the pull, but it didn't matter. Mere willpower wasn't enough against that creature, not now that the veil that separated the materium from the immaterium no longer worked in his favor. He didn't know where the Emperor was or what was keeping him. Holt had been faithful his whole life. He had served the Emperor with every breath he took, with every swing of his sword, with every drop of blood and tears he had shed. He deserved salvation. He should have been kneeling before the golden throne, presenting himself to the master of mankind for judgment. Not this. This wasn't supposed to be. It couldn't be. The teeth of the creature nicked him, tasting whatever it was that made up his soul. It didn't bite down on him, though it could have, and Holt had the feeling it was delighted to have its food struggle. Then there was another tug, sharper, more insistent, but this time in the opposite direction. Holt was sent flying out the beast's maw, and that was when he heard it, an inhuman scream echoed by 1,000 throats as silver light brightened the darkness. Where the light shone, the beasts in the dark scurried and screamed, and Holt relaxed, feeling himself soaring towards the silver sun up high that was the source of this phenomenon. Finally, it was here. Salvation. His due reward for a life of service, duty, and faith. He would not begrudge the Emperor for being late, who knew how many souls he needed to rescue from those monsters every second. Holt had stared death in the eye enough times that one more didn't make a difference, even if it felt different. The surroundings changed. Gone was the seeping darkness and its endless horde of horrors, and in its place Holt saw an expanse of white silver, bare of any life. Except for the woman before him. Holt staggered, shock and confusion warring within him. This was not the golden throne, and the woman was most certainly not the God Emperor of mankind. And yet, the power rolling off of her in waves, radiating outwards, was so thick he could barely comprehend it. The human mind was adept at locking away insights that would bring only madness, and thus it was that Holt could only feel her overwhelming power, and not see what lay beneath. She was a god. He knew that down in his bones, no matter how blasphemous it felt. As she stood before him, cloaked in a silver radiance that burned away the horrors, he couldn't deny it. It was impossible to deny it when one was drowning in her awesome power. But she wasn't his god. "Well, your god doesn't give a rat's arse about you, so you'll have to make do with me," the woman said, her voice a mixture of regal grace, casual nonchalance, and seductive allure. It threw Holt for a loop. Whatever he'd been expecting, whatever preconceptions he'd had about gods, none of them lined up with the reality before him. "You have a choice to make, little human. I could use a military advisor as experienced with the Imperium's way of war as you, that's one choice. The other is that I throw you back into the warp and let that beastie have you for a snack." "The Emperor will save me," he said, though he didn't know how he spoke without a mouth. He just did. "Release me. You'd rather have your soul devoured by demons than serve a god that's not your own?" the goddess asked, more curious than offended. It threw him for yet another loop. This was not at all how he imagined a god acting. "The Emperor will save me," he repeated, his voice holding more conviction than his heart felt. How could he be utterly convinced when he still felt how those teeth felt tearing chunks out of his soul, after all? "Will he now?" the goddess mused in apparent amusement. "He truly is the greatest scam artist with how convinced you are. But alas, as much as I'd enjoy to break down your faith and show you the truth, you are not interesting enough to bother. I guess it was worth a shot. Oh well, off you go." Holt barely managed to even see the hand coming as it backhanded him out of the silvery heaven. Once more the roiling darkness surrounded him, the silver star above disappearing behind a veil of darkness, and he felt as much as he saw the furious monsters charge forth. He had just been one meal out of thousands before, a bit more feisty than the rest, but nothing special. But now? Oh, he'd escaped them once, and they did not like that. Not at all. He didn't even have the time to scream or regret his choice before he was torn apart. The pain only registered for the briefest of instants before his mind and soul were snuffed out of existence. Everything went about as well as it could have. The 2 ships I'd left untouched escaped as planned, taking with them a handful of frigates, the maximum number their smaller Geller fields could give shelter to against the horrors of the warp, And the ones left behind were now infested with a bunch of rather pleased orcs who'd once again gotten the opportunity to stretch their legs and bloody their axes. The naughty admiral tried to do a runner, but of course, I couldn't allow that, so I gave him an express delivery primed missile. Only those I allowed to run could escape. It was imperative that even the numbskulls that probably commanded the Imperial forces on this front got that message. Maybe then they'd take me seriously enough to gather the majority of their forces to beat me back, thus sparing me the bother of having to run around like a headless chicken, playing an interstellar whack-a-mole with their numerous smaller fleets. The only thing that didn't quite work out was grabbing that general, but it was mostly just a whim. I might have tried harder, but I didn't like zealots, something that I kind of forgot about up until he started spewing some bullshit about the Emperor, all self-assured, like he hadn't just gotten nibbled on by a demon. Well, he found out how much his precious faith was worth to his god. But all that was future stuff and just me whining. Let's get back to the important stuff. Ravicine was mine. The very world that supposedly gave the whole front, the Grey Hell Front, its name, with its hellish green jungles and grey ash clouds blotting out the sun. And it was mine. Not even the grumpiest of Tau commanders present could deny that I'd done all the work conquering it, and the less grumpy ones were quite happy about it too. Ravicine was an inhospitable planet for them, with not enough resources to make it worth the bother of taming. They were only all too happy to go along with the agreement, even if they'd never believed I could earn myself a system before witnessing my power. They were quite happy too, mentioning how the original timeline had dedicated an entire 3 months to scouring the Imperium's forces from the system. I did all the work, and did it in less than 12 hours, sparing them from wasting the lives of their soldiers and their time. It was a massive win for all of them who were more concerned with the war than with how much power an autonomous vassal like myself would be gaining in the process. Tau were the least xenophobic of the species inhabiting the galaxy that I knew of, but that didn't mean that they were not racist to some level. Speciesist. Whatever. Humans weren't meant to lead, they were unenlightened savages meant to be guided by the wiser Tau who understood the philosophy of the greater good. Only Tau could truly grasp the full meaning of the philosophy, and as such, only they could lead. Or so their thoughts went. As such, granting autonomy, or worse, treating a human as an equal, offended them on a base level. Not that I cared, Ounsal was result-focused, as were the other military commanders of the crusade. They didn't call it a crusade, that was a human thing, which was icky, even if it was totally a crusade as far as I was concerned, the majority of them at least. The rest didn't matter, they couldn't really do anything besides whining and throwing nasty glances and snide comments my way during meetings. Results spoke for themselves, after all, and I had single-handedly conquered a system they'd been struggling to claim for centuries. In a day. Even the grumpy ones knew to keep their mouths shut for now. They were waiting, I could tell, to find some leverage or for me to fail. Likely, even the ethereal were waiting for such a thing, probably thinking my current status as an ally would be a temporary thing that'd end the moment I failed, or they figured out my weakness. Though maybe that was just paranoia on my part, I'd seen no sign of it, but I doubted the high-ranked ethereals weren't at least entertaining the idea of putting me back in my place if they could get away with it without much fuss. It was what any autocratic governing body would wish to do to an independent actor they could only nominally control. I was amusing myself by listening in on the Tau infantry reporting to their high command, and then all of them having a collective meltdown that they were desperately trying to hide. Why? Well, I didn't blow all the Imperial bases to Kingdom Come, just a handful I wanted to test my orbit-to-ground ordnance on. The others, I used a single combat drone to help destroy. 1 combat drone per base. The Tau who'd seen them fight and internalized mini panic attacks, which they were now transmitting them to their higher-ups. Should I find them a better name? Something more thematic? Combat drone is a fine enough official name, but it's kinda boring. Maybe Talos? Nah, as thematic as it would be to name them after a mythical automaton, it sounds clumsy. Spartoy would fit too, but just thinking about it makes my tongue sore. Draugr? Better. I wasn't happy with it. Draugr were undead warriors risen from the grave to defend their resting places in myth. It didn't really fit, mythologically, but I liked the name. It wasn't like anyone would know what the hell Draugr even means. You have a visitor, Celine said, snapping me out of my thoughts. He can come back later, I said, unwilling to move or release my lover. We were doing some much-needed recreational cuddling to relax after a super strenuous battle we'd just fought. It was important to take the time to relax after such a stressful endeavor. And you really don't need to act like my secretary. Celine just shrugged, a soft smile on her lips as she made no move to squirm out of my hold either. For whatever unfathomable reason, she enjoyed it, acting like my secretary, bodyguard, second in command, and whatever other role had her shadowing me and assisting me. I was still a bit uncomfortable with the obvious boss-employee dynamic this was establishing. Lovers should be equal partners. But she never even argued back properly, just saying "I enjoy it though" or something along those lines, to which I had no counter-arguments. He feels anxious, Celine mused aloud. Of course he is, I huffed. Some strange alien just came over, hooped the asses of the enemy his people had been at war with for centuries, and then laid claim to the world those very same people had been calling their home for all this time. I already know what the conversation is going to be about, and this is one of those this totally could have been an email meetings. Why did the Tau even let him bother me after what I'd just shown them? You know why, Celine said, giving me an indulgent smile and a raised eyebrow, making me huff. Can't a girl just complain about something without you trying to drag logic and reason into the conversation? I gave her an exaggerated pout. Yes, politics, the bane of my existence. They probably think I'd appreciate being given the opportunity to network with the leader of the Crit auxiliaries on my planet to be, who probably has a favor or two to ask me. Doesn't make it any less of a chore. Crit were just worse Tyranids, and Tyranids were just worse me-s. I guess this was how the Necrons felt when some Tau tried to make nice with them. There is nothing interesting in someone who is a worse version of yourself. Can't become the empress of everything there is without some politics, Celine said. I knew that, she also knew that I knew. Stupid logical arguments, I wholeheartedly agree with. Correction, lots of politics. I slumped, giving a tortured sigh. Fine, I said. I'll go talk to the local lead cannibal and make nice. Maybe I'll get them to stay and see what happens if I feed them funny genetic materials. They got infected by the Katakan bandana thing too, so their "I am what I eat" shtick had to be a bit more thorough than just some minor mutations. Maybe I could get some laughs out of it. 244, Krut. A few hours ago, upon the surface of Ravicine. They are panicking, desperate, Shaper Korak got a hissed under his breath, watching the distant Gula battlements from his perch up a high branch some 200 meters away. Like cornered beasts. Korak was the Shaper of the Bloodhawk kindred, one of the most populous and powerful kindred upon the world of Ravicine. He fulfilled the task of what humans would call the chief and spiritual leader of his kindred. He was the one who guided them upon their paths of evolution and who had within his mind all the do's and don'ts of shaping. He shaped the young Krut within his kindred in body, mind and spirit alike, as was his duty. In all his time leading the Bloodhawk kindred, no more than a handful of Krut ever reached an evolutionary dead end. That achievement, and the strength of his kindred, was what elevated him above the other Shapers of lesser kindred and brought him one of the 7 seats on the Shaper Council of Ravicine. One of the 7 whose collective wisdom and choices guided the rest of the Krut, and the Shapers of the other kindred upon the world. Sadly, oftentimes, especially lately, he'd found his voice to be overshadowed and deafened under the collective voices of 4 other council Shapers. The voice of reason he tried to embody as an advocate of stoicism and the way of the patient hunter had gone unheeded. Perhaps it was his fault for not being more proactive in seeking an understanding with his fellow counselors. Perhaps he should have made alliances with them. Shaper Gorak certainly seemed reluctant, and Korak was sure he could have talked some sense into the Shaper of the Venom Fang kindred, too, if he had a few hours alone with the Krut. Alas, now every kindred on the planet was to throw themselves upon the walls of the humans and penetrate them or die trying. This was not the way of a smart hunter. No. This was a disaster waiting to happen. A disaster Shaper Korak had no power to stop, not anymore. The time for words was over, the council had made its decision, and the minuscule number of their Tau allies on the planet offered no resistance either. All this foolishness to satisfy a single Krut's thirst for vengeance, Korak hissed, cursing the man who he knew was to blame for all the dead Krut he would have to bury tonight. The man who lost a child to one of the human general's ingenious traps. Shameful. And now, because that man just so happened to be the most influential shaper on the council, thousands of Krut will die a wasteful death. He wasn't sure what happened exactly, but he'd heard from the Tau just an hour ago that the Imperial ships had left the planet, leaving only a token force behind. Nothing more. It was either a human trap in the making, or the humans were retreating from an incoming foe more powerful than themselves. In both instances, attacking was the wrong decision. How a man so short-sighted and easily gripped by vengeance became a shaper was a mystery in and of itself. The man shamed the role by his mere existence and thoughtlessness. A shaper had to treat each Krut and their kindred as their own flesh and blood. Care for them, but always look out for the good of the whole above that of the few. Korak huffed, reluctant in his heart as he descended from his perch. He moved without a sound, leaving not a single leaf ruffled in his wake. His kindred had been on the path of silent death for long before he became its shaper. All the beasts, great and small, who skulked, hid and stalked in these verdant jungles now strengthened his body with their flesh. He inherited their languid movements, their natural camouflage, their perfect muscle control. His kindred was one their Tau allies had classified as a stalker kindred, even if that by itself was such a reductive classification. They were so much more. Just merely devouring the flesh of some stealthy predator was not nearly enough for one to become the silent death. Colors and patterns rippled on his skin as he began to move, melding with his surroundings as he made his way down to the ground, landing without a sound with bent knees. He snuck back towards the burrows, where his kindred's advance party now waited, slipping under a large fern that hid the entrance. "It is as we thought," Korak said, speaking in a calm whisper that might as well have been the whine of the wind above to human ears. Something frightened the humans. They are like cornered beasts, ready to bite and scratch at anything even mildly threatening. We must prepare for them to use extreme measures. Our primary goal must be to reach the generators that power their energy shields. We should aim to bypass their main forces and shut down the generators, lest the humans prime them to explode out of spite when they know the end is near. So the council hasn't reconsidered? The eldest of them, a hunter by the name Varric, asked. My fellows in the Shaper Council felt the time for words was over, and so they are letting their actions speak for themselves as we speak, Korak said, carefully masking the disdain in his voice. It wouldn't do for the younger ones to be exposed to his failings, which was something his inability to feel respect for a certain fellow Shaper counted as in his books. The attack commences, and we are lagging behind the other kindred across Ravicine, who are no doubt fighting already. More like throwing themselves at fortified walls and energy shields like a horde of brainless chaff. Which is why we must not waste any more time, Korak continued, tapping the butt of his hunting rifle on the ground. Send word for the other hunting parties to gather. I will head the frontal attack. Vorik, you will choose 5 hunters and take them to shut down the generators. The faster you accomplish the task, the less needless blood will be spilt. Understood, Shaper, the veteran said, nodding gruffly. Korak hoped Vorik would survive this assault, for if he didn't, the Shaper had no other candidate nearly half as deserving to be his successor on hand. We will strike them from behind once the task is done. Be careful, Shaper Korak said. The cornered beast is the most dangerous, and that moment where they feel their energy field lose power and see us press in on them from front and back will make them feel like such beasts the most. But you know the spite of a dying human, so I will not waste any more of my breath on warnings. Go. The human physique was no match for the body of a Krut. That much was a fact, a very painful fact to those humans who lay about Shaper Korak in dying heaps. His hunting spear flowed around him in savage swipes and lunges as he himself flowed in its wake like the wind amidst the trees of a forest. Only, the trees were the humans and each swipe of his spear reaped a life from one. In close quarters combat like this, his favored hunting rifle was of little use. Even his spear was almost cumbersome, and he debated switching over to his ivory short swords. Colors and patterns rippled across his skin as he fought, dragging the gaze of the less experienced guardsmen, distracting them in crucial moments. Their aim was flawed and most often wouldn't have hit him even if he had been standing still. But he was not, and he also had a handful of them clustered around him at all times, so they'd never have a clean shot at him. His warriors fought by his side, hopefully emboldened by their shaper leading the charge and showcasing his experience. As much as it irritated him to fight such a protracted battle, in his eyes, letting the prey feel fear was a failing of the hunter. It meant he had failed to deliver death unnoticed. Usually, it meant he failed in some way. But now it meant that he strolled right up to his foe in clear view. It was shameful and aggravating that he'd been pushed to do such a thing. He caught a chitter on the wind, hidden amidst the din of the battle and the defiant war cries of the humans. Korak almost sighed, but that would have been too revealing. Instead, he continued as if he'd heard nothing, and if he just so happened to herd the humans he was fighting closer to the entrance of their burrows, it was merely a coincidence. A few seconds later, the energy field above faded from view, and just as the humans started to panic, Vorax hunters surged forth from the buildings they'd been protecting. Pincered like that, stuck between a rock and a hard place, they fell quickly. The fortification was then scoured for survivors, and Korak stared up at the sky. This was the third such fortification to fall to his kindred. He couldn't help but wonder how the others were doing. His kindred had accomplished their goals, conquering 2 of the fortifications the Tau thought might hold some greater importance to the humans, and a third that had the misfortune of being nearby. It was a success, but it didn't feel like one. He'd lost more crit on this day than he had over the last 5 months of war combined. It was not worth it. The Krut were a warlike people, that was true, but that was to feed their shaping and better themselves, hone their bodies and minds. Senseless bloodshed that produced only dead Krut was not their way. The Tau have sent a message, Shaper, a young hunter said, stopping at a respectful distance. They have a reinforcement fleet 30 minutes away from orbit. They will be sending reinforcements for the ground assault and orbital bombardment onto any particularly stubborn human bases. As expected. Shaper Korak hummed, then clicked his tongue. They be sending reinforcements for the ground assault? The Tau? Yes, Shaper. The man had the look of one searching his memories, trying to dig up any fragment of additional detail. They have an ally, apparently, who will lead the ground assault. An ally, Shaper Korak hummed, then shook his head. Perhaps it wouldn't be a worthless gesture then. The Tau were of little use in combat on worlds such as Ravasine outside of their information-gathering capabilities and contacts up in the sky. Perhaps this ally of theirs, and since when did the Tau have allies instead of vassals anyway, would be able to lessen the horrid losses of his people. We will be spending the next hour scouting then. Wait for these reinforcements to arrive and take their measure, decide how to proceed after. Send for Hunter Vorak. 30 minutes later, the Shaper and his 10 best hunters watched their next target from afar. This base was one that had come under assault from the Green Serpent's kindred, and fended it off, killing their Shaper and sending them into a retreat little over an hour ago. Korak waited, eyes narrowed as he observed the humans he could see. They were moving about in haste, and the ones that weren't were peering out at the treeling with suspicious glares, rifles pointed vaguely outward. They couldn't help but fidget, too stressed to stay in place and be still. A part of Korak was starting to regret that he'd been one of those on the council who voted against a more generous use of orbital bombardment in breaking the human strongholds. He had been of the mind that victory wouldn't be worth it if Ravasine became an inhospitable wasteland as a result of their hasty methods. Now, he felt victory wouldn't be worth it with so few Krut left to enjoy it. If the Tau took control of the planet they'd bled and died for, what then? The Krut of Ravasine might not have the same political weight after today that they did just a few days ago. Drop pods incoming, Vorak signed, claws tapping his wrist. Korak glanced up at the sky, squinting. He saw nothing. Gasps from his fellow hunters drew his attention back to the ground, and only his old age and experience stopped him from embarrassing himself by gasping himself. Out in the open, in the scorched field around the human base, stood a creature. It had the regular bipedal proportions that Tau, humans, and Krut all had, but that's where the similarities ended. It looked almost insectoid, reminding Korak of the Vespids at first with its marble-white carapace armor. Then it moved. The creature flowed over the ground, the feline grace of an apex predator guiding its movements as it charged forward. It was almost too fast for his eyes, its speed blurring its form. A single warrior, charging a fortified base that had fended off an entire crit kindred, even if a small one. This had to be the ally the Tau sent to aid them, but why was it charging in alone? It would die without achieving anything. Even the greatest warriors could be felled by sheer numbers and an unadvantageous position. The creature passed through the energy field like it had never been there, then an explosion rocked the base, dust flying up in a cloud as chunks of rockcrete rained down from above. Did that thing just run through a rockcrete wall? As the dust cleared, the answer revealed itself to be yes, and as the sounds from within reached Korak, he realized he may have underestimated the creature. Because the humans were letting out screams of such terror and desperation, mixed with a scant few defiant shouts, that he almost felt bad for them. "That's our reinforcement," Korak said, grabbing his long spear. "Let's not leave all the hunting to them. We go to their aid." And so they did, rushing at the base, slipping through the energy shield and crawling up the walls or slipping through the gaping hole the creature left in its wake. Then they were inside, falling on top of the distracted humans who were singularly focused on killing the monster in their midst. It wasn't working. The creature's carapace was barely showing anywhere, a scorch mark here, a slight indent there, but nothing more. Korak watched it move, watched it swing its alabaster blade around. No wasted movement, no superfluous flourishes, and yet, it looked like the creature was dancing. The humans were helpless, unable to track the being, shooting at blurry afterimages and screaming in confused terror as the being took life after life with the ease of a farmhand harvesting wheat. Lost bolts were shrugged off, grenades were too slow to explode to hit it, chains words were parried or ignored based on the swing. The concentrated plasma beam of a melta struck the creature in the shoulder, tearing the arm out of its socket and leaving behind a scorched stump. Korak himself leapt over the humans, his spear lashing out to take the life of the human wielding the weapon, but by the time it struck true, the creature had its remaining hand plunged through the human's chest. His help was unneeded, and by the looks of it, unappreciated. Perhaps even unnoticed. It seemed as if the crit didn't even exist to the creature. His slight irritation at that faded, his eyes blinking in befuddlement. The creature had both its arms again, and its dented, scorched carapace was pristine once more. How? He thought, but shook it off, slipping back into the flow of the battle. He would have ample time to think later, now it was time for action. How a few hours could change everything. Even as experienced in most aspects of life as Shaper Korak was, he still felt the switch had been jarring. He had been at war all his life. He was part of the second generation of Crypt born and raised in the jungles of Ravacine, and has been overseeing the third generation for decades now. Centuries his people have spent at war, fighting the Imperium of Man, and now, it was over. And the world had been handed over to the Criada woman who had put an end to the war single-handedly. The woman whose very presence had sent the Imperial fleet running like a pack of spineless mutts. The woman whose permission he had to somehow get if his people wanted to remain in the jungles of Ravacine. Him. Because he was, by some twist of fate, the last living member of the Shaper Council. The other kindred had suffered grievous losses, some more than others, but even that left his own bloodhawk kindred as the most numerous on the planet. Within hours of the war's end, Shaper after Shaper visited him and asked for their diminished kindred to be merged into his own. Some were eager to leave, happy to leave Ravacine behind and get to the next war, but those who wanted a place to settle down? A place to operate out of? Those stayed. And they named him Master Shaper, the sole voice of authority within the now ascendant Bloodhawk kindred. The sole leader of all Krut who wished to stay on Ravacine. "Lady Echidna will see you now," the young human informed him, smiling genially as she gestured for him to head inside. Korak watched the closed door. It was suspiciously bland, looking exactly the same as 100 other doors he'd passed on his way here, traversing the colossal spaceship. He took a deep breath, squared his shoulders and raised his hand to knock, only for the door to swing open by itself before him. He blinked, suppressed another sigh, then stepped through. How hard could it be to convince a woman so powerful that an entire Tau September had to treat her as an equal to let his kindred stay within her newly conquered domain? What bargains would need to be struck? What would he have to give up? Or would he even leave the room alive? There is only one way to find out, I suppose. 245, Dastardly Plots. The worrywart crit emissary sufficiently mollified, I got back to what was actually important, cuddling my beautiful lover. In the meantime, as there were still days until the Tau could remake their plans on account of me throwing all their timeline predictions out the window, I decided to try my hand on a new pet project. Seeing the Emperor's designs, examining the Custodes, Lion, and Fulgrim templates had been humbling. He was an artist, weaving genes together like a virtuoso. Not a single thing was out of line, there was no wasted molecule in his designs. It was utterly ridiculous. Worse, everything was unique and purpose-made from the ground up, custom-fitted for the specific design. My own works were horrid abominations in contrast, patchwork monstrosities that looked more like a child tore apart a bunch of toys, then stuck them together with duct tape and superglue. Sure, they worked. The pieces I'd stuck together were synergistic to an extent, and I'd become good enough of a biomancer to blend the edges a bit, but it was still night and day when I had the Emperor's perfection to compare it to. I never would have thought it would be Crit who helped me take another step towards closing the gap. I mean, I knew they had this quirk where they mutated based on what they ate, but I'd thought the result would be even worse than my stuff. It wasn't. The Crit DNA was inherently mutable, and extremely receptive to realignment, or having alien gene strains added in. Their genetic immune system was extremely advanced, guiding their mutations along a beneficial path instead of giving them the mother of all cancers. It also passively worked to blend the new gene strains together, incorporating them into the Crit's own DNA passively, over time. It was fascinating, and I was suddenly very glad I'd given the Crit my permission to stick around on Ravicine. I had a vast library of gene templates and an ever-expanding list of prototype monsters and modified animals. Now then, what would happen if I released a whole bunch of the most interesting half-baked beasties on Ravicine? How would the Crits handle digesting them? Could their bodies naturally refine parts of my designs? I mean, I could very easily make a bunch of lobotomized Crits of my own, and I most certainly will, but it'd be interesting to see how the originals react to my unique brand of monsters. Could I make a Drake that would turn any Crit that consumed its flesh into kobolds? The lizardman kind, not the dog furry thing kind. There was not much in the way of rewards, but it could be a fun side project. See how many and how cool Crit strains I could make by feeding them weird shit. And I'd use my own vat-grown Crit drones to streamline my genetic templates a bit, if it worked like I thought it would. Even if it didn't, I would probably learn much just by watching how Crit digested flesh and mutated according to the genetic information therein. Perhaps I could even learn something from how they deciphered DNA and selected useful genetic features, how they filtered out the useless fluff and incorporated only the useful bit. The Crit I'd met, some master shaper, which was apparently their equivalent of a high chief, seemed intrigued by the idea at least when I brought up the possibility of me turning Ravicine into a world lush with beasts from 100 worlds. Though I might have left out the fact that those would be death worlds, and that I might modify some of them myself. Well, I did promise him that it would still be his choice as the shaper to decide whether or not they would actually eat the stuff I let loose. He'd probably noticed my enthusiasm at seeing what'd happen if they ate all kinds of weird shit, if his tangible relief at that promise had been anything to go by. I only extracted a single promise in response. Very well, Master Shaper Korak had said, his bestial eyes blinking at me suspiciously before he gave me a nod. I can promise that. I lead all the Crit who wish to stay behind in your domain. In their name, I agree that we shall view you as our liege lord. We are still members of the Tau Empire, but it is you who we will serve directly, and you will be able to call upon the services of our mercenaries free of charge for giving us a home. I also did some preliminary work, actual work, on Ravicine itself. I made sure none of the volcanoes were in the mood for erupting in the near future, then hastily calmed a supervolcano the size of Australia from kicking the planet into a new ice age with an ash cloud that would have blotted out the sun around the globe for years. It still had a decade, maybe a bit more of time until the big kaboom, but while I was no geologist, I knew predicting when volcanoes will erupt is never 100% accurate. Plus, a random earthquake, or a shithead demon throwing a wrench into stuff, could very easily cause a premature eruption when the volcano was this close to going boom. I may have gone mind diving, very gently, I might say, into the mind of the nearest Earth-cast Tau I sensed in system who had experience with such things. He was apparently a guy obsessed with alien geography, geology, and the extreme environments that existed on strangely habitable, but extremely hostile planets. As it was, he knew quite a bit about how to go about calming down a volcano. Now, the first idea I had was to open a massive portal in the magma chamber and vent the pressure into space. I mean, I knew from high school geography that it was these superpressurized chambers of magma underneath volcanoes that caused the eruption. When the rock above couldn't bear the push of the pressure, it gave way and stuff exploded, then came magma and superheated ash clouds. The end. As it turns out, that idea would have kick-started the eruption faster than I could regret my stupid decision. Volcanic eruptions were chain reactions, apparently, where the escaping pressure caused magma and rock to boil over, building the pressure even more and making even more stuff join in on the wild ride up to the surface. Or something. Just 'cause I took a short look through the memories of an expert doesn't make me one. I'd have had to take apart his mind and carefully deconstruct each memory, then parse it all before integrating it into my own knowledge base. Which wasn't workable on someone whose mental stability and well-being I gave even the slightest fuck about. Maybe I'd find a suitably abhorrent muggos in the future who had a knack for terraforming and geology. The first thing I did was spread out my network of eldritch flesh through the planet, like I'd done on Valia Prime, and then I used it to reinforce the walls of the nastiest volcanoes across the globe with my purpose-made biomaterials. That would push back the eruption a few centuries at least, since I'd eliminated the rapidly weakening stone wall that would have given way in the near future. Next, I stuck a bunch of my heat sinks into the rock around the magma chambers. With the heat slowly draining out of the half-molten walls, they'd be reinforced even more and lessen the likelihood of an eruption. I had them on a rather low rate of absorption for now, as rapid cooling the molten magma would just reduce the space that pressurized gases could occupy, thus increasing the pressure even further. Now, technically, that would probably push the problem back by centuries, maybe even by more than a millennium. The supervolcano was a colossal, slumbering beast that had been preparing to erupt since before humanity learned how to use fire. It could wait a few more centuries with just a little bit of calming before it went apeshit, but there was a perfectionist in me that just couldn't be satisfied with good enough. I'd need to make sure the supervolcano was a non-threat. I want the eruption predictions to count the years till the inevitable in the tens of thousands of years. That should also make the job of any cultist or demon trying to take advantage of the volatile geology much harder, likely too bothersome to even try. Hopefully. So next up was venting out the superpressurized gas, not all of it though, just enough to push back the eruption far enough. Still, this would be the riskiest part of the whole thing. I needed the gas vented at a steady, slow rate and largely at an equal rate across the whole network of underground magma chambers that covered an area the size of Australia. Then also came the question of where exactly I should vent it to. The high atmosphere or some deep ocean trench would have been good, but both would have caused an ecological disaster down the line with how much CO2 and SO2, sulfur dioxide, I'd be venting. That latter especially was what caused the nuclear winter-style scenarios and eruptions, along with the ash clouds, which it was usually a part of. Space was a no-go, not without some modifications, as the non-existent counter-pressure in the void would have made modulating the venting rate much harder. But what if I took a chunk of the atmosphere and pressurized it in a bubble of telekinesis up in high orbit? That could work. I could just throw the waste out into deep space afterwards and be done with it. That was exactly what I decided to do, after delegating the mind-numbingly complex calculations to my mind cores to plan out where, how large, and how many microportals I'd have to open without fucking things up royally. The level of physics, thermodynamics, and other fringe sections of natural physics involved in those calculations made me shudder, and supremely thankfully that I could delegate it all to mind cores who couldn't complain. I scattered a legion of psychodrones across the planet to focus my powers, and allow for a more precise channeling of it across the continent-sized area. It eased the strain, and that would be pretty helpful for maintaining perfect control. I opened thousands of tiny portals all at once, some smaller than the human eye could see, others just tiny pinpricks. They were all close to the roofs of the magma chambers, since I wanted to vent only the gases and vapor, not the magma itself. Any one portal only let through a minuscule amount of gas every second, but with thousands funneling it all into the pressurized sphere I held within my telekinetic grasp, I saw the clear air within rapidly turn murky and dark. They cooled quickly, the chill of the void between planets seeping into the airball I held. I kept careful attention on the whole process, but with hundreds of my mind cores chained up into a mental network, I could micromanage every portal and not get overwhelmed. The sphere of air grew, now appearing like a massive gray orb filled with swirling gray ash clouds. It seemed almost solid at times. The predicted time of eruption lazily slumbered forward on the timeline, the estimated time till the eruption growing rapidly, decades upon decades adding up every second. I slowed only when the number crossed the 1,000-year mark. Slowly, I started firming my grip on the vents, tightening the portals. The eruption crept back another century before I fully stopped, after which I promptly threw my sphere of ash and ecological horror into a portal leading into deep space, patted myself on the back for a job well done and blinked back to get a nice massage from Celine to reward myself. After some much-deserved relaxation, I went about beginning some subtle terraforming across the globe. Nothing visible, and nothing the nearby nosy Tau could make out with their sensors. Just looking for places which would make for good sites for arcologies, close enough to volcanoes that the arcology's base could have built-in heat sinks to power all its functions. I then strengthened those sites, making sure the weaker volcanic basalt would hold the weight of the superconstruct. I held off on making an artificial shadow in this system, half as an experiment to see whether a demon would come along to mess with my stuff, and half because I didn't want to explain why I had thousands of lobotomized tyrannids on life support spread out across the system in the event that they found some. I also gathered a variety of samples from across the globe: plants, fungi, animals, bacteria, and viruses. There was nothing unique, or truly outstanding as far as biology went. I already had a vast library of samples, and everything I found was within expectation. No exploding nuclear frogs, no venom that rewrote someone's genes and induced super cancer. Just strange animals and plants. Finally, after 3 days, the Tau managed to come to a decision on where I should be heading next after they rectified and reworked their overall battle plans according to the showing I'd given them in this system. I had been considering just going ahead and heading for the next nearest war zone and screw the Tau, but that would have projected the wrong image. I wanted to be seen as reliable and someone they could work with, tempered by a healthy respect for my power and stubbornness. If they saw me as an uncontrollable, arrogant, and headstrong warmonger who couldn't bear waiting 3 days between mass murders, that would probably be rather counterproductive to our continued alliance. Curiously enough, their choice did not fall on the only other world which was actively contested by the Tau and the Imperium. Darren, that is, a feral world with not much in the way of civilization or value that the Tau are nonetheless defending with an outwardly undeserved fervor. Very suspicious. Or, maybe, it was a ruse to divide Imperial attention between it and Ravicine. A ruse which had outlived its usefulness. I'd find out sooner or later either way. Right then, I was on my way to Dakhiner, a gas giant orbited by a number of space stations and mining outposts attached to huge asteroids, the largest of the thousands stuck in the gas giant's gravitational pull. More importantly, there was a promethium extraction facility in low orbit. The refinement and enrichment of the stuff was happening elsewhere, turning the versatile fiery liquid into fuel or explosives. I finally had a chance at claiming a system that had some actual resources worth extracting. Not that Ravicine was worthless, the planet sat at the mouth of the Black Reef and had a stable warp lane going towards both the Velcon Sept and the Jerichoma warp gate. It was basically sitting on the space equivalent of the sector's largest highway. If the whole Jericho reach, or at least a large part of it beyond the Black Reef, fell under Tau or my control, nearly all void-based commerce going in and out of the September worlds would be flowing through Ravicine. Alternatively, if this crusade went no further, that would put me right between the Imperium and the Tau September worlds, which is probably exactly where the Tau want me. It was a bit of a win-win-win situation for them, now that I think of it. Crafty Tau. Not that it mattered. They gave me the opportunity, now I would have everything I needed to make a void ship fueling station in the system too, when I got my hands on that promethium extraction facility, hopefully in a relatively intact state. After that, I just had to get my grabby paws on the refinement method that was no doubt jealously guarded by the Admech priests. Oh well, it was time to add corporate espionage to my steadily growing list of crimes anyway. 246 Exitin munitions. Remember how I said that Dakhiner wasn't a planet being actively contested between the Tau Empire and the Imperium of Mankind? Well, let's just say that actively right there was carrying a hefty weight on its shoulders. Meaning, the Tau were doing what my 21st century self could only call, maybe not so generously, funding terrorist organizations. And giving them corrupt mercenaries, intelligence, and training in secret. It was something I would have expected from the Cold War-era CIA, not the cuddly blue space commies. As it was, they had a massive amount of military intelligence about everything in the Dakhiner system. I wasn't delusional enough to claim I still had the moral sensibilities I had in my life before this one. That would be a straight-up lie. Much of the me from before has eroded, perhaps by the eldritch body I'd come to inhabit, perhaps by dying or perhaps just out of sheer necessity. More realistically, it was a combination of all those factors and beyond. Still, I could safely say that I was still wholeheartedly disgusted by the very idea of terrorism. Targeting civilians, innocents, and using tactics that incited fear, and well, terror in them was bad. Worthy of earning a prompt death from me, for sure. These tools the Tau used and funded here in Dakhiner would need to go ASAP, especially since they were fanatical emperor worshippers in the worst possible way. They thought granting people's death in service to the emperor was a gift, and that those who didn't wish to die horribly in his service deserved an expedient delivery to the Golden Throne for post-haste judgment and damnation. The gilded torment, as they were called, would need to be eliminated. The same fate obviously awaited the local forces of the Astra Militarum, too, because I very much doubted they'd be willing to just put down arms and let me have all the nice things they were protecting. It just so happened that those two groups together made up very nearly the entirety of the Dakhiner system's population. How? Well, the Gilded Torment was apparently very persuasive, and had had a long while to spread, which resulted in its having almost entirely absorbed the civilian population present in the mining facilities and space stations. I wasn't sure how that was possible. Civilians who got bombed, had their neighbors kidnapped and killed, etc., usually didn't go and join up with the terrorists who did those damned things. I suspected some warp fuckery was abound. Or maybe someone was just really good at propaganda. Or maybe the civilians had been religious zealots and made the terrorists' job of turning them into fanatical zealots a walk in the park. Is that how it works? I don't get religious people. Nonetheless, it was convenient. Very convenient. Radical, fanatical terrorists and Astra Militarum soldiers. Neither of which I had any moral trouble with slaughtering to the last. The rest, if any remained, could either be sent back to Valia Prime or thrown back at the nearest Imperial world. The latter was a death sentence, though, so it would be kinder to just separate them and spread them out across the arcologies so they can be absorbed into society without trying to kick up a fuss or infecting it with their Imperial ideology. I blinked ahead alone, far outside any sensors they could have in the system, with all the Tau intelligence reports I'd need tucked away safely in my mind. If I didn't want them to destroy my soon-to-be infrastructure, I couldn't roll up in my space monstrosity of a ship and scare the collective shit out of them all. I needed to strike fast and hard before they realized the threat of me even existed. Properly hidden by my ever-growing list of stealth ticks, I made a beeline for the Prometheum mining facility. Well, it wasn't actual mining, more like siphoning away a minuscule amount of the gaseous upper atmosphere of the gas giant and filtering out the Prometheum from the garbage. If I didn't know where to look for it and didn't have the coordinates for it, I might have missed it. Turns out, it was deep enough in the enormous planet's orbit that the gaseous atmosphere was hiding it from sight. One or two careful blinks later, I was floating above it, my aura gingerly seeping into the facility to look for security systems and sensors while a telekinetic field protected me from the stormy winds trying to pulverize me into dust. Finding nothing especially complicated, another blink brought me inside. And from there, it was as good as done. I didn't fear any regular humans noticing me, and I would have sensed any psychers from halfway across the system. I reached out, my mental tendrils prodding every mind inside the facility almost gently. Quick, clean, instant death. They didn't even feel it, or have so much as a blink to feel dread at their impending end. One moment they lived, the next their fragile little minds were snuffed out of existence. Humans were fragile. I'd need to make sure my daughters are a bit less fragile, especially in the mental department. That had been scary easy. I spent the next hour or two cleaning up the place and then breaking into the computers, or cogitators if you want to be fancy. I had to make sure there were no deadman switches or emergency data wipes. I knew the procedures and how the Mechanicus did things, and I'd had much more trouble breaking into Zediv's mind during our play fights than anything here. I knew the risk was low, but it was better to check. I found nothing. There was a subroutine that, if launched, would have caused an explosive meltdown in the station's generators, but that was manually activated, and the muggos it had been tied to was very dead. The facility was mine, and it was safe, which meant I could now think of exactly how I would keep my ability to just teleport myself across interstellar distances unnoticed from the Tau. Smoke and mirrors? I mused. Enough smoke ought to do it. And by smoke, I mean explosions, of course. The rest of the space stations were useful, I guess. Some mining facilities, Imperial docking stations for refueling and packing up transport ships. Nothing I couldn't remake better out of organic stuff. Meaning, I could just come in with my fleet and blow them to bits the traditional way, and hopefully that'll hide the fact that this facility didn't even resist. I did just that, and, surprisingly enough, the conquest of the system went down without any hiccups. I rolled in with the heavy cavalry, drove my ship through the system and blasted apart military installations and the pitiful Imperial fleet present in the star system. It went so well, I suspected it was an olive branch from the Tau, to give me something nice now that I had shown just what I could do. Or maybe it was to distract me from whatever it was that they were doing over at the other end of the front on Varan. Both were equally likely in my opinion. Though my next assignment, which they had decided upon much more expediently than on the second one, promised to be a pain in the ass. Why? Because it was the world of Shaska 4, which, besides being an absolute tongue-twister of a name, was a Tau colony world beset by what were, quite obviously to me, the forces of chaos. The fact that the Imperium never made an effort to colonize the planet before the Tau claimed it, despite it having near-perfect conditions for human habitation, was also quite telling. The only reason I could think of for that was that an inquisitor went to investigate it and either decreed the world to have bad vibes or got himself killed by a demon on the surface. Both would suffice as a reason for avoiding colonization when there were other, less iffy worlds available. I bet a scalp massage on a greater demon jumping me before we are done with this system, I said, peering out at the distant dots across the void that were our destinations. We were still an hour or two away from the Oort cloud equivalent asteroid field surrounding the system, so we had some time. I don't take losing bets, Celine said with an amused huff. I bet you get jumped in the first 3 hours by at least a herald. Oh, ye of little faith. I bet I can goad a greater demon into attacking me within the hour of our arrival, I said with a dramatic sigh. It doesn't count if you have to drag it out of the immaterium yourself, Celine countered, her eyes narrowing at me. To which I put on my best guileless, innocent smile. Deal, I said, grinning at her. She gave me a look, and I knew she was searching for a trap I may have set for her. There were no traps, just a win-win situation for Echidna. Either I get a nice massage from my lover's skillful fingers, or I can make her melt into my arms with my own. She made the most adorable faces and noises when she had her scalp massaged. Maybe I should lose on purpose. That thought earned me a suspicious glare. Some echo of my thoughts, or perhaps just my emotions, must have traversed our bond. I merely smiled back, which had my lover giving a faint huff, half amused and half affectionate. Win? I'm counting that as a win. I returned my gaze to the system, watching the twin suns at its center circling each other like a pair of lovers. Or maybe I just had rose-tinted glasses on after the earlier conversation. Their constant circling could likewise be seen as a pair of predators gauging each other, looking for weaknesses before an inevitable confrontation. Creatively, the Tau named both the system and the planets themselves after the binary stars. Twin suns, or in the Tau language, Shaska. The planets had numbers stuck at the end for convenience, but that was it. It was still better than the imperial designation of the planet, which was Seraph 131. Images of the planet itself reminded me, for the most part, of the world of Dagobah from Star Wars. It was a wet, temperate swamp for the most part, humid enough that clouds of mosquitoes could be seen swimming through the sky in great swarms, blotting out the few rays of the sun that made it through the dense canopy of the gangly trees. The world is said to be extremely verdant, with an abundance of flora and fauna still waiting to be discovered that 4 subsequent generations of Tau xenobiologists have failed to even make a dent in. Crid auxiliaries were numerous, as they had been on Ravicine and were thriving on the verdant world, while the Tau sheltered in reinforced facilities and were having a rather hard time. It didn't help that the world was beset by the ravening legions of the Stigmartis. A chaos cult of lunatics wearing the brand of their unholy masters on their flesh, hence the name. Criminals, renegades, mutants, madmen and rogue psychers, all bound to strict military discipline and formations that were like a dark mirror to the Imperial Guard regiments. That was as much as I could find out just by reading between the lines in the Tau intelligence reports I'd been given, examining the pictures and using my general knowledge of the Warhammer lore to connect the dots. I had never heard of this bunch of lunatics before. They were a cult of nobodies operating in the ass end of nowhere, achieving little besides being a pain in the ass to the few worlds calling this section of the galaxy their home. Still, I recognized the mark of chaos, and while the Tau called their psychers stupid shit like renegade Imperial mind scientists, I knew better. I had to be prepared for grade A chaos and warp fuckery, because I severely doubted the 4 twats would let me have this world without trying to get back at me for previous slights. Or without trying either to erase me from existence for the crime of obliterating a demon, or to give an honest go at trying to corrupt me for the same reason. Even I could see that if any of the 4 got their nasty little paws on me, it would be game over for the great game. Already, I could see the murky waters of the warp below my argent realm bubbling over and frothing as angry ripples spread over its surface. A legion of demons, small and large, lesser and greater, battled down there for some ephemeral cause. I spied nurglings of the grandfather, bloodletters of Khorne, the various horrors of Tsench and the disgusting things that were Slaneshi demons too. Demonettes, I think? Crab-like limbs for arms, a sunken face not even a mother could love, a maw filled with spiky pitch-black teeth and white eyes without pupils or irises. I squinted at the hordes, noting a handful of heralds of each of the 4 here and there, but seeing no greater demon. Well, I frowned. That's suspicious. But I guess even these hordes will be a pain in the ass if the cultists rip open the veil and let them through to ravage the world. This might just be the 4's way of saying, don't think we've forgotten you, but we can't be bothered to send anything more, so fuck you, here is a demon horde for you to deal with. That was petty and spiteful, but that'd be right up their alley. It would also be up Tsench's alley to have a changer of ways hidden away somewhere nearby that'd pop out at the least opportune moment and mess up my day. At least I could be sure Khorne wasn't planning anything. If he were, Kabanda would have been banging at my doors already for a rematch without any care for subterfuge. I tapped my fingers on my chin, looking out at the twin suns that were mine to claim with a thoughtful hum. Well, if they wanted to ruin my day, I'd just have to ruin theirs right back. My experiments with pariah samples have started to show some results lately, now that I have 2 distinct samples to mix and match. It wasn't anything groundbreaking, since apparently it took time to grow the beginnings of a soul in an artificial body, and it was the negative qualities of a pariah's soul that produced that famous effect of theirs. I'd managed to implant rudimentary bestial mind constructs into projectiles made of pariah flesh, which showed the slightest smidge of an effect. The soul was almost negligible, and it was utterly annihilated whenever it came in contact with my overwhelmingly powerful psychic aura, but that wouldn't be the case for lesser demons. It was likely that I'd have to set up farms for these things, letting the bestial pariah souls grow and infuse their flesh with their essence before harvesting it. I knew, for example, that the Imperium's most secretive organizations used the ground-down remains and ashes of martyrs and pariahs to make their newer PSYK-out weaponry. So the base idea was solid, if maybe made more likely to fail since I refused to stick a mind with a human level of sentience and sapience into a body I was going to hold in a prison, then slaughter. I wasn't willing to push this idea to the extreme. I still had lines I would not cross, and creating sentient life with the sole purpose of using it as a crafting material was firmly on the other side of it. It's just a step above the everything the Night Lords would do entry on my list of taboos. Still, even if it wouldn't work out, I might be able to, at the very least mass-produce low-grade null ammunition that would pop lesser demons with a single grazing hit. But first, I had to test the prototype. Good thing I have a whole horde of willing and eager test subjects vying for my attention. So helpful. 247, to kill a star. The stigmatis, as well organized, armed and assisted by diabolical psychers as they were, was not really much of a threat. I could feel every psyker across the system, and even all of their auras put together wouldn't have amounted to even 1/100th of the psychic potential my avatar could bring to bear. The demons, now those were somewhat more worrying. Not only because their sheer number could hide a more powerful creature beneath, but because some chaos ritual might just plunge the world I'd come to conquer into the warp. Kinda. That's how demon worlds worked, wasn't it? Pushing them halfway between the warp and the material world, making demons able to manifest there at will and without their powers diminished. That happening was near the worst-case scenario, with the true worst case being if the demons somehow managed to twist my mind, or worse, Celine's. The sadistic fucks would no doubt love to do the latter just to torment me. I wouldn't have it. The problem was I could already feel that the veil holding back the armies of the ruinous powers was thinning. Whatever the cultists were doing on the planet, it was slowly but surely nudging the system down the path towards becoming a demon world. It was still in the early stages, but it was already further along than I would have liked. I'd have loved to plop down a bunch of Necron pylons and reinforce the veil to such an extent that not even psychers would be able to exist within, just to spit into the force soup, but I unfortunately didn't have any pylons on hand. I doubt Trazen would be willing to part with any, or give me the schematics of how to make them. Shame. If I had those Blackstone pylons and could calibrate their intensity, I wouldn't have to use my current Tyrannid shadow method to keep out the nasties from my slice of reality. First things first, I grabbed my lovely girlfriend and reinforced our bond, flashing my aura bright to purge any chaos taint that might have built up in, or on, her body. I'm going to have to ask you to stick to my side like a love-starved limpet, Celine, I said. That's the only way I know to prevent any demon from messing with your mind, or doing something even nastier to you. You're not telling me to sit this fight out too, are you? She asked, eyes narrowed. She probably had an idea of the answer, but she always did love to be certain and hear me say these sorts of things aloud. Nope, I said, giving her a once-over, now covered from the neck down in her once again improved battle gear. You're just going to have to bear with me breathing down your neck while you do it. Oh, I've got an even better idea. My aura surged, flowing out in an expanding tsunami of power and covering a vast section of the star system. At my will, it evened out, rippling and churning, but with no ascertainable center or point of origin. It was evenly spread. Then, I grinned and placed my hand on my lover's shoulder and flowed into her armor, subsuming the bioenergy making up my avatar into it. I hope you don't mind me using you as a trap, I spoke into her mind. I'm not sure any greater demon will be dumb enough to take it, but it just might, and you get to go wild on some chaos-worshipping twats this way. Celine shuddered, breathing a bit shallowly as her cheeks reddened a bit. Stop that, she hissed, swallowing thickly as I stopped, squirming around in her armor. Yep, I was just settling in. Nothing indecent. I was just adjusting some stuff to fit her better. Yep. Totally. That was why I made certain parts vibrate. You're incorrigible. And you love me for it, I said smugly, feeling her fondness through our bond, and seeing the affectionate smile on her lips as she sighed. But I'll be good, promise, for now. Celine merely huffed, slapping the armor on her hip as if to chastise an unruly pet. Ow. I gave a dramatic yelp, which had her snorting. Another win for Echidna. Behave, Celine said with a snort, patting the armor again, like it was a pet. I, of course, spread out my nerves into the armor so I could actually feel the affectionate pats. It was a bit weird, but nice. I should do this more often. It also meant I felt everything the armor touched, inside or out. A happy little coincidence. Sadly, we had work to do and a star system to conquer. Though I wasn't especially keen on going out of my way to claim this mudball for myself, I could make use of the Tau for this one. The word alliance usually implied a roughly equivalent amount of effort from both sides, and so far, the Tau fleet did little else but watch me do all the work and then worry their blue little asses off about the implications of my actions or whatever. My goal for the battle to come would be kicking the demons back to hell and slamming the door shut behind them so I wouldn't have to worry about a germinating demon world in what was practically my backyard in galactic terms. The reinforcement fleet that had been sent to this system originally was still largely present, skirmishing with the Stigmatis fleet near the planet. Neither side had an overwhelming advantage, and so they'd been having small clashes to keep each other occupied while the ground forces battled it out down on the planet. The Stigmatis had the obvious advantage on the surface when it came to just about everything other than sheer numbers and long-range artillery. Unfortunately, the Tau's main strengths weren't of much use on this planet either. The swampy, thick forests made their larger vehicles, including the battlesuits, unfeasible to put to good use. Worse, they had absolutely no idea how to deal with the warp powers the Stigmatis brought to bear. Lesser demons to pad up the infantry, psychers to create chaos and interrogate prisoners, and their troops generally in human ferocity. Well, I decided to let the Tau handle the enemy's naval forces. With the Tau fleet following behind me, reinforcing the present fleet, we would have an overwhelming numerical superiority. In turn, I'd be handling the surface. Or rather, Celine and my combat drones, Draugr, would. I would be her trusty sentient armor until she met a problem she couldn't beat to death or slice into sufficiently tiny bits. Another reason I decided to take the surface deployment as our responsibility was that I felt the most powerful warp presence down on the planet. Likely their War Master, or its equivalent. Chaos Lord? I think? Was that how mortal Chaos warbands called their leaders? I felt Celine had a good shot at beating the guy's face in, if the four twats didn't intervene and shove a whole lot of chaos mojo up the guy's ass when he looked to be losing. Gently, I wrapped layers upon layers of my own soul energy around Celine's mind and her connection to her soul. Her own protections would be sufficient for most things, but I wouldn't be taking chances with my lover's soul. It was my greatest treasure. The Sovereign slid into orbit above the planet with the unpronounceable name, and the Tau fleet flew past us, heading out to reinforce their flagging allies and finally get themselves bloodied. Celine was practically vibrating in anticipation, though she didn't show it outwardly. She barely had acceptable targets to let loose against since her power had crept up to its current level, so she was eager to bash in the faces of some chaos-worshipping idiots. "Can you do proper drop pods?" she asked. "No teleports, just old-fashioned flying buckets filled with very angry soldiers." "Your wish is my command," I spoke into her ear. Really, it wasn't like it would be too hard to plot flight courses for drop pods to avoid the enemy's anti-air artillery, since they'd surely try to shoot them out of the sky. Drop down on a part of the planet where there weren't entrenched Stigmatis positions, you say? What kind of loser talk is that? Drop pods were made to be dropped on top of enemy fortifications. And so they shall be, with all due theatrical flair. The Sovereign flew as low as it could with its massive bulk, and I had to fire up the PDTs to shoot out a few enterprising missiles heading its way. Below, the largest ongoing battle of the surface was going in full swing, headed by the War Master equivalent himself. "Hey, what are you Celine, perceptive as she was, felt the mischievous thoughts forming in my mind, but she was still unprepared for the floor to open up under her feet and drop her into a long slide. She squealed for 5 seconds straight as she slid down the tube, then started giggling, and I added in some twists and twirls for the proper amusement park experience. When she came to a stop, she found herself dropped into a newly formed drop pod at the belly of the ship, and if she looked out the reinforced viewing ports, windows, she'd have seen thousands of similar pods forming all across the ship's length, and those were filled with battle-ready Draugr. "Fasten your seatbelts," my voice reverberated in the pod with the lilt of an overly cheery air hostess. "Thank you for entrusting yourselves to the Echidna Express. We hope you'll enjoy the experience. We take no responsibility for possible concussions. Enjoy. Launching in 3, 2, 1. Go." Reginald had been normal once. Just a boy, growing up on a farm on a backwater planet no one's ever cared about. He had parents, friends, and a crush on a girl from the nearby hamlet whom he was working up the courage to court. He even had little siblings who looked up to him and depended on him. That had been so very long ago. A lifetime or more. The memories were faded, the faces gone, names and voices nothing more than distant impressions of faint familiarity and nostalgia. It didn't matter. Nothing from the before mattered. He had been blind then, but now he knew, he had been made to see the truth. Whispers crawled around in the dark reaches of his mind, hiding in forgotten corners, clawing at his conscious mind, grasping, reaching, twisting, screaming. Reginald twitched, every muscle in his body contracting all at once, from the tips of his toes up to the top of his head. He stumbled, falling to his knees, and steadied himself with his arms on the muddy forest floor. The others, the rabble who could not see, dared not approach, pulling away from him, and for good reason. He squeezed his eyes shut, teeth grit as the whispers screamed, pounding inside his skull. Reginald's mind cracked open to the warp, and 100 voices pressed in at once. Some screaming, some whispering, all promising. A childlike giggle tittered. "Burn them, little candle, make them ash." Another voice crooned on with unending hunger hidden beneath a velvety facade. "One more soul, just one more, and I will show you wonders." Beneath them, a guttural chant rose like thunder through mud: "Blood, blood, 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 forthed." Laced between the chaos came fragments of sense, his own name spoken backwards, a lover's voice pleading for mercy, and a command in a language Reginald did not know but understood all the same: "Open wider." The crack widened and power flooded Reginald's body, fraying his sanity. The torrential influx of energy straight from the Empyrean took with them much: memories, faces, scents. It didn't matter. The gods wanted him strong, they had a mission for him, their will had been made crystal clear. Reginald growled, rising to his feet, and stumbled, his face snapping up to the sky. His mouth opened wide, jaws unhinging, and the warp fire gathering inside his body spewed forth with a roar of 100 screaming souls. The wet canopy above was obliterated in an instant, sending flaming wreckage crashing down around him. The rabble scattered, screaming and shouting as they ran from the flames of their gods. Reginald paid them no mind. He stared up, a hungry flame burning beneath his eyes. The blue sky was dotted with 1,000 flaming stars falling towards the surface. They burned so bright, screaming towards the surface, avoiding the incoming artillery trying to blow them out of the sky. Reginald's eyes were drawn to a single star, following the whispers. He grinned, hearing the voices cheer in his mind, and cackled gleefully as he watched the falling star. "Follow." Reginald spoke, his voice laced with power and for the first time in his life, echoing with the will of the Four. The rabble shuddered, dutiful and disciplined rabble that they were, they still knew to fear the powers of those they served. Reginald set off, the warp fire still crackling around him, and 100 stigmatus cultists following in his wake. His steps were measured, though not unhurried. Every last psyker of the stigmatus would have heard the call, they would all be heading for the fallen star. This was a blood hunt, the prize the favor of the Four, and Reginald was determined to be the one to tear out the star's soul himself. He knew it, in his bones, heard it from the whispers. There was no greater sacrifice for the Four than that brilliant soul. He had to have it, had to be the one to hand it to them. This was it, his chance at greatness. Immortality. Power beyond imagination. This was it. He just had to kill the star. 248, Murder Mayhem. Celine couldn't help but let out a tiny, undignified squeak as the floor dropped out from beneath her feet for the second time in what felt like a minute. It was setting a distressing precedent, but she would just have to get used to echidna sweeping her off her feet, wouldn't she? Her squeak turned into a gleeful giggle, a grin stretching across her lips as she grasped the armbars forming on the walls and set her feet. She could feel it, the drop, the immense velocity that no human could have remained conscious through. Echidnas cobbled together, eldritch abomination of a drop pod was not made to be humane, it was made to be quick and armored. With her new physique, Celine wasn't even sure whether she needed a drop pod in the first place. She might have survived mostly intact even if she just free-dived from low orbit and tanked the landing with her face. No, that was a stretch. She was made of the genetic material of Adeptus Custodes, and even they tended to get plastered when thrown face-first onto the pavement from freaking space. No, she would have had to dampen her fall with a bit of telekinesis, maybe reinforce her body with some of her stored bioenergy. But that's it. On the other hand, she had always loved drop pods. There was just something exhilarating about dropping into the middle of enemy fortifications with an armed metal coffin and then emerging from it like some mechanical hatchling of slaughter and doom. On the other hand, she hadn't tried free diving into an active combat zone yet, so that would have been a new experience. Oh well, she'd just have to try that the next time the opportunity arose. The flames of atmospheric entry burned past the reinforced windows, holding for a few seconds as the entire pod shook. Celine steadied herself with a grin still lingering on her face, her heart thrumming in her chest, and a familiar bloodlust rising in her veins. There were a few things that made her heart race like a good fight, and she'd found no better way to do some well-deserved de-stressing than to go murder some people she really didn't like and then drag Echidna off to the bedroom. Fighting and fucking. Paradise. The fact that both went so wholly against the oh-so-noble, blue-blooded rogue trader lady she was supposed to be only made it all the so much sweeter. She could indulge her own desires as a traitor every now and then, but only so much, and it always came with a side of shame. It wasn't that she hated being a rogue trader, she knew it was just about the best role a human could reach in life, but it wasn't her. It just wasn't. Too much responsibility, too much politics, too many heavy choices, too many people depending on her. Too many people she couldn't make herself care about. Now, she only had to care about herself and the impossible woman who made it all possible. Just her and Echidna. Partners. As it should be. Playing the advisor, the courtier, the personal executioner and even the maid to Echidna was just so much more fun and fulfilling. She wasn't working to enrich a noble house that couldn't give two fucks about her, and was likely plotting behind her back, not anymore, and never again. Everything she did now was for her partner and herself. Perfect. Prepare for landing, Echidna's words played in her ears, making her smile at the playful lilt in that beautiful voice she had so grown to love hearing. I'm dropping you right on top of the main force. I'll be on the lookout for any killjoys trying to ruin your fight. Have fun, honey. Celine grinned, her racing heart suddenly feeling much warmer. What did she do to deserve someone who got her as much as Echidna? Someone who could sound so affectionate and encouraging when her lover was heading out to slaughter chaos cultists? Thank you, Celine said, her grin turning into a soft smile for a moment as she gave her armor an affectionate pat on the hip. They were simple words, and just two of them, but the meaning was deep, and the bond made sure Echidna felt every last smidge of it. The emotions flowed back her way in response made her positively giddy, as they always did. Celine was rather sure humans couldn't feel love this pure. She was sure her own love felt thin and diluted in comparison to the one Echidna felt. Whatever she was, the woman was a creature of pure and intense emotions. Her senses alerted her to the imminent impact and cracked her mind open to the energies of Echidna's silvery realm. Power flooded her body like a tsunami, a wild but leashed torrent under her control that she shaped into what she needed. Physical reinforcement and impact dampening. At the same time, a ripple went through her armor and it flowed over her body, turning into combat mode as Echidna would say. The parts covering her vitals thickened, and the helmet sealed her head inside. Half a second later, the impact she'd sensed smashed into the pod from below, but Celine merely bent her knees and flexed her fingers. Her very own psychoactive bonesword formed in her grasp, a design she'd spent days on end perfecting. The materials might change as Echidna's knowledge of biomancy evolved, but the shape, weight, and balance would likely stay the same. The powers the Immaterium granted to the precious few who were blessed, or cursed, depending on who you ask, with the ability to channel them, were numerous and varied. Celine knew there were abilities like pyrokinesis and divination, just to name a few, but she found she didn't have much talent for the less straightforward applications. Physical and mental enhancements were her strong suit, an application that came almost effortlessly. Then came telekinesis as a close second, and pyrokinesis lagging behind in third place, but only because both Valineth and Echidna seemed to love that one. Celine herself much preferred cutting people up with her sword to burning them or electrocuting them. Her eyes panned about, looking for the exit, and landed on a distinct, boot-shaped mark on the wall. Kick here, it said above, with an arrow pointing down at the artistic footprint that just so happened to match Celine's boots. She smirked under her armor, an amused snort almost escaping her before the thrill of the oncoming fight overwhelmed it. She didn't waste another second, putting her boot through the wall. Almost belatedly, the wall exploded outward in a cloud of shrapnel, revealing the damp scenery of a swampy forest beyond. Celine burst forth from within, following in the wake of the debris, guided by her Empyrean perceptions. She couldn't sense minds per se, not as a telepath would, and certainly not without deep focus and meditative exercises, but she could feel the aura every living thing radiated. All around her, the twisted auras of 1,000 tainted humans stood out from the background, and she wasted no time in dashing for the closest one. It was a man lying on the ground, having been knocked over by the drop pod's landing and then further inconvenienced by shrapnel, deciding his thigh would make a fine burrow. Selene had no mercy for him, even though he was injured. He wore the mark of chaos proudly on his chest, and his aura held its taint. Her sword took off his head, and she was gone even before the man's mind caught up with his body and realized it was dead. Another 50 died before any gathered enough of their wits to even attempt to fight back. Selene was fast, blindingly so, faster than the human eye could track. Her body was the size it had always been, looking largely the same on the outside, but not a single cell of the woman she'd been just a year ago. She'd been remade from the ground up. Echidna claimed she'd probably be able to give an Adeptus Custodes a run for their money even without psyker enhancement, and probably beat the regular ones black and blue with its help. The rabble had no chance. They might have been disciplined and ferocious, armed with better weaponry than regular Imperial Guard regiments, but they were chaff before Selene. They had nothing that could harm her, no one who could even track her, and nothing to stop her. Some ran, probably the smart ones, others saw the human blender, the flying limbs and crescents of blood, and charged towards it. Unsurprisingly, they had a chant she was unfortunately familiar with. Blood for the blood god. Blood, blood, blood. She swung her blade in a wide arc, flexing the silvery energy flowing through her, and she channeled it along its edge. A silver crescent hundreds of meters in length swept through the battlefield, bisecting the rushing lunatics, cutting down dozens of ancient trees caught in its path. It was simple telekinesis, just a force blade, as Echidna called it. But it only took a thought to make it more satisfying, more stylish. And what the hell, she was here to enjoy herself, so she wasn't going to be boring about it. It had been barely a minute, and hundreds already lie dead at her feet. Selene kicked off the ground, her sheer physical strength catapulting her through the canopy and up into the air, and her telekinesis halting her descent while she focused, extending her perception. Disgusting, tainted auras popped up in groups in every direction, disparate, scattered, but Echidna had told her she would be dropped on top of their main force. There had to be a larger gathering of them, and there was, a mere kilometer to the north. There was a group of auras there, eclipsing any of the rabble. Chaos-tainted psychers, perhaps, or maybe even proper chaos sorcerers who'd studied the diabolical ways of chaos and learned to bend them to their will without giving up every last smidge of their sanity. Though it was always up for question whether anyone who decided to serve chaos had any sanity to begin with. But the point stood. The sorcerer who could think, plan and strategize was much more dangerous than the maddened psyker whose sole thought was blood, or something to that effect. Selene kicked off, using a panel of hardened air as a boost, and wrapped herself in a bubble of telekinetic power. Flight was amazing, one of the most incredible things she'd ever experienced, and it would also be her best tool for mobility until she learned to blink properly in active combat. Not wanting to just leave the rabble she was flying over without something to remember her by, Selene started dropping telekinetic hammers on the nearest groups. Like her force blade, this too was a technique without much finesse. Just a lot of kinetic force pressing down on an area from above, which had the rather predictable result of compressing everything caught within into paste. Humans, vehicles, weapons, trees, and dirt, all pressed into a pancake. Selene felt a prickle against her perceptions, a bunch of auras beyond her regular sphere of perception flaring up with unholy power. 10, 20, 40, and then she felt them, all of them, focus on her with murderous intent. At the same time, her targets too surged in power, their souls warping, and what had been medium levels of chaos taint surged into something truly twisted. Echidna's voice rang in her ears thoughtfully. Nothing you can't handle yet. Though I think they are summoning demons en masse too. You might get drowned in a horde if you don't do something about it. Of course, despite that, Selene felt the wards around her mind thicken substantially. Echidna was such a worrywart, but she had to admit it was well-deserved. Against chaos, every precaution had to be taken. It was suspicious. Not Echidna's worrying, But the actions of chaos, why did they empower the psychers near her? Sure, they were stronger now, but not strong enough by the feel of their auras. They'd gone from a slightly larger insect to a speed bump level threat. Even together, Celine didn't feel like they had much of a shot at her, especially as deranged as such a forceful power infusion tended to leave the recipients. It didn't feel quite right. Celine frowned, her hackles rising as she slowed her advance and instead shot upwards, away from the surface, to think. A trap. It had to be. Or a distraction. It could be either of the two, depending on whether the four knew Echidna was currently possessing her armor. Or perhaps they knew, and they were preparing a trap for them both? If anyone knew of a way to hurt Echidna, the pseudo-immortal warp deity, it would be the ruinous powers and their favored servants. What do you think? Celine asked, projecting the thought towards her lover. I'm not sure yet. Echidna mused, still unbothered. The demons are getting rowdy. I'm seeing a growing number of senches, so I don't think there even is an obvious answer. A trap within a trap within a trap. A scheme with dozens of variations, a plot with 100 twists. We might as well assume any choice we make leads to a trap, which means the only choice we have is to blast through it with overwhelming firepower, and the power of friendship. Celine raised an eyebrow under her helmet, amused, but unimpressed. She waited for her partner to continue, which she did, but without the exaggerated cheeriness. I think it's a good rule of thumb to do what your foe wants you to do the least, isn't it? We can't be sure what someone is fucked in the head as the changer of ways wants, but we might as well give an honest try to ruining his plans, no? True enough, Celine mused, her eyes narrowing. The gathering of powerful auras that had been her destination had the stink of a trap, and a blatant one at that. But the many lesser auras converging on her position from all around? Were they meant to box her in? Maybe stall her? Her knee-jerk reaction was to go around slaughtering them first, but that might just give the main chaos cunts the time they needed to summon up something nasty. Do you feel any rituals happening over there? Are they trying to summon anything? Yep, Echidna replied easily. I'm feeling a bunch of summoning rituals going on all across the planet, the largest of which being right where you were headed. But the gap's only wide enough for lesser demons. They'd need to modify it to drag through something bigger, I think. Let me check real quick. Her voice faded away for a few seconds, then came back with a new, disgusted tone. Apparently, the veil isn't thin enough yet for any of the bigger demons. They'd need a long, super nasty ritual to thin it and then break it. You should be safe for now, though they'll keep summoning as many lesser demons as they can. A smirk tugged at the edge of her lips, and Celine turned to the side, then shot off towards the furthest out aura of the lot coming her way. If it was not a stalling tactic, they were her best targets. The tainted rogue psychers were faster than regular humans, boosted either by their unholy powers or just riding some vehicle. Celine was faster. They turned to follow her once they noticed her change in trajectory, but she was just a hint short of breaking the sound barrier with her flight speed. She outsped them all easily enough, and then arced downwards when she closed in on her target, crashing into the psyker like a meteor. The woman was wreathed in warp lightning, half her face scorched raw, and the other holding a vicious glare. Celine's sword went through the psyker with ease, and then the force of her impact crashed into her. The woman went skidding back, with Celine perched on top like a surfer as she tore out her blade, twisting it on the way for good measure. She noticed it glowed a bright silver, and that the psyker's flesh sizzled wherever it touched her body. Insurance, Echidna whispered in her ears, malicious glee hidden in her velvety voice. No second phase for these fuckers. Celine shrugged, then with a flick of her wrist cut the psyker's head off as a last torrent of warp lightning washed over her armor. It didn't even leave scorch marks on its pristine white surface. I doubt she'd be getting back up after that, Celine mused, jumping off the headless, sizzling corpse to take care of the confused cultist rabble loitering nearby. You'd be surprised, Echidna said simply. Celine shrugged inwardly. Perhaps that was right, she was no inquisitor. She didn't know what made these cultists, or demons in general, tick. She'd have assumed cutting the head off would at least banish the demon, even if the psyker she'd killed had been a demon host, which she was reasonably sure it had not been. But if Echidna said her shiny silver light made sure they didn't get up again, Celine was more than fine with using the shiny silver light to murder the shit out of them just to make absolutely sure. It wasn't like she needed to exert any effort when Echidna was infusing it into the energy she was channeling. Paranoia saved lives, and maybe if she'd been more paranoid, she'd still have the Wanderer. Well, Echidna usually had enough paranoia for the both of them, and Celine was no slouch either, most of the time. With a bounce in her steps, she hopped into the air, caught herself with telekinesis and launched herself up into the air like a missile. Behind her lay only corpses, and ahead were many more corpses to be. She'd bounce between the furthest out groups, kill their psychers, slaughter the cultists and chaos guardsmen. She'd keep circling them, picking them off one at a time to thin the herd. If she were lucky, the stronger ones would come for her and leave whatever preparations they'd made behind to chase her down. Drawing so heavily on the warp was not usually helpful for maintaining one's patience, after all. With how those lunatics were bursting with the chaos-tainted, even nastier version of that stuff, they had to have short fuses. Just the thought of giving the local Chaos Lord and his prime lackeys migraines made her happier. Let them seethe as their plans fell apart while she enjoyed herself. Who knew be as annoying as possible could be a viable combat strategy? It was certainly more fun than the stuff they taught at the academy. 249, Prey? The blasted prey kept zipping about, and it was driving Reginald all sorts of mad. He was seething, apoplectic in his rage as the star he had to kill kept slipping through his fingers. He saw red as he felt his prey once again zip away. His rage burned in his chest, seeping through his flesh and dripping down his arms in the form of liquid fire. He shook, trembling in anger, and roared, unable to keep it contained, causing the twisted warp fire clinging to his frame to explode outwards. The lesser demons that had joined his host laughed and cackled, but the flesh and blood humans screamed, trying to run. The more enthusiastic ones, the kind that would welcome the touch of the flames, were long lost to those very flames. Reginald wasn't one to usually entertain those sorts, burning them to ash outright, or having them thrown out of his war host. Where the fire touched the men and women, their bodies twisted and mutated. Some of them fell to the ground, dead in moments, as something went horribly wrong in their bodies. Others swelled in size, muscles bulging at the seams, or grew lanky arms and far too wide grins, or started decaying in real time, screaming at first, then starting to laugh. Their laughter joined the chorus of demonic cackles. Reginald paid them no mind, charging after the star with single-minded focus, his warhost unrecognizable, but still following in his wake. Somewhere along the way, another warhost joined up with Reginald's, melding with it almost seamlessly. That is to say, the mob of unorganized, uncoordinated raving lunatics swelled in number without too many of them killing each other in the process. Long gone was the stigmatus famed and feared iron discipline, chaos having taken its place. Reginald glanced to the side, his eyes alight like smoldering pieces of coal as he glared, lips peeled back in a toothy snarl. The other psyker, who had been leading the other warhost, ignored him. The bald woman with the mark of chaos tattooed onto her forehead bounded along with a deadly grace, her focus singularly forward. The star changed trajectory again, and they followed suit, growling. Another psyker joined up with them, then another and another, growing the horde at their back to more than 5,000 strong, and leading the charge were 6 psykers, though Reginald knew he was the most powerful of them. Only the sorcerers outstripped him in combat, and he was smart enough to fear them, but not this rabble. Still, he couldn't win a 1-on-5 fight, which he would have had to do if he didn't want them butting in to take his prize. No, he would have to let them tire themselves out fighting the star. His thoughts were growing increasingly hazy and discordant, the whispers pushing in and mingling with his own thoughts. He could barely even tell them apart at some point, unable to tell where Reginald ended, and the voices began. His battle lust and instincts drove him onwards, taking the reins, so much so that he barely even reacted when the star suddenly reversed course. Its presence was unmistakable, a bright light amidst an ocean of darkness, not even trying to hide. Reginald and his peers only let out a gleeful war cry in response, their base thoughts only able to connect that prey getting closer to good. They didn't wonder why it was the case, what could have changed, or why the star suddenly wanted to face them. Such nuances had been worn away by the screaming whispers dampening their minds. A silvery light curved across the sky, visible just barely through the canopy. The sound barrier broke, the shockwave of it reverberating through the forest. It was deafening, but nothing compared to what came next. The silvery star fell, like a meteor from the heavens, like the hammer of God. The trees blasted away, the earth shook, the forest floor sent crashing away in waves as if it was liquid. Whatever sound it had made, none could hear it, for every eardrum within hundreds of meters burst as one from the shockwave reverberating through the air. The demons, mutants, and cultists who'd been at ground zero of the impact were just gone. The ones just a bit further away were pulverized, reduced to chunks of flesh and bone. The ones further still received the shrapnel, boulders, the earth, trunks, branches, and the remains of vehicles and weaponry that had been sent flying. The star rose, floating above the devastation it had wrought like a goddess of destruction, a long blade of pure white held loosely in one hand. The war host, unlike any sane group of people, if they could even still be called that, didn't do the smart thing. They didn't listen to their fight or flight instinct. Or rather, they did, but someone was pushing down heavily on the side of fight, and so they did. They surged forth with a war cry none of them heard, all having ruptured eardrums and all. Bloodletters, blue horrors, demonettes, and nurglings followed, along with grotesque mutants, some soldiers still sane enough to hold their weapons, and finally, the sick psychers. The first wave reached the strange creature the gods wanted dead so much, claws and swords rearing forward to rip and tear. An inhuman, soul-rending screech rang out, screaming in a dozen voices. One didn't need to have ears to hear it, for it was the demons screaming in unearthly agony as they were obliterated from existence. Reginald stumbled to a halt, blinking and growling as the wave of terror and seething hatred rolling off of the demons hit him. It only seemed to be climbing, mounting further as the creatures of the warp all screamed bloody murder. It was eerie. Even bloodletters, lesser demons of the war god, Khorne, usually treated their excursions into the materium as something of a game. As fun. Why wouldn't they, when killing their mortal vessels only banished their immortal essence back to the immaterium? Not now. This wasn't a game, and none of them were having fun. Reginald knew why, since he had felt oh so very clearly when the dozen demons had been extinguished. Erased from existence. That silvery glow rose, and the white blade swept out once more, sending a crescent of sublime argent light lashing out. Another scream rose, another 20 demons perished, never to rise again. The horde went insane with rage, clawing and pouncing over each other to rush at the star. Reginald understood now. He understood why the star had to die. Why the gods promised the world to the one who shackled its soul and brought it to them for a feast. This abomination this heretic, this blasphemer, it needed to die. The only other being in existence to have ever managed to erase a demon from existence had been the corpse emperor. He was not a demon, the silver light might not hurt him, but even so, he would need something of a plan to get the drop on the star, seeing as it was quite pow. Kill. All that went right out the window as the divine fury of the blood god himself flooded Reginald's mind and consumed his soul. There was nothing but rage and hate left in him as he blasted forth, warp fire trailing in his wake. Horrible, soul-rending agony wreaked havoc across his body, shattering what tiny ember of his mind remained forevermore and sending hairline fractures through his very soul. The human body was not made to handle the absolute deluge of power flowing through the husk that used to be Reginald, and so it started failing, decaying and disintegrating all at once. But it would hold for long enough. The gods willed it, and so it shall be. The husk screamed, its voice a mixture of pain, glee, and rage as it swept its hands forth and warp fire flooded out of it in torrential waves, consuming demons, mutants and whoever else was foolish enough to stand before it as it raced for its target. The star, perhaps foolishly, didn't dodge. It stood its ground, merely surging its radiance in an effort to ward off the very flames of the immaterial infused with change and chaos. The flames danced, their colors ever shifting, every color of the rainbow showing up here and there, along with some colors that no mortal words could describe. When one looked deeply, one could see faces, agonized, screaming visages, swimming in the fire. The husk that used to be Reginald flagged, its fingers flaking away as they turned into dust, while all the organs in its chest ruptured and decayed, sending the body to the ground. Its eyes remained pried wide open, granting a window to peer through for those close within on the other side of the veil. They witnessed the flames dying out, scattering and vanishing after a few seconds, with the source exhausted except where they caught onto a new source to feed upon and draw power from. The star stood there, seemingly unbothered, aside from the husk's lips pulled into a wicked grin, seeing the pristine white armor bubble in places with pus-filled sacs, wither to sand in others, and there were even spots where new eyelids opened, revealing frightened, panicked eyeballs darting around, or cry tears of blood. Then the grin fell away as a ripple passed over the armor, a silvery glow following in its wake, returning it to its original state. The cursed flames that had been clinging to its form winked out of existence, and the silvery glow seemed to swell in radiance after it vanquished them. The star stood tall, unbothered, unconquered. The last thing the husk's burning gaze caught was the ivory blade in its arms coming around for a savage swing, and then it was gone. The vessel was pulverized by an overwhelming blast of telekinetic power, along with thousands of unlucky souls who were in its vague surroundings. I frowned inwardly while Celine shuddered in utter disgust. That had been a surprise and a half. Apparently, the stuff I make with my eldritch flesh is not nearly as resistant to chaos-flavored supercancer as I had hoped. At least the mutations had only penetrated through the armor and were stopped dead in their tracks when they tried to warp Celine's own flesh. I owed one to Big E for that one, 'cause his custode's template was downright immune to all attempts to corrupt it. I'd have to start weaving them into my elite Draugr, or other types of combat units, even if the expense of doing so was rather exorbitant. My drones wouldn't be worth shit if the enemy could just turn them against me by giving them a bath in those icky warp flames. I considered altering my standard Draugr template, but man, my theoretical army size would be reduced to 1/100th of its size by the increase of bioenergy cost per base combat unit. It wasn't like I'd only ever fight chaos, and there would be no need to be so careful against Tyranids or other threats. You alright? I asked Celine gently once she finished obliterating the war host with extreme prejudice and all due violence. Of the 5 remaining psychers, nothing remained. Like the fire guy, they were slow as snails compared to Celine, so they could never hit her if she didn't let them. "You," Celine said aloud, a revolted frown still worn on her face. That was the most disgusting thing ever. Guess that's just my reward for being a moron and standing there, letting them hit me. You've been a horrible influence on me. Why did I even do that? Her words dissolved into pitiful whining, causing me to form fingers inside her helmet to rub her scalp consolingly. Styling on stupid enemies should only be done when they aren't a threat, and arguably, these ones weren't, I hummed. To your health at least, not so for your good mood. If it helps, you looked extremely awesome while doing it. Celine just groaned at my honest praise, rude, and shook her head. I'm just glad I managed not to throw up inside my helmet, Celine said wryly, huffing adorably in that way she always did when trying to psych herself up. Alright, back to business. We still have a ritual to stop and some more witches and sorcerers to kill. I should get back to it. I gave her a mental hug, enveloping her in a sense of comfort and affection through our bond, and felt her relax slightly. Which had me patting myself on the back for a job well done, which was of course when my sense of something fucky going on blared an alarm in my ears. I found the source in less time than it took to blink, my focus landing on the suddenly complete ritual. The how was obvious, as I looked down at the scene and saw the Chaos Lord and his inner circle laid out in a twisted reverse pentagram, all sporting gaping holes in their chests. At the 5 points of the pentagram were wicked spikes, impaling 5 still beating hearts, and at the center was a 6th, radiating malice and warp taint. That one had to belong to the Chaos Lord himself. Instead of waiting for the ritual to reach completion naturally, by gathering the energy from all the deaths across the planet, they decided to rush it by sacrificing themselves. Though I wasn't sure whether they had much of an actual choice in that decision, not that it matters. They were dead, their souls consumed, which was a worse fate than any I could have given them even in my cruelest moments. I felt the veil grow dim, and something slipped through. It didn't materialize, remaining a vague cloud of crackling energy that radiated a twisted glee. I reformed myself in front of Celine, remaking my avatar faster than I'd ever done before, power surging into my vessel in a torrential wave as I deployed enough barriers around us to keep us safe from a sun-going supernova. It all proved meaningless in the end, as the demon, because that's what the warp creature had to be, didn't come towards us. Oh no, it flew straight up like a missile, blasting into the sky at a respectable fraction of the speed of light. It had no weight, no physical substance, just a twisted spirit and energy. My eyes widened as I calculated where its current trajectory would lead it. "You motherfucker," I cursed in frustrated disbelief. It was heading for the Sovereign. It suddenly made sense why it didn't make a body for itself yet. The bastard wanted to possess my ship. They had just learned that the stuff I make could be twisted to serve their purposes by a suitably powerful warp user. Then my frustration and annoyance, sure, losing the ship would suck, but it wasn't the end of the world, turned to icy dread when I finally recalled one teeny tiny detail. Catherine, my adorable little daughter who liked cosplaying as a catgirl, was on board that ship. Along with 2 Tau, but I couldn't give less of a shit about them at that moment. Liquid fury roiled in my veins, sending quakes through my realm as I gritted my teeth. I was fortunately in a well enough state of mind still to grab Celine as I blinked to interpose myself in the demon's path. I took a fraction of a nanosecond to plant an info packet in Celine's mind about what was going on before I yeeted her back onto the Sovereign with a teleport and commanded my ship to deploy all its defenses at once. Worst case, I would warp the Sovereign so it created an incorruptible shell around Celine and Cat, while the rest of it I would all change into Tyranids so a shadow would mire the way of any naughty demon trying to get at them. In fact, I decided to go ahead with the first step, transforming a 100-meter radius sphere around Celine and Cat into alternating layers of Custode's flesh and my best starship-grade carapace. Then I stared down at the incoming demon. It wasn't slowing, though it started to take on a vaguely humanoid form with a pair of wings at its back, though only the silhouette was visible in its current state. No matter, the fucker was about to die screaming anyway for trying to get at my daughter. Though I'd be lying if I said the fact that it didn't look even slightly wary in its approach didn't make me at least a bit uneasy. 250, Demonic Troubles I don't let the demon close in fully, not willing to let it touch my avatar after what I'd seen. Who knew what a demon this powerful could do when a juiced-up feral psyker could warp Celine's armor? So I started with a simple frontal attack to test the creature. An eldritch blast, just pure, violent energy, infused with anti-warp smite snapped forth from my hand, blooming into existence in the form of a crackling beam of silvery energy connecting me to the incorporeal demon's torso. The blast of energy struck it, some of it going straight through its barely cohesive body, but about a third arced out on impact, webbing across its form like questing snakes seeking to devour it bit by bit. It didn't entirely arrest its momentum, but it did go from relativistic speeds down to something that could be just barely tracked by the human eye. It let out a roar of rage that reverberated through the fabric of space. Its voice was like nails on a chalkboard, like metal tearing and bending. I watched it impassively, then hit it with another blast, less focused this time. This one didn't go through, but that was by design, as it finally threw back the demonic cloud of energy by a good few kilometers. Bioenergy flowed freely through my body, mending rips and tears inside left in the wake of the wild currents of soul energy I was channeling. I couldn't half-ass this, not with Celine and Cat behind me, relying on me for protection, so I spared no expense on those strikes and wasn't afraid to push my avatar to its limit, knowing I could hold it together by sheer will and by abusing my colossal reserves of bioenergy. The fact that the demonic being was still existing after those 2 attacks put it firmly within the greater demon category, and probably into the upper strata of even that lofty designation. Sure, Kabanda could have face-tanked all that with only some trouble, but he was a manifested bloodthirster, one of the strongest of his lot in existence, and they were known for being tough as nails and largely resistant to icky magic. Besides, this thing practically embodied change. It was Tsienchen, for sure, which was another reason why I was being so careful. Fucking Tsench. Sensing my rising levels of wariness, or maybe the danger my foe represented, a sudden weight appeared in my hand. My fingers wrapped around the staff, my thumb tracing familiar grooves on its body. Maybe if I'd used it in the initial strike, the demon would have had more of a reaction, but I was, as always, an idiot with the memory of a goldfish, and I'd utterly forgotten about a tish until it slammed into my grasp. Anathema. The demon's voice was a scream and a whisper, each syllable heavy with meaning and yet barely perceptible at the edges of my hearing. The pretentious prick could probably speak normally, but he wanted to make this theatrical? 2 can play that game. Parasite. My own words landed like a hammer blow against the fabric of space, reverberating with the power of my soul. The demon twitched when the blast hit it, some of its energy sizzling away into nothingness. Its form shifted again, one of its limbs stretching to the side and becoming more and more distinct until I could make out a gangly, feathered arm ending in a clawed hand. That hand was empty one moment, then grasping a gnarly wooden staff the next. A pair of slitted eyes burned with intense hatred on its head, and a beak opened wide in a screech as power surged through the staff. With Celine and the Sovereign behind me, and the latter still vulnerable to whatever warp fuckery this dude was cooking, I stood my ground. Barriers of pure silvery energy snapped into place before me, the energy within starting to flow into distinct shapes. Hexagrammatic seals. Then, because why not, I used some of my reserve pariah flesh, the soul-empowered kind that had some actual effect, and added it in between the last two layers. All that happened within a single second, if even that. What the staff spat out was hard to describe. One moment it was a beam of rainbow energy, then curdling fire, then a missile of light, then a shrieking harpy, a pig, a flock of ravens, a pair of twisting serpents, the sun, the moon, the night sky, the forest, the smell of rain, an itch, a lingering touch. Between one moment and the next, I was burning, a raging fire consuming me and an insidious power trying to press inwards. I blinked, then jerked in alarm at the sudden change, and if you were wondering, what the fuck just happened, you weren't alone, I was thinking the same damned thing myself. My soul, deep within the center of my realm, pulsed with power, beating back the infernal influence creeping up towards it through the link my avatar had to my realm. I gritted my teeth and let the energy curling in my body explode outwards and banish the flames. My eyes were on the intact barriers that should have stopped the attack, then went to search for the demon, but I couldn't see it anywhere. My eyes snapped to the lingering flames that I'd blasted off of myself. They refused to wink out, and as if feeling my attention, they snapped back together into the vague silhouette of a Lord of Change. Psychic breach detected. My mind core reported, its dispassionate, static voice ringing in my ears. I split my focus and turned my mind's eye inwards while keeping my eyes on the demon, reforming the barriers to once again stand between us. Even if they hadn't done shit, they made me feel safer, though much less so than before. Bright. Brilliant. Radiant. Little star. The words were whispered at the edge of my perception, seeping in through the cracks of my mental barriers. There shouldn't have been any cracks. Avoid eye contact. My mind core piped up again. Breach happened while maintaining eye contact with the Lord of Change. Possible vector to bypass defenses. Soul energy flooded my mind, empowered by Atisha's power, sending quakes through my mind space as it was scoured of all alien influence I could find with brutal efficiency. It didn't touch my primary thought process, that would have been too obvious, and it wasn't able to affect my mind cores since they had several layers of failsafes built into their processes. However, I found some lingering taint in old memories, and I recognized a pattern even as I wiped them all, erasing them from my mind. Those were the good memories I had. Playing video games with friends, my mom pushing me on a swing as a little girl, one of my only good dates in high school and many more. I glowered at the demon, though my eyes remained shut. Better yet, I erased them entirely, relying solely on my auric perception to guide me. The bastard predicted what I'd do, knew I'd never leave it up to chance and that I'd erase those memories wholesale. What it probably didn't know was that I had all those memories backed up. I had initially come up with the idea of memory black boxes for my daughters, in case any of them got themselves killed, but I had one of my own, since redundancy never hurt anyone. It barely took a thought to replace those memories with copies. The cracks in my mind were sewn shut, then the entire barrier infused with soul energy, and now circulated through Atish first to amplify the result. I made sure to also weave the shapes of hexagrammatic wards into the flow of energy, hoping that would help resist another attempt at poking at my thoughts by the demon. Seemingly uncaring, the demon spoke again, 3 voices, one young, one old and one its own. All 3 voices spoke at once, over each other, unbothered that they were doing so. Naive, innocent little star. You know not how the game is played. You know not your own powers. Then the 3 became 100, speaking from all around. Some screaming, some roaring, some whispering. Hopeless. lost, ignorant, weak. Then they melded back into one powerful voice that had the fabric of reality quaking. You are nothing before the gods. Your light a candle in the wind. A dying ember. Nothing. You are nothing. It said, its voice echoing strangely in my ears. Nothing. 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 The last nothing sounded right next to my ears, and only then did I notice that the demon was gone. I exploded with silver flames, blasting the origin of the voice with as much as I could. It cackled, it screamed, it growled. Fine then. No holding back. I thought, a seething anger bubbling in my chest as I realized how much Kairos Fate Weaver must have been sandbagging me, and how much his half-manifested state must have weakened Kabanda. I thought I won those fights, or at least got a draw, but then this fucker was here, making a fool of me. That's probably why Kairos did it, to make me overconfident, comfortable in my power. A mass of chitness forms, all teeth and claws and hunger, exploded out of me in all directions. Tyranids in their hundreds, thousands flowing out of me like I was a loose faucet. They were all fully free, perfect clones not under my control, and I could feel the hive mind taking notice, connecting to them and descending. The shadow rose in the warp, firming reality and making space and the warp alike into a mire for Dharmans and regular psychers. It was heavy, weighing even on my shoulders, as it should be since I hadn't skimped out on synapse creatures. Neurotyrants floated in space by the hundreds, each a special node purpose-made to strengthen the shadow. The rest were similar, psychic bioforms like neurogaunts, zoanthropes, and the like. I purposefully avoided making bioships, or any bioforms which could quickly make one. I was sure if I left them to their devices, a good fraction of this horde would meld together to create bioships, narwhals, and whatever else they needed to create more of themselves. Not that I cared. Even if I gave them a year of prep time, they wouldn't become nearly as much of a threat to those I loved, as the demon before me. Said demon was not having so much fun anymore, though it still cackled, its form pulsing with each laugh like a balloon inflating itself, only to shrink again with the next breath. But its laugh was slightly strained, and its body was almost slouching. The vague cloud of energy making up its form was pressed together tighter and tighter with every new tyrannid I disgorged. That should make its teleporting trick, or whatever the hell it is, a bit more bothersome at least. I thought, my brows furrowed into a frown as I watched the creature like a hawk through my auric perception. I had felt no disturbances in the fabric of space, and I'd gotten pretty good at that over the course of my spars with the slippery Valineth, so I assumed the demon was doing something different. Maybe it was fooling my senses, somehow. Making my attention wane, or something, then zipping about quick enough to close the distance. Perhaps it was doing some stranger warp fuckery instead? Far behind me, the Sovereign 2 was following my example, and under my direction, it was rapidly expending its bioenergy reserves to grow the tyrannid horde. In contrast, I stopped doing so after I had a firm enough shadow up around us and instead covered myself in a second layer of armor, this one conjured from pure soul energy and infused with smite, the very essence of my soul's purifying properties. Head to toe, I was covered in sleek silvery armor that left no gaps, and just to be extra, and because fuck this demon, I added elaborate, hexagrammatic motifs onto it too. Against demons, I was of the mind that my eldritch, flesh-warping capabilities would be of little direct use. Sure, my pocket shadow in the warp was handy, and my avatar was a fruit of that ability, but I doubted the demon would be more than irritated if I tried cutting it up with a bones word, exploding it with a missile or blasting it apart with a plasma cannon. I had to rely on my psychic powers to do the heavy lifting in this fight. Did my smite-enhanced eldritch blast hurt it? Well, I assumed so, but it was time to start testing what exactly worked and what didn't. Cunning. Irritating. Gnat. The demon spoke, but now its voice held some strain, and a current of gleeful anger. It cackled, swinging its staff again, which suddenly materialized in its outstretched hand once more. Such praise, I murmured, my lips pulling into a sneer. Being an annoyance to evil twats is one of my life goals. An annoyance. An itch. A nail. You'll be scratched, hammered down, erased. You will be nothing. So I graduated from being nothing? I mused, then sent forth a salvo of eldritch blasts before the bastard could open its beak again. Energy flowed through me, flooding into a tiche, where it was further compressed, amplified, and concentrated. My trusty staff's head lit up like the surface of the sun, and the energy held within snapped forth in a near-continuous beam of devastating psychic power. The demon was sent reeling, its body consumed by the crackling power, blasted away into the darkness of the void. The tyrannid swarm around us wasn't idle either. With the bioforms not being under my control, the hive mind directed them into attacking us. Surprisingly, I found its focus almost evenly split between me and the demon. The neurotyrants were not really direct combat units, more like dedicated floating command centers and nodes for the shadow. They organized bioforms near them, and they pressed harder on the warp in their surroundings. Their only direct offensive attacks were in the form of the tendrils they had, which ended in wicked spikes, their terror and agony-inducing aura, and mental manipulation. Neurotyrants were among the very few tyrannids known to understand human behavior, and they were known to give false visions to enemies, sometimes driving a devoted emperor worshipper to betray their comrades with a well-placed vision. In contrast, zoanthropes were the psycho-equivalent units of the swarm, cobbled together from Eldar DNA. Which was why I made far fewer of them, even if they had a similar aptitude for empowering the surrounding shadow, just like neurotyrants. I let up with my eldritch blast salvo after a few seconds, having laid enough of a beating on the creature to level a mountain. I watched the demon carefully, seeing its vague, cloud-like form dilate and almost convulse. Or was it just tricking me? Or was it really hurt? Fucking Tsench and his never sufficiently damned demons. Give me bloodthirsters any day of the week. I'll take two, even if it meant I never have to deal with fuckers like this again. I focused on how the demon felt, how intense its presence was, how much power it radiated. All those, I suspected, the demon could cloak or alter at will, so they weren't the end-all, be-all, but it was a sign. Its aura was dimmer. Reasonably so, though less than I'd hoped. Its incorporeal state was likely protecting it from much of the damage my attack would have otherwise caused, or it would not be using it. If this were a Nurglite or Slaneshi greater demon, I'd have been astonished that it had even survived that cataclysmic blast without getting at the very least banished. A trap or the truth? Annoying as I was, I had to assume the first, even if it was truly hurt. Until I knew for sure, which I never would with its sea-ancient demon, I had to assume everything was a trap, a scheme, a plot. So I decided that the turnabout was only fair, and thus, to annoy it as much as possible. It wasn't like it could try to kill me any harder. 251, Demonic Troubles 2. I reformed the sheet of pariah matter I had used as a makeshift barrier and made a spike out of it, then chucked it at the demon at a respectable fraction of the speed of light. The whole demon twitched as the spike went through its incorporeal form, that was becoming frustrating and fast, without slowing even a bit. I warded off the errant attacks from the tyrannids with ease, especially since the majority of them were crude, psychic attacks. Against the Lord of Change's insidious tricks and mastery of telepathy, I had trouble, but against a crude, brutish attack? Not so much. I had brute psychic power in spades. Their attacks didn't so much as scratch my mental shields or silvery armor. The demon, unfortunately, didn't seem to be faring any worse, even with the supposed wounds I had just dealt it. Visible attacks bounced off its form ineffectually, and lazy swings of its staff decimated nearby tyrannids, be they tiny crawlies or powerful neurotyrants. Still, a distraction was a distraction, and it couldn't destroy them fast enough to weaken the shadow. The Sovereign could easily make more than the demon destroyed, though it would have to start cannibalizing itself to fuel that rate of production if this fight went on for longer than another minute. Considering it had been less than 10 seconds since it started, though it felt like much more with how fast everything was happening, that would be plenty of time. The demon watched me, I could feel its burning, hateful gaze on me even with my eyes currently erased. Power gathered in it, and I prepared myself, circulating that silvery energy infused with smite through my body, just to make sure it couldn't bypass my silvery armor the same way as it did my barriers. This attack was almost brutish in comparison to the sheer insidiousness of the first one. It was fire and lightning and pure, unadulterated change given form. Telekinesis was of no use against such a purely warp-based attack with little physical substance, so I did the creative thing and blasted a beam of argent power through the attack's center, hoping to disrupt it. Dodging still wasn't an option. The attack's trajectory was clearly calculated to strike the sovereign if I didn't stop it, and who knew what that change-infused attack would do to my poor flagship and the people inside it. The tyrannid horde between me and its source also proved no more than a minor speed bump. My attack did little to halt it, and before I knew it, the attack slammed into my defenses, throwing me back like a rag doll through the swarm. I had focused on empowering my armor through a tiche at the last moment before the attack struck, so I was reasonably sure I would be safe. The attack ate at my silvery armor, corroding it in places, burning in others, but more often than not, washing over it ineffectually. Atisha's slight reality-warping power might have been doing most of the heavy lifting, or maybe my silver regalia was just sufficient to protect me through the sheer psychic power I had infused into it. I arrested my momentum, coming to a sudden, jarring stop and then reversed course. I reached out, ethereal silvery hands grasping at the lingering traces of the attack before crushing them in their grips. Maybe Kairos had not been sandbagging his power, because now that I was struck by a direct attack, it wasn't anything to write home about. Sheer psychic power was my speciality, even if Celine claimed it was just the lack of any real speciality, and not even greater demons could seemingly overpower me easily. I redoubled my assault, deciding that not giving the fucker room to breathe might be the only way to victory. A true victory at that, not just a false one that had come from chasing it back into the warp and letting it plot my downfall from there uninterrupted. No, if it was weakened enough, then maybe I could make a gamble to end its immortal existence here and now. I gathered all the pariah material I had on hand, extracting them from the pre-made bullets and grenades I'd made, and turned them into smaller spikes. I grabbed them all firmly with my telekinesis and surged my psychic power once more. My avatar was just barely holding on, skin cracking in places, blood vessels bursting, bones fracturing. But all that was healed in less time than it took for my pain receptors to register them. A spike went flying, and the demon's hazy form convulsed again, like how a regular human might if you ran high-voltage electricity through them. I then started battering it with pure smite blasts, sending another null spike flying every time it started to gather itself. I was practically stun-locking it, which seemed to infuriate the overgrown chicken. Its form, for the first time since the beginning of our battle, turned fully corporeal after the fifth spike went through its body. It shrieked in rage, a feathered arm backhanding the next spike away with a disdainful gesture, but its arm nonetheless twitched outside its control. I let myself smirk. I could practically taste its unadulterated hatred and anger spike to new heights, which had to mean I was doing something right. The next eldritch blast I sent its way was one of the largest ones yet, equaling the first one that bored right through the demon. The Lord of Change twisted, the beam of destructive energy hitting it on the shoulder instead, and took out a chunk of flesh large enough that its arm hung on by a thread, barely connected to its torso. Now that was an obvious wound. My smirk stretched into a grin, and I redoubled my assault. Crackling silver lightning arced around us, webbing between the tyrannids nearby to box in the demon and strike at it from all sides, while I sent an unceasing barrage at it from the front. Its staff swung around freely, deflecting arcs of purifying lightning, banishing silver flames, or sending beams of energy curving away from it. My goal had been to not let it breathe, to not even give it enough breathing room to so much as consider some sneaky plot or insidious trap. That was only half successful, as I felt an incessant crawling sensation around my mind even as I unleashed my fury on the demon. It could multitask, not much of a surprise, in retrospect. Chunks of feathered flesh were scorched to ash, pulverized, obliterated. It was missing an ankle on one leg, its lower beak was just straight up gone, and it had holes across its chest the size of bowling balls. It moved with the same alacrity as ever, but its presence kept dimming, even if the assault on my mind became more and more desperate? Frantic? Furious? It didn't matter. It was weaker, I was winning. Each blast against it erased a part of its power, a part of the warp stuff making up its form and spirit. I was hurting it, killing it. Slowly but surely. Would it de-evolve into a herald, or even a lesser demon if I ripped away enough of its hard-earned power? It attempted to fool me again, illusory sounds, fake sensations and the like. It even managed to somehow slip past my mental defenses again, but it was met by my juiced-up mind cores primed and ready to rip apart its tricks. Every incoming stimulus was cross-checked with every other sense and perceptor I had in my body, and I had a lot of rather exotic ones. Even this demon didn't seem to know how to fool. Soul energy and bioenergy flowed through my mindscape, both enhancing and empowering my mind in their own way. Now that I'd learned of its tricks and pushed my defenses above and beyond what I'd considered the maximum at the start of the battle, it had little hope of succeeding with that angle. Which must have sucked, because its occasional frontal attacks weren't doing anything to me, washing over my armored form harmlessly. It tried to twist the Tyranids around it with warp fire, make them into vessels for the hordes of demons waiting just beneath the veil for a shot at taking a bite out of me. But the hive mind didn't let it, pressing down heavily with the shadow and executing any bioform that looked to be gaining any undue mutations, even if they were little more than mild discolorations of their chitin. That stunt also earned the demon the lion's share of the Tyranid's murderous attention, and suddenly, I only had maybe a fourth of the swarm to contend with as the rest descended upon the Lord of Change. Demonic roars of rage and deranged cackles rose and fell in the background, but I ignored them both, even if pushing this fucker to desperation pleased a part of me something fierce. Even the Tyranid zoanthropes' combined attacks started landing after a time, no longer swept aside with disdainful ease. Bolts of psychic energy rained down on the monster, and I could almost feel the weight of the telepathic battering ram the hive mind was trying to use to smother the demon's mind into dust. Not that it was working. The demon's mind was, strange, to say the least, slippery and morphic in a way that had all mental attacks I launched slide right off harmlessly, like I'd somehow messed up the aim of a telepathic attack, which should have been impossible. I wasn't too proud to admit that the demon outclassed me in telepathy, and it wasn't just by a bit. Which was why I focused on its body, its corporeal form that was built up from its immortal essence. If this was a greater demon of any of the other four twats, I would have rushed in to finish it off long ago. I felt I had the power to do so the moment it had been forced to take on a fully corporeal state, but this was a Tsienchen demon. Its death throes couldn't just be weathered. I was sure it had one last trick up its sleeve. Likely, it had hundreds, but it would only be able to pick one. It was probably waiting for me to get overconfident. Maybe it was even dimming its presence to look more hurt than it was. So I waited, wary and alert, my paranoia rising to new heights as the seconds went by with the demon getting tossed around like a rag doll by my unceasing eldritch blasts and pyromantic attacks. It was not taking them all head-on. I could feel it disperse the blows. I could feel it disrupt the beams of power, split the lightning bolts and sap the heat from the flames. But it was doing just barely enough to keep the attacks from causing serious wounds. Come on. Do it. What are you planning, you dumb chicken? I didn't have to wait long. The bastard waited until my latest barrage came to a halt, when I prepared a new spike to shove up its ass and acted. It burst into a storm of feathers and rainbow sparks, which collapsed on itself, winking out of existence. A cold, sinking feeling crept into my gut, thinking it went after Celine or Cat as a final fuck you. Then I almost breathed a sigh of relief when I felt the tiniest psychic fluctuation right above me, less than a meter away. That gnarled wooden staff swung down, silent and with the weight of a mountain behind it. I felt my mind go ever so slightly hazy, as if I was zoning out, forced into a momentary daze. It probably hoped it'd last long enough to hit me with that spell glowing at the tip of its staff, but I shook off the daze in a mere blink. The staff was close, less than 10 centimeters away from my face, but that space was plenty. I didn't know what that spell was, but I knew I didn't want to get hit by it. Tsienchen curses were fucked up, and that thing stank of change in a way that promised serious trouble. My avatar collapsed into a small sphere. The silvery regalia I'd fashioned around myself stayed rigidly in place, though, as a distraction. But only for so long, as I made the helmet burst into nothing as it was about to come in contact with the staff. Who knew whether the spell could ride my connection to the energy it was made of, hopping over at me? I wouldn't put it past this demon. The staff passed me by harmlessly, and I reformed my avatar, then tossed myself at the demon. The silvery gauntlet on my right arm formed into a scythe, which I made quick use of, swinging it in a lightning-fast blow to cut off the demon's head. I felt its eyes on me, the hatred in them a physical weight pressing in on me from all around. The pure vitriol they had spiked to new heights, then a furious screech smashed against my mental shields like a hammer blow as I watched the demon turn into a cloud of hazy, rainbow energy once more. A tenth of the cloud burned away in silvery flames, no doubt a severe blow, but not the decapitation I was hoping for. Then it rushed me, the rainbow cloud surged forth, not running away to gain space, but coming right at me. I pressed my mind for a moment to think, diluting my perception of time to the limit, and I watched the approaching demon. It's a gamble, I thought, considering the idea I had been swimming around in my head for a while now. But it might just be the only way to kill this feathered twat. I just have to be careful. I know what its energy feels like now. I didn't run, I didn't even resist as it plunged into my chest, latching onto the thick thread connecting my avatar to my realm. I felt it hesitate, alarm bells likely ringing in its head at my lack of resistance, but it was already too deep in to back out. My energy, my pure soul energy, was like catnip to these demons, I'd found. And it seemed not even a greater demon of this caliber could resist the temptation. Not that I would have let it. The moment it was closer to my realm than the warp, I sprang my trap, even if it was not much of one. The physical world was a neutral battleground, though it could favor either of us a tiny bit more depending on circumstances like how thin the veil was, or whether there was an oppressive shadow in the warp on the battlefield. My realm? That was mine, it was me, it was my domain. It was the only place where I could use my soul's ridiculous psychic power to the fullest without fear, and I did just that. The whole dimension, the entire realm, clamped down on the invader, constricting it until its form broke and it was reduced to nothing but sentient demonic energy. I held it firmly, placing barriers around each of the subrealms floating around in the wide expanse. The primary risk of doing this was that if I somehow messed this up, I'd be handing over the souls of everyone in my realm to this demon on a silver platter, along with enough energy to gorge itself into recovering everything it had lost and more. I hauled the demon up towards my true soul, which floated imperiously at the center of the realm like a tiny, silver sundae. The demon didn't resist, if anything, it was trying to jump out of my grasp to rush ahead and wrap itself around my soul like a koala. Hunger and need radiated off the Lord of Change in such intensity that I doubted it was thinking clearly. By the looks of it, the abominable creature was consumed by the singular desire to corrupt and devour my soul. I held it close, close enough that I could touch it if I just reached out with a hand, but not close enough for the demon to lay even a single claw on me. It struggled, writhing like a mad, ravenous beast, but my grip was an iron vice, and there was no escape. Not here, not for a demon this weakened and maddened. The silvery radiance of my soul was many times more intense than anything I could conjure with my avatar, and just being this close was eroding the demon into nothing as the energy making it up was purified and torn away from it, added back into my realm. I'd spent a lot of soul energy on this fight, and it would take months to recover it all with my previous methods, but this demon still had enough energy in it to give me a good head start. Better yet, there is still a horde of them down on the planet, and maybe tens of thousands more just beyond the veil. Maybe I could keep the shadow in place just a bit more to devour as much of that horde as possible. I have a feeling I'm not going to like the consequences of being dry on soul energy. Especially not after I found out that it was the only thing that gave me a fighting chance against the more insidious greater demons. I kept myself at high alert, watching the demon like a hawk as its struggles grew weaker and its energies were torn away from it. I watched to make sure none of its energies slipped away to mess with my realm. I wouldn't have put it past its sentient demon to fake this delirious madness to pull a quick one and detonate Celine's soul out of spite, or for the laughs. I saw nothing of the sort, but I only breathed a sigh of relief once the last ember of warp energy was purified from my realm, and I had triple-checked everything for sabotage. There was nothing. I have won. The fight had taken all of 21 seconds, rounded up, from start to finish. I even had some of my enriched pariah material left over. Now I just had a tyrannid swarm, an army of cultists and demons, and a horde of other demons to deal with. Yeah, and a bunch of Tau who probably watched the whole fight. They were going to have a fit, I just knew it. More work for Ansal. He's gotta earn his keep somehow. 252, Aftershock. Mara hugged the fluffiest, most huggable of her many fluffy friends tightly to her chest. Her eyes, narrowed with a primal dread and fixated on an unassuming section of the sky, slowly started to ease up. Her tiny brows evened out, the frown seeping out of them as the small girl slumped. She did not know what had been happening, but it was over now. There was something really, really bad out there, up in the sky just now, and it gave her the creeps. She glanced towards the silvery sun shedding light upon her little world, squinting up at it with a slowly growing smile as she felt its warm rays on her skin. For some reason, it always felt like it was watching over her, like a silent guardian. It was nice, though it wasn't very huggable, so she still liked her fluffy friends much more, even if the sun made her feel warm and comfy. The fluffy friend held in her arms, encased in a crushing embrace, squirmed, its snout rearing back to lick at Mara's cheeks. The girl giggled happily, all prior worries forgotten as she squished the fluffiest of fluffy friends and rubbed her cheek against its adorable face. The little fox yipped happily, licking Mara's cheek and wagging its tail. Her other fluffy friends, already gathered around her, saw this and grew jealous. Yips, meows, chirps and barks sounded as a tide of fluffy friends buried Mara. The girl continued to giggle, pure joy the sole emotion in her chest as she tried to pet them all at once. This fluffy heaven really was the best. It made it so easy to not think about the before and the memories just barely out of reach that her thoughts sometimes stumbled upon. Dark, twisted memories she didn't want, but which refused to go away. They were so hazy, barely even impressions and echoes of emotions, but even those were strong enough to ruin Mara's mood for the day and send her into a panic. Stupid nightmares, too. At least she had her very own fluffy ward against those. No nightmares dared to sneak up on her when she was sleeping in a bed of divine fluff. That's right. The fluff was unbeatable, and she was the queen of all that was fluffy and good. Anyone who doubted it could look upon her army of fluffy friends and marvel at their own silliness for ever having doubted her. Kat stared owlishly at the visual display, unable to even blink. Her mouth hung open, forming a little O as her brain worked overtime to make sense of what she'd just seen. Sure, she knew Mom was awesome and strong as hell, but knowing it and seeing it were two very different things. That the easygoing woman who usually only used her powers to levitate stuff she didn't want to stand up to grab, or teleport around to spare herself the hassle of walking like lowly mortals could do that was hard to grasp. Wow. A little sound of amazement slipped through her lips, awe filling her gaze as she stared at Mom fighting with that feathery beast, a demon, a big one at that, if her implanted knowledge held true. All around were tyranids, floating brains encased in carapace, as all bioforms made for psychic tasks were. A veritable swarm of them that could lay waste to entire worlds, perhaps sectors entirely if given time. The two battling titans all but ignored them. Hell, it was Mom who made them, and wasn't that a freaky sight, seeing a tide of monsters flowing out of her body? The real battle was over, it had been so for minutes now, but Kat was watching the replay, since her pitiful human-grade eyeballs couldn't hope to track the fight as it happened in real time. Also, Mom hadn't really thought about including a theater system in the panic ball she'd sealed her and Celine in, so it wasn't like she could have watched the actual fight even if she had wanted to. Speaking of Celine, the woman stood to the side, watching the projection with a put-upon frown on her lips. Mom had checked in with both of them after she was supposedly done with destroying the demon. Her own conversation with Mom had been a quick back and forth, Mom making sure she was alright and such, and Kat pleading to her to set up the theater system she was currently watching before she went back out to continue her work. According to Kat's amateurish understanding of emotions and stuff, Mom had really needed that mundane distraction after the fight. She'd been freaking out a bit, which probably wasn't healthy for anything within a few light years of her. On the other hand, Kat only had Celine's facial expressions to go on to guess how her telepathic conversation with Mom had gone, but she would bet she'd asked Mom to be taken back out to fight now that the big bad demon was gone, and got denied. The demon seemed to have given Mom the heebie-jeebies, so both Kat and Celine were still inside the ball, as Kat started to call in her head. Speaking of Celine, Kat wasn't sure how to feel about her, how she should feel about her. She was Mom's lover, her partner, her consort, but she wasn't Kat's mother, not in any way that mattered. Never made an effort to be either, she just treated Kat and her sisters like they weren't her business? She certainly left all that parenting stuff to Mom, so did that mean she didn't want to be part of the family? Who wouldn't want that? Kat only had a few months of life under her belt, but she could safely say that hugs, head pats, and ear scratches were the best. Who wouldn't want to be tied in a societal web where everyone could freely share those things with each other? Kat had a feeling Celine had a different view of the situation. Did she even acknowledge Kat and her sisters as mom's daughters? Kat knew humans supposedly had ideas about whether artificially created children like her counted as people. It wouldn't have bothered her what any silly human thought, but Celine was clearly important to Mom, so that elevated her above the masses. Such a conundrum. Should she ask and make sure? But what if her worst fears proved true? Doubt was better than certainty sometimes. Maybe Kat was better off not knowing. The decision between whether I wanted to deal with the Tau, maybe go over and calm them down or something, or if I wanted to head back down to the dreary, demon-infested swamp was a rather simple one. I might have gotten better at politics and people stuff since I started receiving impromptu tutoring sessions on the topic from Celine and also incorporated ethereal DNA in my avatar, but it didn't change the fact that I had no patience for it. Just imagining having to explain myself and what happened to a bunch of self-important blue pricks so soon after that scare made me want to put my fist through a wall. Thinking about it now, it might have been the smart choice to avoid the Tau for a bit. Some therapeutic demon slaying would calm my nerves and help me relax, reclaim my balance. Yep. It wouldn't be conducive to my future plans if I got annoyed at an uppity Tau and punted the fucker into the local star. I'd also have to schedule some Celine time, since my lovely girlfriend was probably pretty cross with me after I kinda sorta put her in timeout. In my defense, the veil was still thin, and I was sure I glimpsed at least a handful of keepers of secrets and great unclean ones hiding among the demonic hordes in the immaterium. It was better if she were far out in orbit, taking shelter in that makeshift bunker. Any greater demon that materialized on the surface would have to fly up to the bunker, giving me some time to react and blink over. I'd probably have to take her to that void kraken hunt I'd promised her a few months back. She wouldn't be truly angry, I think. She knew I just worried, but she'd probably be sulking a bit in the near future until I appeased her. I think. Man, even being a telepath didn't help with figuring out how to properly handle my girlfriend at times. But maybe that was for the best. Little surprises were the spice of life. My life would be so very boring if I could perfectly predict what everyone around me was going to do ahead of time. There is no fun in that. First things first, I had to deal with the itsy-bitsy tyrannid swarm I'd unleashed, clean up my trash, as it were. The zoanthropes were capable of brutish forms of psionics, simple applications of the hive mind's immense psychic strength, which they were conduits of. Psychic blasts, mental or physical, instilled dread or madness, shields, barriers, those sorts of things. Nothing elaborate, nothing needing even the slightest bit of creativity or finesse. They used the simplest manifestations of psychic powers that had practical use for them. In a way, these psychic synaptic nodes were pretty similar to my avatars, all things told. Though they went with quantity, where I had to go with quality, since I could only maintain 2 avatars at a time. And while the hive mind was doubtless intelligent in its own, malicious, bestial way, I had higher cognition, sapience, sentience, and a near limitless processing power to go with it. All that is to say, the tyrannid swarm was a bit more troublesome to reabsorb than a regular swarm would have been, but it only made the effort a bit more tedious, not dangerous. I had to go around, pop barriers, then devour the tyrannids sheltering inside with eldritch tendrils. They clumped together, almost as if they were working rituals, pooling together their strength to conjure stronger barriers. It didn't help. I could have blown through them with brute force, but I found some form of amusement in blinking through the barriers and devouring them, leaving their painstakingly crafted shields unharmed. It had been exactly what that dumb demonic chicken tried to do to me, and nobody could say I couldn't learn new tricks from my enemies. Though this wasn't much of a trick, it was just common sense. Go through the path of least resistance. Attack what's weakest. Attack in a way to force your foe into the place you want them to be. Act weak when you are strong, and strong when you're weak. If you can't go through a wall, go around it. I had dedicated a not inconsiderable portion of my mental processing power to run repeated checks over my mental condition, physical state, and even that of my realm to make sure the demon hadn't left behind any lingering nastiness. But more than anything, I replayed the fight, from start to finish, and analyzed everything. Everything the demon did, how I reacted to it and why. I quickly came to the conclusion that the fucker had been playing me from the start, rushing the sovereign knowing I'd intercept it. He forced me to face him, to tank his attacks or at least divert them from the ship. Even now, I couldn't be sure whether the demon had accomplished its goal. Was its end goal erasing my humanity by corrupting those memories I'd since replaced? Was it killing Celine and Kat to make me pissed? Was it just a foolish attempt at devouring my soul? Maybe scouting my realm for later assaults? Something else entirely? To put a wedge between me and the Tau? To make me overly paranoid and alienate my lover and daughters by growing obsessively overprotective? My mind cores listed all possible reasons, all possible consequences with a dispassionate professionalism. More than a few of them stung, and I made a promise to myself to make sure I knowingly counteracted my impulses in the future to prevent those from becoming a problem. Yes, I would be more wary about danger heading for Celine or my daughters from now on, but I wouldn't become a control freak. I couldn't. They weren't pets. They were family. A weird, strange family that I didn't have the slightest idea how to make even slightly functional. But I'd have to try, and keep that in mind when thinking about any further decisions concerning them. I made a quick mental algorithm to poke me in the brain about it when it came up, so I wouldn't forget it. I could almost feel the hive mind's apocalyptic rage pressing down on the fabric of space around me, but I ignored it as I went about my task. At worst, I'd get another splinter fleet thrown my way, and I was never one to look down on a free meal, especially if it was delivered free of charge. The pressure fizzled out like a dying candle as the last synapse creature died, and I felt my reserves of bioenergy soar back to nearly the same level it had been before the fight. Sure, a good fraction of it got spent on healing my avatar and boosting its cognitive capacity, but I'd used soul energy primarily, which would be much harder to recover. I'd have to be a bit frugal to make sure I had enough in reserve for another nasty, feathered surprise. I tilted my gaze down towards the planet. There were dozens of rituals, tearing holes into the fabric of reality and letting demons pour forth. I'd need to close those first, then eradicate the ones present in the materium, then maybe go for a warp dive to grab as many of the lingering hordes there for a quick meal. After that, I would have to deal with politics, and after that I still had a girlfriend to appease. I just hoped she would understand why I freaked out so much. I knew she would, given some time to think and relax. She was rather empathetic and understanding, most of the time, much to my luck. So I'd just have to help her relax and let her think. I think I have some ideas. 253, Cleanup. A bloodletter rushed at me, hatred in its eyes, a need for blood and murder guiding its steps. It wielded a flesh cleaver, of all things, which it held raised above its head. For a moment, I just stared at the simple creature as its steps ate up the distance between us. It came at me in a straight line, its mode of attack obvious to anyone with an eye. It held no capacity for deception or even higher thought, in its mind. It was almost cute. Like a ferocious kitten. An orange kitten, with far too few brain cells, maybe. And one that loved to roll around in its own waste, because damn, warp energy never got any less revolting, and this thing was made of the stuff. I raised my gun, an old-school revolver I'd thrown together on the flight down to the planet, made entirely out of organic material. Its rotating cylinder had 6 chambers, each of which now held one of my null bullets. That overgrown chicken had gotten in my way, but I'd be damned if I didn't test my newest pet project on live targets just because it decided to piss all over my plans for the day. I aimed the gun, lining up the iron sight to point right at the ugly mug of the bloodletter and pulled the trigger. The revolver kicked back against my hand, but the minor recoil wasn't even enough to make my hands twitch. The bullet exploded forth with a loud crack of thunder, and I dilated my perception of time to watch its flight. It was rotating properly, and it seemed that I hadn't messed up anything major since the bullet head seemed reasonably intact. That probably meant my initial guess at the proper amount of explosive force needed to launch it had been on point. I wasn't using something as primitive as gunpowder, but bioplasma instead, and while that meant the bullets themselves didn't need to have their combustible payload included, I instead had to refine this new process nearly from the ground up. Tyranids had projectile weapons, but those used compressed air and usually shot spikes or something of the like, not tiny bullets. Unfortunately, the compressed air version didn't seem compatible with the revolver form, which was a non-negotiable part of my weapon. I wanted my revolver, damn it. I watched the demon's face twitch into a grimace a moment before the bullet hit, then watched it tear a hole through its head. The wound was tiny, as one would expect from a bullet wound, but the creature dropped like a sack of bricks. The moment it started tilting forward, the wound started to spread, widening as the demon's not flesh started to discorporate, and then it quickly vanished into nothing. By the time its body hit the ground, it was missing its head and neck, and its rough meeting with the ground made what remained of it burst into crimson energy that hissed angrily before seeping through the veil into the immaterium. Well. So it was an instant kill, but not the permanent kind, merely banishment, or was it? My third eye opened, and I followed the crimson energy as it escaped, flowing back towards the depths of the warp where I suspected the realms of the four twats were. The little bloodletter was probably returning to Daddy Corn's gardens to lick its wounds, though I was curious just how substantial those wounds were. Did my null bullet put the little fella out of commission for at least a few decades? Or would the little shit be back to ruin someone's day somewhere else in the galaxy in a few days' time? Unfortunately, I couldn't peer into the deep warp from my realm, and I abhorred the idea of taking a dive to check it out. A Lord of Change managed to poke my memories and laugh its way around my mental barriers. I did not want to even think about how much worse meeting its boss could go for me. Of course, bloodletters were never alone. These lesser demons of Khorne were always a horde, summoned forth by incredible bloodshed and death, or a ritual that used such things as a catalyst. So more came, and I felt myself grin. I spun my revolver around a finger, then grabbed it, cocked its hammer and aimed. The bullets exploded forth with deafening cracks, each one striking a bloodletter. I switched up my targets, one bullet through the head, another the chest, a third a thigh and a fourth went through a palm. To my surprise, each demon got banished, though the ones I hit in a less vital area managed a step or two before they poofed out of existence. Neat. I thought, giving my new toy an affectionate pat. There were many more demons to kill, dozens came every minute from the Terran space just 100 meters up ahead, per minute. And like it or not, I had a limited amount of null bullets, so I'd have to handle them, and the other ones I found the old school way. I'll have to crank up production and look into increasing the potency again, in some reasonably ethical way. I'm going to need all the tricks I can get my hands on if another demon like that tricky chicken shows up to ruin my day. I still had enough morals that I felt utterly revolted at the idea of raising fully aware pariah children like cattle just to slaughter them for their biomatter once their souls fully matured and saturated their physical forms. Which would have been the easiest solution to my problem. In a way, every being I created with an awareness, sapience, and sentience was a child of mine. Jeff, the big space noodle, and my daughters were the only ones to date, though the prior was more like a family pet. Maybe because, perhaps subconsciously, I shaped the artificial mind like how I thought a loyal pet dog might think if it gained sentience. My blade formed in my hand, a simple bones word, left unenhanced by my vast psychic power. It wouldn't take much soul energy to empower it like it was designed to be, but I didn't even need the sword itself to slaughter these pitiful demons. My body itself was a weapon, and I could punch through their faces easily enough, which tended to banish them all the same. It just so happened that they were disgusting, so I'd much rather dice them up with a sword than use my fists. It was part of my effort to be less wasteful with my soul energy. I didn't need the added power, so I wouldn't waste the soul energy on it. Perhaps I would keep this habit of efficiency even after I recovered the soul energy I'd lost. It never hurt to have more power in reserve, and my bioenergy usually sufficed for most things. It was worth considering. 20 more bloodletters came at me as I reabsorbed my revolver and sent the null bullets back onto the Sovereign for storage. I flicked the sword in the other hand, a sleek longsword held in a loose, one-handed grip. Its balance was perfect, the edge reasonably sharp, though not molecular, even if it was a near thing. I surged forward, a single flowing dash taking me through the rushing group as my blade lashed out in savage arcs faster than the stupid creatures could ever hope to react. I slowed to a walk, trotting up to the tear on top of the small hill, the demons behind me poofing out of existence. Yes, that Lord of Change might have been able to almost entirely negate physical damage, but I was pretty sure that was a unique thing. Most, if not all, demons could be banished through sufficient application of physical force. Their vessels were what tethered them to the materium, destroying those sent them back to the warp. Simple as that. A tish snapped into my arm, and I reached out, grabbing a hold of the fading demonic essence before it could flee back into the warp. It flowed into me, sinking into my skin and rushing up the thread of my soul to my realm, where it was purified into soul energy in less than a nanosecond. It wasn't much, not even 0.1% of the energy that went into a single one of the eldritch blasts I had unleashed on the Lord of Change. But it was energy that came without dipping my metaphorical toes into the warp. A smooth rock surface stretched on the hilltop, bare of the swampy trees that infested this planet. The ones that grew around the clearing were thin and withered, and they all leaned away from the twisted thing at the center, as if even they were afraid of it. My eyes traced the shifting shapes stretching across the surface. Someone had brought large stone slabs up here, melded them together, then used them to draft the ritual. Perhaps it had been carved out of stone at first, or maybe painted on in blood. Now it was neither, pure warp energy curving and twisting in the shape of a weird circle filled with eldritch shapes that made my eyes itch when I looked at it. There were more in those scribbles than mere ink. They were concepts, dark, bloody concepts of death and war. Merely standing on it put the taste of iron on my tongue and made a curdling bloodlust simmer in the edges of my mind, just beyond my barriers. I stomped down, shattering the stone foundation, and then flicked my hand, using a minuscule amount of soul energy to blast the shards away with a wave of force. The twisted, curdling energy of the warp hanging over the clearing and flowing out of the tear stuttered, then space itself seemed to hitch. The energy guttered out and reality snapped back into place, erasing the tear with a vengeance. The world was not yet drenched in blood and war nearly enough to allow for a spontaneous manifestation of Kornite demons, so the rituals were their only way to get here. I thought of letting it linger instead and eating up the energy that seeped through, but I decided against it. It wasn't worth it. A single bloodletter had as much energy inside it in the form of essence as that tear released in 10 minutes. I could go kill hundreds of bloodletters in 10 minutes, or more if I found larger groups. Finding them was the problem, not killing them. If there were an endless horde of them, I could maybe slaughter tens of thousands in 10 minutes with just my sword and the strength of my body. One down, a few more to go. It should be done in an hour, I thought, and that was calculating with my reduced speed, considering I wouldn't be wasting soul energy on blinks, and would instead haul my ass over to the other rituals on foot. Or wait. I'm a shapeshifter, kinda. I can just turn into a bird or something and fly there. Wait a second, I have a dragon template. I'm so gonna turn into a dragon. I did just that, hopping into the air and twisting my avatar to take on the form of my dragon template. Large, leathery wings pushed down on the air and launched me further into the air. My enthusiasm dampened somewhat when I instinctively channeled some of my psychic power to flow through the draconic body. The dragons were not creatures that should be able to fly, their wings were too small compared to their body weight. So how did they? The answer was, of course, space magic. When in doubt, blame warp fuckery. A bit regretfully, I twisted my form again and turned into a hawk instead. It was faster than a dragon in flight anyway, even if it was much less cool. Still, its flight would give me a free and reasonably fast transport option. If I channeled some bioenergy to enhance the avian body, it could fly nearly as fast as a slower commercial aircraft from back home. That'd have to do for now. Luckily, the rituals were clumped reasonably close together, spread across the front line of the battlefield. It probably helped their rituals if they were closer to the site of death and bloodshed. So it only took 10 to 20 minutes to fly from one to the other as a juiced-up hawk, which was, by the way, pretty damned cool too. There was something different about flying under my own power, by using my wings and body solely to accomplish the task instead of cheating with psychic stuff. I mean, I loved cheating, but this was cool too. On second thought, I think I'm not going to give voice to that sentence. It's far too easy to misunderstand, and I might be sleeping on the couch as it is for the next few days. 254, I am back. It was at the 5th ritual site that something strange happened, just as I finished turning a bunch of bloodletters into fillet. This ritual had been conducted in a damp cave that somehow managed to be even drearier and even more ominous than the rest of this damned ball of mud and misery. The disemboweled corpses of the erstwhile cultists covering most of the ground in here that was not shining with the baleful light of the warp only added to the ambience, and the smell. Mostly the smell. God, this cave stank. But at least I got a distraction soon enough, just after I swallowed the newest tiny sip of warp energy. It tasted foul, like rotten eggs and fertilizer, but I ignored the flavor with a slight grimace, anyway. My attention drifted towards the warp, my third eye slowly opening as I saw something strange happening. The horde scattered, though not really, they just pulled away. Large gaps opened up in their previously cohesive swarm, new spots that were frothing at the surface, for the lack of a better word. From somewhere deep, deep within the warp, energy flooded up to the surface. The frothing waters concealed whatever was coming, making me frown and snap back into full combat focus. A tiche shimmered into existence, my bioarmor formed, and then my silver regalia layered itself over it. Then I waited, and I wasn't made to do so for long. The tear ahead, at the center of the ritual, became 1,000 times firmer than before, no longer a flickering wound that might get stamped on by reality at any moment, but something that seemed capable of persisting for good. A rainbow of colors bubbled to the surface of the warp in those frothing spots, sending a cold dread down my spine. Did my killing off his greater demon piss off Tseach so much that he decided to throw something even nastier at me than before? But it wasn't a Tsiantian demon that emerged, not at all. They came bursting out of the spatial tear, one after the other, with the grace of a pair of cannonballs. They flew us over teakettle, like a pair of toys thrown by a child throwing a tantrum. They slammed into the far walls of the cavern, one giving a groan that was a mix of delight and pain, while the other landed with a disgusting, wet squelch. I just ever so faintly caught a whiff of incredible smugness from the depths of the warp, and then the spatial tear snapped shut behind me, leaving me in the cavern alone with my new visitors. They clambered to their feet, both looking frazzled and somewhat dazed, though it was hard to tell with both. A keeper of secrets, Slaanish's greater demon. Sleek, slender, beautiful, and horrible. For arms, hooked feet, horns, and a barbed tongue in both metaphorical and the literal sense. A great unclean one, Nurgle's greater demon. Big, fat, disgusting. It was decay and disease made manifest, and I hated it with every fiber of my being from the moment I first laid eyes on it. Did I just get a free meal from Tseanch? I mean, he would know that, unlike his fucky Lord of Change, I would be a much better match for these two. He sent them here to get slaughtered. Cornite demons were tricky opponents for me because they were resistant to magic, almost to the point of immunity, so I had to beat them to death the old school way. In contrast, Tsiantian demons were better at magic than I, so they could, as I'd learned earlier today, mitigate the damage I did to them, to an extent. These two looked no happier to be in here with me than I was, that I could feel. Both of the twats radiated confusion, daze, annoyance, and even some resignation. Of course, all that was hidden under a thick layer of the usual demonic reaction to me, hate, hunger and greed. What the fuck was going on? Did Tseanch get annoyed that I broke his toy, and so he decided to spread the misery around by throwing two greater demons of the other two chaos gods at me? I shrugged my shoulders. It seemed possible, maybe even probable. Tseanch was a weird one. They said no one fucks over Tseanch as much as Tseanch does. He was also known to prolong the great game, because winning meant the world would stagnate, which meant no more change, which would have been bad for the chaos god of change. Back to the matter at hand, the two greater demons polluting the air I was breathing. The keeper of secrets stepped forward, cloven feet clicking on the stone floor as it moved with a sinuous, deadly grace. The creature was temptation and sexual allure made manifest in the most horrible way, and I doubted I'd have been immune to its charm had it not been for one thing: its very existence disgusted me on a deep, spiritual level. Just looking at it, the analytical part of my brain could deduce that it was supposed to be beautiful, but that helped little when just being in its presence nearly made me retch. It was unfortunate for the demon, that is. Where lords of change specialized in psychic manipulation, plotting and sorcery, these cunts were manipulators of the emotional and social kind, and the fastest things on the other side of the veil. They knew what made people tick at a glance, knew how to get under their skin, how to tempt, seduce, and corrupt. There was a moment I could tell it was going for the temptation and seduction angle at first, then its gait shifted into something much more predatory as it took in my tightly wound form. One step, it was walking; the next, it was racing at me like a missile. It was fast, faster than any demon I'd met before, faster than the Swarm Lord, though not nearly as swift as the Norn emissary had been. which meant it wasn't nearly fast enough to do what it intended to do. I stood still, feigning that I was just barely fast enough to track its approach but not quick enough to react. I watched its lips peel back to reveal rows upon rows of blackened, needle-like teeth. Its eyes darkened with twisted glee and utter malice, driving it to lash out at me with its barbed scythe-like blade. So confident in its own superiority it was, that it didn't even aim at anything vital, just a rake across my side that would undoubtedly hurt like a bitch if it pierced my armor. I didn't give it the satisfaction of even touching my armor. Bioenergy flooded my avatar, and while before I could have gone toe-to-toe with the Slaneshi demon, with the boost, its prodigious speed seemed too slow to a near crawl. I smirked, sent a surge of smite down the length of my blade and lunged, slipping through its cumbersome guard like an eel and plunging my blade through its chest. It froze, and I felt its essence stutter and convulse. I knew greater demons tended to have some regeneration, and if that blow hadn't been enhanced by smite, it might have managed to keep its manifestation intact. It wasn't so lucky. I manifested a tish in my grasp, grabbed the demon's dissipating energy with its reality-warping power and sent it up to my realm for purification. Now that had been a proper meal, recovering a much more substantial portion of my missing soul energy in one go. My smirk widened into a grin as I let a wistful sigh slip through my lips. That had been a greater demon, just like Kabanda, just like the Lord of Change that had given me so much trouble earlier. And I slaughtered it with laughable ease. It felt good. My mind core helpfully poked me in the brain, suggesting that Cinch might have thrown these weaklings at me so I'd reclaim some of my earlier confidence, and with it, become somewhat complacent again. My grin fell away, turning into a frown that I aimed at my next foe. The great unclean one watched with its baleful yellow eyes, standing with its back against the wall on trunk-like legs. Its form was riddled with nasty wounds, leaking blood, pus, and worse. Its stench was more than physical, its very presence was disease and decay made manifest. This creature, if left alone, could spread millions of more or less supernatural diseases clinging to its rotting carcass like the mother of all plagues. Maybe more than any other kind of demon, Nurgle's lot ruined the words they were summoned to. Why? Because a bloodthirster needed to slaughter enough foes to plunge a world into the grasp of chaos, a keeper of secrets had to corrupt the populace, and a lord of change would need rituals and vast sorcery. The great unclean one? It just needed to sit on its fat arse and let its plagues loose. In months, the world would be an uninhabitable hellhole that not even terraforming would be able to make fit for human habitation ever again. These fuckers were the primary cause of exterminatus orders, according to the Deathwatch records I'd extracted from my prisoners' minds. The disgusting creature stared at me, a far too wide mouth stretching into a disturbing grin. Everything about it was wrong, decaying, diseased. Die. The word was spoken as a curse, and I knew the creature was just as much, if not even more, disgusted by my presence than I was of its own. The aura of decay, riddled with millions of diseases, plagues and sicknesses, collapsed upon me from all around. Some of it was mundane, as normal as smallpox or tuberculosis, and some not so much. There were plagues that would twist a man into a zombie, another that would rot his blood over the course of months, another that turned the skin poisonous, another that riddled the brain with tumors, and many, many more. All are empowered by the psychic power of this greater demon of Nurgle, the chaos god of disease, decay, death, and destruction. It wrapped around my silver regalia, but found no purchase. The silvery energy of smite latched onto the potent warp energy in the aura, its very own antithesis, and obliterated it as the two clashed. Smite-infused soul energy was to chaos-tainted warp energy what antimatter is to regular matter. When the two met, they obliterated each other. That's why I had to drag the warp energy into my realm if I wanted to purify it into soul energy. Only my soul could do that. I took a step forward, light and relaxed. The revolting greenish aura intensified around me, trying to press in, decay my defenses into nothing, riddle my body and soul with such diseases that I'd beg for the release of death, or the embrace of the grandfather. Some of the armor perished, its surface layers fading away as they erased the warp energy striking them, but I kept the flow of energy steady and kept the armor in place. With another step, the surrounding stone started rotting, the air grew misty and green, tumors grew on the walls and ceiling, leaking sacs filled with condensed diseases. My third step let loose a blast of silver fire, a circular shockwave expanding outwards. The plumes of argent flames latched onto the new growth, they ignited the very air thick with pathogens. I stepped through and now had the great unclean one within arm's reach. It had its back pressed up against the wall, sweating rivulets of acidic green liquid that sizzled as they touched the ground. The silvery flames kept leaping at the creature, but the thick waves of pulsating decay aura washing off of its body kept them at bay. There was just too much warp energy for those flames, since they could only erase about an equal amount of warp energy to the amount of soul energy they'd been created with. None of that helped it when I wrapped my sword in the stuff and shoved it up its ass, though. Well, not its ass, and I didn't do it by hand. I threw the sword blazing with argent flames at the disgusting creature so fast it broke the sound barrier and pinned the great unclean one to the cavern wall. I stepped just a single step closer and bonked the greater demon right in its ugly face with a tish, the tip of my staff charged with enough power to destroy a mountain. The attack all but erased its head, and that pushed it the rest of the way towards banishment. It was significantly tougher than the Keeper of Secrets, thus the fact that it took an entire 2 blows instead of 1. I grabbed its fading essence and devoured it, like it would have devoured my own soul if it could have. There was a twisted irony in that. One I found myself appreciating somewhat, which made the utterly abhorrent taste of the Nurglite demon somewhat bearable. It was the most revolting demon I'd ever encountered by a good margin, and touching its essence with my soul made it even worse. Too bad everything outside my realm was more or less tainted by the warp, meaning I'd never find a palate cleanser, just more or less disgusting sources of soul energy. I took extra care to fully digest these two, since they were the first greater demons I'd gobbled up, not considering that Lord of Change, since it had been rather spent, both mentally and in power, by the time it jumped headfirst into my maw. I watched for any spreading plague or disease trying to reach for the souls under my protection, and while there were more than a few, their warp taint stood out like a blotch of dark ink on a pristine white piece of paper. The Keeper of Secrets, meanwhile, seemed far too enraptured by the agony of having its entire existence come undone to do anything naughty. It took almost a minute to fully digest them, but it was worth it. So much free energy. Next up, I made extra sure to erase every lingering warp taint left behind by the pair of cunts. On the off chance that the Tau hoisted this dreary shithole on me in the future, I didn't want to have to worry about one of Grandpa Nurgle's handcrafted plagues making a mess of things. Nor did I want a cult of Slaanesh to be popping up because some idiot stumbled into this cavern and got his brain twisted into a pretzel by the Keeper of Secrets' lingering taint. Nope, no such bullshit on my watch. And if it added just another 20 minutes to the time I had before I had to do politics, then what? It was important work. It'd have been the height of idiocy to leave it for later and let it fester. Procrastination? What's that? Can I eat it? 255 Educating Silly Tau. Ansal was beginning to get a sixth sense for impending headaches, though it was quite expected this time. There was no way the high command of the Tau fleet in the system didn't see the battle that had just taken place. His room aboard the Sovereign was filled with Tau technology, and he had a top-of-the-line communicator among them. He was in constant contact with his flagship, and its sensor readings had already been sent over to him the instant they were made. The conclusion the analysts came to? We have no idea what this is, it doesn't make sense, but it reminds us of other instances in which nothing made sense. The foe Echidna had fought had been identified as a member of a species of violent and malicious aliens the Imperium called demons. It was not a large leap of faith. Lesser specimens of that enigmatic species had been spotted fighting side by side with the stigmatis down on the planet's surface, but the anomalous readings on the sensor this latest one caused were by far the most intense of any specimen of their kind, even recorded in the databases. With all due respect, Honorable Aun, the air-cast admiral on the other end of his ongoing call asked, his voice holding forced respect and barely contained. Was that panic? Fear perhaps? Maybe frustration? Perhaps a bit of both. It was hard to tell over the low-quality hologram. Could you please shed some light on what I am looking at? Because it seems to me like... I don't even know, just thinking it makes me feel foolish. I'd have admitted myself for a psychological evaluation long ago if every single person I'd asked hadn't correlated what I'd seen with my own 2 eyes. They are likewise rather stressed, So any clarity you could grant us upon this situation would be mightily appreciated, considering you know this ally of ours best." What the hell was he supposed to say to that? What he knew before and what he had seen play out with his own eyes just hours ago were two very different things. It was obvious Echidna wasn't entirely forthcoming with the extent of her capabilities, but for her to show a mere drop in the ocean, that was outside his wildest speculations. She was a one-woman army. No, if what little the sensors could tell about those beams of condensed energy she'd let loose was anything to go by, she was a one-woman fleet, with the firepower of several capital ships combined. And to think that demon creature survived such bombardment. Ansal felt his worldview shift, which was becoming concerningly common as of late. He could blame only his new host, and rightly so. She seemed to make a sport of poking holes in his worldview. "It depends," Ansal answered after a few moments of silence, giving just a hint of a helpless smile. "Our ally has kept the majority of her cards very close to her chest, but considering how much she'd shown, her foe must have been truly dangerous. I am of the mind that her reason for hiding her power was primarily just so she could avoid causing the type of terror now running across the upper echelons of this battle group in her allies. Establish trust first, then slowly unveil the extent of her power once we are less likely to panic and overreact." The primary conclusion of earlier analysis was that she had devastated the Imperium's first fleet by guile, cunning and slipping copious amounts of explosives through their shields. The Admiral recounted, his face twitching in annoyance. "Which might still be correct, but now we know she likely went with that plan for expediency's sake, and not because she couldn't devastate the enemy fleet outright herself. We measured those anomalous beams and their energy output. She could destroy half our fleet with a single well-placed beam, even if our shields were up and running in battlefield configurations." "And yet, she's done nothing of the sort," Ansal reiterated. "Yet." A new voice cut in, and only decades of experience with politics managed to stop Ansal's brow from twitching in irritation at the familiar voice. "Yet," Ansal affirmed, though his voice turned a hint colder. He had no love for the Nozian, who wasn't even a proper part of this offense, especially when his bullheaded traditionalism, or rather, paranoia, or should he call it xenophobia, might just unmake the alliance that could catapult their September into a new age. "So let's calm down, pull our fingers away from the big red buttons, and let's not give her a reason to panic by lighting her up with targeting arrays, yes? She is no doubt rather jumpy after a fight of that magnitude. She is a reasonable person, she's given us no reason to think she'd turn her powers against us, if we do not give her a reason to." Ansal would not have these paranoid idiots commit suicide by Echidna, while at the same time alienating a woman of her power from the greater good. The cause needed her. Clearly, this show of force only cemented the fact that she should be treated as an equal partner in this alliance, like an entire September unto herself. The things they could achieve with someone of her caliber championing their cause were the stuff of dreams, the sort of dreams even he never dared to hope would ever become reality. He was salivating at the very thought of just how high the September the Tau Empire could rise with her help. She could be the answer to so many problems they'd had in the previous spheres of expansion. Even the Imperium, famed for its outrageously anomalous champions, didn't have anyone of her caliber, as per the latest report. Their emperor had accolades of similar scope, but nearly all analysts agreed it was primarily propaganda, and thousands of years of mysticism coming together. Perhaps there had once existed a man beneath the title, perhaps he had done something similar to what the stories claimed, but more than likely, the tales of his exploits had grown larger than life millennia ago, and only continued to grow under the careful ministrations of the Imperium's vast propaganda machine. No, they had something unrivaled in the entire galaxy, as far as they were aware, in Echidna. An opportunity unlike any other. A spearhead in their expansion that no shield could halt. An unstoppable force to push the next sphere of expansion further than ever before. It could not be wasted, for the greater good. With that thought in mind, Ansal firmed his resolve and got to work. I was done, the planet was cleansed of the lunatics and the demons that had been infesting it. It felt good, a few things helped me relax quite like some good, old-fashioned combat, especially when it included brutally slaughtering subhuman scum that disgusted me on a fundamental level. Chaos worshippers. Ugh. I hated zealots, idiots who blindly believed in something because they couldn't think for themselves. I don't know why, but I had always loathed them, even in the before. They made no sense to me, they weren't logical. They couldn't live with their own decisions, weren't smart, or brave enough to make decisions, so they followed a code written by some cunt centuries, or millennia ago. It was disgusting. Don't get me wrong, I didn't hate religious people. Hell, Grandma had been a fervent Catholic, but she'd always taught me that the Bible was a guideline, that the stories within were written to teach important lessons. I could stomach that, like it, even. Learning from the mistakes of those who came before and/or inheriting their wisdom through stories handed down through the ages was how society advanced, how civilization learned and grew. Where were chaos worshippers on that scale? At the very bottom. These were utter morons who were completely willing to entirely give up on their capacity to think. They outsourced their decision-making to warp parasites that embodied everything wrong with this shit-heap of a galaxy. Every single one I killed made the galaxy just a slightly better place, and raised the average IQ of humanity ever so slightly. It was a satisfying process, in more ways than one. I enjoyed both the act of it and the consequences of the act. It was a double win. But sadly, I ran out of said chaos worshippers. There was no one else in need of some quick rectal injection of my sword. I even took a quick dip into the warp, just poking it with a single colossal tendril that I formed into the metaphorical equivalent of a claw. I scooped up a good chunk of the horde, more than 100 times the amount of demons I had killed on the planet, and ground them up until they turned into warp energy. It was much easier on my nerves to slurp up mindless, but still malicious energy rather than somewhat cognizant demons that might still figure out a way to fuck me over while I wasn't paying attention. It was easier to digest demons when they were already dead and weren't trying to claw their way out of your stomach. Who would have thought? That was a sizable leap towards recovering my lost soul energy, though I calculated I'd still need to take 3 or 4 deep gulps of warp energy before I was done, but that could be done once I was back in Valia. But for now, politics. I was already getting a headache and the urge to strangle some smug blue prick. Somehow, I just knew one of them would try their luck and do something stupid. Something stupid that I would have to ignore if I didn't want my efforts thus far to go to waste. Sunk cost fallacy, and all that. I'd still give them super cancer. They might be able to cure it. Tau medical science was likely good enough for that, but at least it would hopefully get the annoying twat in question away from the fleet I'd be accompanying for the foreseeable future. A blink carried me up to the Sovereign, and I quickly triple-checked my flagship once more for any lingering taint, then flushed it out because of course there was some. The entire system was a bit warpy, for lack of a better word. No less than 3 greater demons, of 3 different chaos gods, had manifested in the system, and that kind of thing had consequences that couldn't be ignored. The veil of reality was thin, fraying at the edges, and perilously spotty. It would heal in time if given the chance, but for now the taint of the warp lingered, and any reasonably determined demon suicidal enough to risk sticking around to mess with my stuff could do just that. I found a trio of bloodletters and a good 30 Tsienchen lesser demons, a mix of pink and blue horrors, running around and causing a ruckus in the lower decks where I held my orcs. Many more were already dead, but they had left their taint behind, as they were meant to do, and I had to drag my ass all the way over there to purge the warp-tainted flesh of my ship, just in case. I wouldn't want to make the demons' job easy for them, for the life of me. I really need to come up with hybridizing the incorruptible nature of custodes with most of my other biomaterials. The Sovereign is more vulnerable than anything else against demons as it is. It can't stand. Powerful as I was, I couldn't win wars by myself. Well, I could, tiny little wars that spanned a handful of systems. But a war for the fate of the galaxy? Against behemoths like the Imperium of Man, the Necron dynasties, or Chaos? Hell nah. I needed a way to delegate, a way to project power far and wide, which would be impossible if I had to keep all of my organic constructs near me in fear of some demon turning them into a planet-sized flesh suit before going on an interstellar murder spree. Handing over such a perfect tool to my greatest enemies was not something I could risk if I wanted to survive my forays into the great game. If something could go wrong, it would, sooner rather than later, and it wouldn't even be just the law of big numbers, but because Tsench just couldn't help himself if I gave the twat such a stellar opportunity to fuck with me. Then I took a deep breath, prepared myself for the worst possible future, I could only ever be pleasantly surprised that way, and blinked over to Ansal's room. He was my contact with the Tau, after all, it only made sense that he'd share in my misery. If I didn't get his character totally wrong, he'd see our alliance falling through because of this as a cataclysmic blunder, and a personal offense. The man was a dreamer for sure, and he thought I could make his dream come true. If that all wasn't some elaborate act, I was sure he'd side with me even if he was secretly terrified out of his mind. There were few things as dangerous as a dreamer with a vision, especially one who could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Lady Echidna, Ansal greeted me, his nod of respect maybe just a little deeper, bordering on a bow. I raised an eyebrow at that, then nodded back. I was just about to join the conference call of the fleet in the system. Myself, my fellow Aun and the captains are about to speak about how recent happenings will change how we'll wage war from now on. Would you care to join me and perhaps shed some light on some much-needed issues? I'm afraid some are still a bit skittish at your show of force, despite my best attempts to calm them, but knowledge might chase away the fearful mystique you are currently shrouded in. That's agreeable, I said with a magnanimous nod, while repressing a sigh. This was better than I thought it was going to go, but then again, I'd been super pessimistic about it on purpose. On the other hand, Ansal had been working to calm them already, so the chance that some uppity blue twat was about to scream at me for explanations was much reduced. In seconds, his hologram system burst to life, and a miniature replica of a massive auditorium snapped into existence. More than 100 separate Tau were represented, but 3 of them much more so than the rest, as a trio of massive floating heads above the miniature. Under them spread out 5 other Tau, floating heads, with the one in the center being the one to actually address us. Honorable Aun, it pleases us to see you attend. The unnamed Tau, who I nonetheless knew from some sneaky snooping around was the air-cast Tau in charge of the Tau fleet, said, nodding respectfully, then his eyes swam over to me. How that worked with holograms, I had no clue, but I saw his eyes widen before he hastily washed his expression off his features. When he continued, it was in a much more deferential tone than the one I'd heard him speak about me behind closed doors less than a day ago. Am I correct to assume your guest is our honored ally, the Lady Echidna? That would be me, yes, I said, smiling blithely. Yes, that was a bit of a faux pas from their perspective, but so was not speaking to me and introducing himself from my perspective. If nothing else, I could let myself be discourteous after that show of force when it was in response to a perceived slight. Let them scramble to somehow fit a lowly Gwala, whom they had to treat with more respect than the run-of-the-mill ethereal, into their silly system of etiquette. I'm sure you have questions after that little show I'd been forced to put on. I am here to answer some of them. Very well, it is much appreciated, the Admiral said, though the 3 floating heads above him still continued their best attempts at acting like statues. Despite the fact that a brick wall probably showed more emotion than their wrinkled faces, I still got the impression they beheld me with mild distaste and perhaps some wariness. Those were the triumvirs, if my guess was right, the trio of high-ranking Aun entrusted with leading this offensive, the ones IUR probably wished he was counted among, but fell pitifully short of. First of all, we would appreciate any information you could share with us about the creature you were fighting. Is it a threat we need to be concerned with? Is it the only one of its kind? Where did it come from? Well, I guess I am giving a lecture on demons. I thought, the edge of my lips tugging up as I ran my gaze over the gathered group of Tau, all attentively listening to every exchanged word. Let's see how many of them I can traumatize before this is over. 256 options. Demons, I started out calmly. The main task here would be to convince these bull-headed Tau that the silly idea of the warp that those superstitious humans believed was really a thing. You already know of them. Likely believing them to be a species of alien adept at phase or teleportation technology, and probably long ago ascertained that they are fundamentally incapable of peace or anything of the sort. Yes? The Admiral gave me a nod, though my enhanced eyesight caught his expressions minutely twitching in a show of nervousness. There were hundreds of what I And those in the know in the Imperium call lesser demons down on the planet, summoned forth by the chaos-worshipping mongrels you had been fighting there, I said. Bloodletters to be specific, little red things screaming about blood and skulls as they do their best to cleave off your face. Small, weak, dumb as rocks, but many in numbers. Can this hologram transmit illusions I make? It should. Ounsal gave me a nod, though he didn't seem entirely certain. I snapped my fingers, and a lifelike replica of a bloodletter snapped into being at my side. I patted its ugly, bald, elongated head between the curling horns. So? There is some interference, but the software should calibrate itself in a moment, and done, the image is being transmitted, Ounsal said. You Tau, as a species, are incredibly fortunate in the grand scheme of things, I continued where I left off. Your civilization is what? 6,000 years old? You have advanced faster than any other species, grasping technology that took humanity many more millennia to build after they first started urbanizing. You are a civilization that got into space as a very young species, and thus, you likely still have many thousands of years until your souls grow to a size where it can establish a substantial presence in the immaterium. Or perhaps you truly won the genetic lottery, and you will never evolve to that point, forever remaining hidden from the monsters that dwell in that realm. You probably think it's just mysticism, human superstition, but it is not. Psychers are those whose souls become strong enough to establish a permanent link between the material universe and the immaterium. They are gateways, conduits. They draw on the ever-present energy in that realm to work their magic, if you want to use that word, but they must be careful lest they open the gateway too wide and something manages to slip through. I patted my little demonic illusion on the head again at that point. Like this little guy. They kind linger near souls strong enough to summon them, or let them through, they whisper, they promise power, riches, influence, strength of arms, knowledge that shouldn't exist. They tempt, they twist, they corrupt. Usually not these little ones, though, they are dumb as rocks, as I'd said before, but they have larger kin, stronger kin, ones with eldritch minds that can run circles around mortals. That's what I fought, a greater demon, the most powerful of their kind that can manifest in real space. I fought one of many, and while that specific demon is now erased from existence, it was far from the only one of its kind. Questions? I saw dubious expressions on their faces. Suspicion, distrust, and dismissal were the predominant emotions painted on their blue faces. They thought I was talking out of my ass, just another human too blinded by superstition to have a scientific explanation. This immaterium, this realm you mentioned, the Admiral spoke up after a few seconds, his gaze having been focused on empty space for the time. He probably got questions to ask sent to him by some twats too high and mighty to talk to me themselves. We know little of it. Could you expand on it? Sure. I shrugged. It is a reflection of our universe, a dimension of pure energy on the surface. In truth, it is concepts, emotions, and thoughts that rule it. It is where faith and belief manifest and turn into something substantiated. You would know of this, wouldn't you? I have felt your nascent God, the personification of the greater good that your human subjects' belief formed. Incomprehension was the most common reaction, followed by disgust, but on the floating heads? The 8 Tau who were the high command of this fleet. They frowned, even the 3 ethereals. I grinned. They knew. Jackpot. These creatures formed of belief are the weaker denizens of the immaterium, the most powerful ones are manifestations of concepts, and become more powerful in accordance with how widespread the concepts they embody are across the galaxy. These are the creatures we humans call chaos gods, the ruinous powers, the archenemy, the primordial annihilator. There are 4: war, decay, change, and excess. I said. I will not name them, for that would draw their attention, but know that they are what all demons come from. Every single demon is a fragment of these 4, a tiny sliver of war in the case of this little bloodletter, or a much larger chunk of change in the case of the one that gave me some trouble. They were clearly dubious still, their little blue brains probably working overtime to throw together some scientific alternative for what I was saying. Cut off the superstitious fluff, and you arrive at the true science, or so they probably thought. I gave a wry smile, recalling that my own thought process was exactly the same at first when I tried to decipher Adeptus Mechanicus dogma and rituals. Turns out, machine spirits were real though, and they were all like cranky old cats that only ever did what you asked if you gave them incense treats and praised them in binary. Sometimes, there was no scientific explanation grounded purely in the material sciences. Didn't mean I would stand for machine spirits making a mess of my technology. Their chaotic nature grated on my 21st century sensibilities. Any tool you used needed to be dependable before all else, and easy to maintain. A pistol that needed daily oil baths, an incense sauna, and a prayer to maybe work was not dependable in my book. Maybe if I knew they were 100% loyal and reliable like my favorite space noodle, or my mind cores, I wouldn't mind, but regular machine spirits were too whimsical for me to trust. Now that's a thought. Maybe I could make machine spirits of my own, loyal only to me. I put trying that out on my to-do list. Is there certifiable proof that this realm exists, beyond just your say-so? The Admiral asked, and the way he tensed up and seemed to ever so slightly hesitate before speaking up at the same time as one of the big three floating heads narrowed his eyes. I squinted at said floating head, giving him an unamused look. Did the fucker think he was too great to talk personally with someone as lowly as me? I can throw one of you through a portal if you want first-hand proof. I don't need rituals or sacrifices like those weaklings down on the surface did, I hummed. On that note, that is how the Imperium's warp drives work. Poke a hole in the veil and throw the spaceship into the warp. The Geller field usually protects them from the realm's denizens, but sometimes it fails, and they get eaten. If you tried reverse engineering warp drives before and the ships inexplicably disappeared, never to resurface, or reappeared years later with their crews half dead, half mad as nails? Seeing some looks of dawning horror before denial washed it away, I didn't bother suppressing a grin. Then that's what happened, they fell prey to the monsters of the warp, or perhaps the currents tore them apart, or maybe they just got swept up in a warp storm and they'll be spat back out in a few thousand years. Only the orcs are mad enough to travel the warp without adequate protection. Your usual FTL technology escapes most of the dangers only because your ships coast on the veil, in that thin in-between that separates real space and the immaterium, which is why they are nowhere near as fast as the Imperium's ships. Physics still has some grasp in that in-between, while it has none in the immaterium. If physics has no grasp on this realm, how come Imperial ships still have a travel time? The Admiral asked almost curiously, trying to poke holes in my explanation. Our ships are still subject to the laws of physics and relativity, if less so in this in-between dimension. The warp is atemporal, I said, shrugging even as my answer gained me only dismissive or disgruntled looks. It sounded like bullshit to patch up my spotty theory even to my ears, but it was the truth. Warp travel always took as long in the Warhammer 40k universe as it needed to for the plot. The easy, science-adjacent mumbo-jumbo answer was that time was a foreign concept in the warp, or at least in the deep warp, but it was still very much fluid in the shallows where ships occasionally traveled. Well-trodden paths have a reasonably constant flow of time across them, but even then, it can shift from moment to moment. The same ship taking the same warp jump might spend wildly differing times getting to its destination. It's just how it is. If you slip off the path, all bets are off, though, like if a whirlwind swallows you up, you never know where, and when you'll re-emerge. That should be enough for now, I decided, watching the wearying emotions flash across the Tau's faces as they shot each other unsettled glances. Most of them probably thought I was delusional, or something of the sort, but if they took science as seriously as I thought they did, they would frantically try to disprove my words with facts. Which isn't happening, since I told only the truth. The dawning realization was weeks, maybe months, off into the future. I wished I could be there when the first Tau saw more and more parts of my tale being proven by facts, and started to wonder, what if? What if she was telling the truth? If she wasn't lying about these, but then maybe she wasn't lying about anything? I'd just have to make do with putting a very literal fly on the wall and watch the recording when the time came. I feel obligated to ask, though feel free to not answer, the Admiral spoke up again, drawing my fading attention back to himself. It is evident that we have been almost entirely unaware of your true capabilities. Would you be willing to share what we should expect in the future? It would make planning our offensive much easier if we had a firmer grasp of what exactly you can do. I tilted my head, my face frozen in a stiff smile as I held the Tao's gaze through the hologram. He gulped, just slightly, masking the act with a frown and a grunt, but I caught it. I wanted to grin, and then I did, letting it break through my carefully crafted mask. It was just so fun to see how unnerving I could be when I consciously took control of every muscle in my face and pushed every single button in the uncanny valley section of my foe's brains. Wouldn't you like to know? My tone was light, almost sing-song, as I gave them all a wild grin. Only imagination, creativity, and willpower limit the powers of a psyker of my caliber. None of which I lack. Nor do I have all that much, but you don't need to know that. Finding new, creative, inspired applications of my powers was a work in progress, and I suspected it would remain so till the day I died. Willpower, though? I was cheating on that front with my super sparkly soul, but it was still my greatest weakness. My mind was no bear trap like the lion's predatory psyche, and nor was it an impregnable fortress like some of those zealous simpletons serving in the Emperor's legions. Blessed is the mind too small for doubt. In that respect, I was cursed, you could say. I was very much aware of the monsters I had to share this galaxy with. The Tau looked suitably put upon, and I almost chuckled, but didn't want to press this alliance to the breaking point just for my amusement. That'd be so much work wasted. I instead plastered a genial smile on my lips and eased back, which resulted in my audience mirroring me a moment later in response, some even heaving sighs of relief. Good, they were starting to shut down. I could practically feel it in how their walls of denial started to roll up as they stopped entertaining my words, lest they allowed doubt to begin eroding their pitifully limited understanding of the world. Other world-shaking revelations would have to wait for another time, a time where my words would be proven and said words would have more weight to them. Then I could begin enlightening them about their true place in the galaxy's pecking order and make them understand just how desperately they truly need me. Not that everything I'd said was the truth, my last words hadn't been all that accurate. A psyker's hardest limiter would always be the strain their bodies could bear, the psychic throughput of their souls. Though how desperate they were also played a massive role. A psyker with nothing to lose and the willingness to obliterate their own soul to accomplish a goal could bring about powers leagues above anything they could otherwise exhibit. If I were willing to, what could I achieve by pouring my very soul into a psychic attack? My mind course worked on that question furiously, but came to no firm conclusion. They couldn't quantify the unnatural quality of my soul, no matter how hard they tried, but I got the idea that it would be a really bad time for anyone caught in the crossfire. I hummed thoughtfully, then dismissed the idea. It was a worthless thought, I kinda needed my soul to survive. I had given that dying stuff a try before and it sucked massive balls. I was not intent on ever trying it again. But the spiteful, paranoid part of me noted it down. If all else was lost, I might as well throw everything I had into the mother of all smites and shove it up the chaos god's ass before they could claim my soul. It would also save me from whatever nasty thing they would want my soul for. Oblivion was a better end than becoming a toy to one of the four. 257, negotiating, in style. Syaphas Kane, hero of the Imperium, celebrated patriot, exemplar of commissars everywhere, was considering whether he should have just stayed a tunnel rat in the bellows of the hive city that birthed him. It would have been a horrible life, and he likely would have died many, many decades ago from some sickness or getting shanked for a scrap of food by another homeless vagrant, but then he wouldn't have to be here. There was no escape either, not when Amberley stood on one side, and a member of the Adeptus Custodes on the other. They weren't keeping him hostage, or anything of the sort, but he just knew his life would go to hell faster than he could make a prayer to the Emperor if he didn't go along with either of the two's requests. You did not disappoint an Inquisitor, and much less one of the Emperor's 10,000. You just didn't. Still. They were leading him right back to that horrifying woman, whom he had just barely managed to escape with his pants unsoiled. Worse, according to the custodian, she barely showed him and Amberley a fragment of her true power. He was in over his head, more than ever before. He had led wars, fended off many a superior foe with paltry tools at his disposal. He had been the one to facilitate negotiations between the Tau Empire and the Imperium once, even, which had come back to bite him in the arse with a terrible vengeance because apparently that horrifying woman had thrown her lot in with the Tau. So what was he doing here? Well, the same as before, trying to negotiate a peace with the Tau, at the command of one Octavian Gaius. But he would have a secondary objective, establishing contact with the psyker called Echidna, if possible. Apparently, the last time she'd met Lord Octavian, the two beat each other into a bloody pulp, so the man himself was staying behind so as not to sully their chances of establishing peaceful contact. The silver lining was that he had Amberly to accompany him on this mission, which was always welcome. She was like a balm to his weary soul, and it didn't hurt that she was also very good at distracting him from his impending, likely demise at the hand of a vindictive super psyker. I would recommend not taking the pariah along with you for the negotiations, Lord Octavian stated, tearing away one of the last comforts Cain thought he had with casual ease. He would have to meet a super psyker without Jurgen? Oh, hell no. He might as well strip naked and tie himself up like a poultry and then mail himself over for execution at that point. Psychers tend to take the presence of pariahs in their vicinity as an existential threat, and your meeting with her shows that she wasn't inconvenienced by the gunner's presence enough for the risk to be worth it anyways. It would likely protect our thoughts from being invaded at least, Amberly offered conversationally, managing to make the implied question sound curious rather than questioning the recommendation of the custodian. She might be able to find out about your involvement before we can establish any kind of peaceful contact without Jurgen's ability to protect us. She did not seem to be offended by his presence the last time, Cain said, then felt like a moron immediately after as his brain caught up with him, which consequently put a grimace on his face. Her nonchalance was an unspoken threat aimed your way. She was the one to approach the pariah, on her terms, Lord Octavian said in that lecturing tone of his. It sends a very different message when you approach supposed peace negotiations with a weapon that is anathema to her very existence. I understand, Cain said as calmly as he could, inwardly kicking himself for the slip. He must have been more stressed than he thought if he let his mouth run before thinking. What Lord Octavian said was obvious to anyone who had two brain cells to rub together, and he had just made a fool of himself before the man and Amberly both. Magnificent. Likewise, my presence would be an implied threat as well, Lord Octavian continued. Which is why you two will have to handle establishing contact without me. It is not important that she is kept from knowing about my involvement, only that she doesn't take it as a threat. He turned around, his piercing gaze holding immeasurable wisdom, peering out through the viewing port, watching the approaching planet. But first, we need to make sure peace negotiations begin at all. As things stand, it is very much in doubt, considering what we know of this Commander Abongrave, who is in charge of the Imperium's forces currently battling the Tau and our quarry. Cain grimaced again. His palms were tingling, and for a good reason. He just knew that somehow, this would be his problem to solve. He'd heard of Sebastiker Abongrave, and if he spent the rest of his life without breathing the same air as the man, he'd have died happy. The man had been fighting the Tau for longer than most humans lived, and had developed a rather extreme form of xenophobia. He was one of those people, the sort that were driven more by hatred than reason. If even half of the rumors were true, the man was a paranoid control freak who blamed Tau infiltrators for his tea going cold or Tau sympathizers for putting the table in the wrong place when he stubbed his toe on its leg. I'm sure he would be happy to assist you in your mission, my lord, Cain said. A word from you would drive even a man like Lord Commander Abongrave to the negotiating table. Perhaps, Lord Octavian said airily, and Cain felt his stomach drop. But I have a matter that I need to handle myself on the surface. I am sure you and Inquisitor Vale can more than handle convincing Lord Abongrave, Commissar. If not, I will kill him for standing in the way of the Emperor's will. It went unspoken that he'd be disappointed if he was forced to do so. Disappointed in the two of them, to be specific. Cain was sure that having a member of the Adeptus Custodes be disappointed in you was not good for your health. Being useful, competent and having a pre-existing rapport of the mostly positive sort with the super psyker was why he was even here. Failing to convince a regular human who was on his side already, with the weight of the Inquisition's political power behind him, would show him to be massively incompetent. This was a test, it had to be. Or perhaps Lord Octavian had a good grasp on the kind of man Sebastiker Abangrave was, and he just wanted a reason to leave Cain behind that was not him putting his foot in his mouth just a few minutes ago. Cain knew the answer even before the man opened his mouth. Sebastiker Abangrave wore his emotions on his sleeve, or perhaps Cain's words had just pushed all of his very tightly wound buttons at once. Absolutely not. Abangrave looked furious, outraged and disbelieving at once, like he could barely even comprehend how Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium, could ever suggest even just talking to a Tau. No, not in a million years. Tau? Have you not met them before, Commissar? They are treacherous, cunning, scheming little vermin that work tirelessly to undermine mankind in any way they can. They need to be exterminated to the last, they are a sickness, their ideals a plague upon the mind and the spirit. That greater good of theirs is an existential threat, a spiritual plague that tries to worm its way into the hearts of humanity to steal away the souls of his faithful and consign them to damnation. This was going to be a problem. He could already see it in the man's eyes. Sebastiker Abangrave looked normal, like most high-ranking Imperial Guard commanders Cain had met over his life. Statuesque, rigid, grim and with a receding hairline that not even rejuvenation treatment could beat back. But the eyes, or eye, rather, since the man had one of those crimson prosthetic eyes the tech boys usually kept to themselves, was what made Cain groan inwardly. It shone with a calculating madness, darting around like the gaze of a startled animal as his paranoid mind worked itself into a frenzy. There was suspicion in that eye, a creeping doubt, and finally, realization. The man's visage grew grim, and he stood up straight, an air of disdain clinging to him like a bad scent. I never would have thought they would have gotten to a man of your renown, Commissar, Abangrave said, his voice cold as death. There was a certainty in it, near absolute, that told Cain all he needed to know about the man. The hero of the Imperium is a Tau sympathizer. The shame? Why, I'll dash. Lord Commander, Amberley, or rather, Inquisitor Vale, cut off the man before he could work himself into a fury. The man blinked at her, as if only now remembering that she existed at all. How this man was still in charge of an entire war front as large and important as the Canis salient, Cain couldn't even imagine. It spoke very badly of the dearly departed Lord Militant. Speaking of, wasn't it mentioned in the reports that Abangrave had been one of the closest advisors and friends of Solomon Tetrarchus? Yeah, it seems like it was the same old story out here in the Reach, too, but without any proper oversight from the Commissariat or the High Lords. No wonder they had been unable to win a war against a single Tau September for centuries with men like this one in charge. Or maybe Abangrave turned into a tactical genius when he could focus on the war itself, and not accuse everyone with opinions he disliked of being Tau sympathizers. It was technically possible, though Cain highly doubted it. The Inquisition has a vested interest in this new offensive of the Tau ending as soon as possible, even if it means giving up a few dozen systems to the Tau in exchange, Inquisitor Vale continued after a pregnant pause, having left just enough of a breathing room for the commander to gather his clearly fraying wits. And we are further charged with making that interest a reality by one of his Adeptus Custodes. This war must end, preferably on a peaceful note, so wills the Emperor of mankind himself. Will you put yourself in the way of our mission? Will you contest his will, Lord Commander? By the throne, authority suited Amberley so well. She was always dangerous, like a wolf among sheep, even while she was under cover, but at times like these? When was she fully taking on the role of one of his agents? Cain couldn't help but stare, just taking her in, engraving the moment into his mind. With how she preferred to do her work primarily under cover or through more elaborate means, there were so very few opportunities for him to see her like this. Of course I won't. Abangrave said, his voice just a smidge short of sounding shrill. It would be my honor to assist in such a mission, Lady Inquisitor, but under objection, I want it to be known that this is a mistake and that I told you it was one. Cain couldn't see, but he could imagine the way Amberley's crystal blue eyes shifted into a frigid glare by the way the man stiffened. The Emperor doesn't make mistakes. Amberley's words were cold, the unspoken threat woven tightly into each word. Your words would have been taken as doubting him by a member of the Ordo Hereticus. You are lucky I am not one of their ranks. See that you keep that opinion to yourself, Lord Octavian might not be as forgiving as I have such a slight spoken in his presence. The man swallowed thickly and nodded, looking chagrined. Perhaps he had finally seen some clue on Amberly's face that she was entirely willing to shoot him in the face. Sure, it would make keeping the Canis salient together and under unified command much harder, but if the man was being uncooperative, or worse, actively fought them? Yeah, he'd be getting his brain aired out before he could shout for his guards. 258, Eyes of the Emperor. Octavian Gaius, custodian guard of the Emperor of Mankind, stepped into the dingy little bar hidden away in a back alley. He barely graced the two patrons with a glance, making sure they were inconsequential. The barkeep looked up, his eyes widening before he glanced towards the stairs leading up to the second floor. Octavian nodded and swept by, making his way up the stairs, each step creaking dangerously under his weight. Up top was only a single door, wide and dark. He stepped up to it and knocked. "Come in," the voice came from the other side, gruff and serious. Octavian opened the door, then shut it gingerly behind him. A man rose from behind a desk, a man who could look him in the eye without trouble, a man whose face was a tale of 1,000 battles, set in a grim line with only the slightest hint of familiarity shining through. "It's been a long time since I'd met one of our kind," the man said, stepping around the desk to stand before Octavian. He wore regular clothes, but they did a poor job of concealing the organic machine of war hidden beneath. "What brings you here, brother?" "I'm on a mission, sanctioned by the Captain General," Octavian said. "We believe the Emperor wills us to establish contact with a powerful rogue psyker. It so happens that she allied herself with the local Tau and slew the Lord Militant. It is of utmost importance that we establish contact and make preparations for future cooperation." "I see," the man said, nodding easily. His eyes turned to the side, a calculating glint shining in them. "How may I help you?" "The Eyes of the Emperor exist to serve our Lord and assist the 10,000 in their tasks, whichever way we can. Ask what you need of me, and it shall be done." "Thank you," Octavian said, nodding with a sigh of relief running through him. The Eyes of the Emperor, old veteran custodes who had shown some minuscule decrease in combat efficiency after centuries of active service. They might not be up to the extremely stringent standards of the Adeptus Custodes, but they still served in whatever way they could. "I will need to know what to expect. Threats, power balances, and personalities of anyone who matters. I will need to know who pulls what strings in the Jericho Reach. What they want, and what weaknesses they have, blackmail material too, if possible. As per the majority agreement, the cooperation of the psyker known as Echidna is more important to us than the entirety of the Jericho Reach. If that is what it takes, I need to be ready to give it to her on a silver platter." Anyone else would have balked at the idea, called him mad, or a traitor to the Imperium. The thing was, he had never been beholden to the Imperium. The Adeptus Custodes served only the Emperor, and nobody else. Which was why the old ex-custodes across from him merely nodded and gestured for Octavian to follow. To the two of them, the Imperium didn't matter. To them, even humanity as a whole didn't hold much weight. They lived to serve the Emperor. They were the architects of his design, the only ones who still followed his direct guidance in these dark times, and he had made his will clear. "Tell them to eat a bag of dicks," I said, rolling my eyes. Politely. I was there talking with them, but they didn't deign to so much as give me their names. I'm not some errand girl they can belittle, then summon the next day and expect me to come running like a lost puppy, happy to answer their questions. I don't know what gave them that impression, but it is woefully wrong. Think you can beat that into their empty skulls, Cat? "Sure, Mom," Cat said, grinning at me with a vicious glint in her feline eyes. Something told me she was going to get more than a kick out of passively aggressively annoying the Tau ethereals who'd been rude to me to death. The girl was a sweetheart most of the time, but she had a mean streak buried under that fluffy exterior. "Have fun," I said, smiling at her as I scratched behind her ears. Her eyes went half-lidded, and her ears drooped in pleasure. It was adorable. She even pushed her head into my palm like a love-starved kitten. Maybe because she was just that. I faltered at that thought, then pulled the girl into a hug, squeezing her tight and enveloping her in a warm deluge of positive emotions. She melted into the hug, radiating happiness as she returned it. Feel free to tell them that I'll hang them by their intestines if they are too rude to you, okay? I whispered. Shitty stuck-up Tao aren't allowed to bully my daughter. Her arms tightened around me, and I felt her aura settle, some of the edges even out and the undercurrents of doubt and insecurity fade away. She was good at hiding them, maybe even from herself, but not from me. I gave her another pat and then pulled away. Anyhow, I have a void kraken to hunt and a grumpy girlfriend to soothe, I said. See you later. I blinked away before her adorable puppy eyes could draw me into an hours-long head-patting session. The girl was dangerously cute, and she knew it. Ready? Celine asked as I arrived, practically vibrating in place and wearing a wild grin on her lips. That grin did things to me, but that could wait for later. I returned it with a smirk of my own and nodded. You said you found one nearby? Yep, I said. It was a lucky find, really. It had a very strange presence in the warp, and so I teleported over a drone and found it munching on a spaceship. I'd never seen a bestial soul that massive and rigid before. They were usually impossible to find when you were looking for them from the warp side, and even I usually only found the souls of animals in the warp when they were standing before me and I could follow that link back to the warp. But the Kraken was fucking massive, like a shadow in the warp stretching far and wide. I'd almost mistaken it for the entire ecosystem of a planet, but it had been too homogeneous and rigid, nothing like how an entire planet's worth of animal souls tended to look. It sat in the asteroid field of an uninhabited system, taking refuge in the thickest cluster of asteroids. This star system was a bit unique that way. Most asteroid fields were sparse, with kilometers of empty void separating every single stellar object from the next, but this one was dense. It was much more like how these things were depicted in sci-fi movies than in reality. Again, it seemed nonsensical, but I could shoot lightning out of my eyes if I glared hard enough, so it wasn't the strangest thing about this galaxy I'd found myself in by far. Astrophysicists would throw a fit, but what could you do? It was right here, and all those famous scientists were less than dust, buried under almost 40,000 years worth of dirt. We weren't taking the Sovereign, my flagship was staying behind to look imposing and pretty. I'd done my first round of upgrades on it, pouring a ridiculous amount of bioenergy and processing power into the task, but now it was done. Well, the first prototype was, but it would have to do. Every material the ship had been made of had been hybridized with Custode's gene templates, and all of them had shown resistance to warp corruption, though nowhere near the level of the tests I'd run on original complete Custode's clones. It was a work in progress, but a good start nonetheless. I also left behind a drone, and while the telepathic link would be thin as all hell, it would hold since we weren't going very far away. It wouldn't be able to send much back to me, but if shit hit the fan, it could alert me, and I could teleport back at the drop of a hat. The ship we used was tiny, basically just a living room set up in the vibe of old sci-fi spaceship interiors, inspired by the Millennium Falcon. It was cozy, and it made me feel like we were going on a family-friendly adventure. For a moment, it almost made me forget about the horrible galaxy I'd ended up in. Which was why we weren't just teleporting over. This was an adventure, not just another bullet point in need of getting crossed out in the shortest time possible. I settled down on a couch, growing a small organic object out of my palm as I started to work on testing the prototype for a new tool we were going to need if we were really doing this. I kept half an eye on Celine vibrating in place, then went over testing her arsenal. She even sharpened the self-sharpening bones word I'd made her, though it looked like the action was done more for her own comfort than for the blade's benefit. I didn't know Imperials even knew how to sharpen a proper sword, considering they all seemed to love those stupid chainswords so much. Then again, they probably didn't teach children swordsmanship with chainswords, but with regular prop swords. What are you doing? Celine spoke up, having settled down next to me. Her chin came to rest on my shoulder as she peered down at the thing in my hands with apparent curiosity. I smiled, holding the small cylinder-shaped object between my fingers. I've been thinking about how to make spacesuits from what I have, and this little thing is going to be the first prototype of my rebreather for that. Preferably, I'll be able to come up with something that can rapidly turn the carbon dioxide humans breathe out back into regular oxygen. With some luck and effort, I should be able to make something that can keep the air inside an airlocked helmet breathable indefinitely. This one here can't do that yet, but it can tie down carbon dioxide and will slowly release oxygen into the air over the course of hours. It should keep the air inside your helmet breathable for 4 or 5 hours. Celine listened attentively, humming thoughtfully and nodding when appropriate. I rolled my eyes, having felt that she would have been about as interested in what I was talking about as watching paint dry had I not been the one to be saying it. She just wanted to hear me talk. I kissed her on the cheek, then pulled her into a hug, which she returned with a giggle. Silly girl should just ask me when she wants attention. It struck me how free she looked, unconcerned and relaxed in a way that the woman I'd met months ago on that deserted hive city never could have been. She seemed to have grown a decade younger, not that she'd ever looked physically a day over 25, but those bags under her eyes and world-weary expression had made her feel a decade older. Now, I could have mistaken her for a girl only a few years into adulthood. It warmed my heart to see her so carefree. Do you think void krakens are edible? I mused, dragging my lover into my lap. It's been forever since I had some octopus. I don't think so, Celine said, wrinkling her nose. They are supposedly made of metal and rocks. Some people say they are more like sentient bundles of asteroids than real animals. They eat metal too, that's why they prey on spaceships, not for what little human flesh or stored foodstuff is hidden inside them. Shame, I said distractedly. I'm craving some octopus. Is takoyaki a thing here, or anywhere, really? I've had some once in a Japanese restaurant, and the talk of giant space octopuses brought the memory back. Japan? Celine asked. An island country back on Old Terra, I said, flicking up an illusory globe with the continents and countries marked as I knew them in my previous life. Japan shone a bit brighter, drawing Celine's eyes to it. They had some of the best seafood-based culinary culture, though I never quite got comfortable with sushi. My Western brain couldn't handle eating raw fish meat after growing up being told I'd get all sorts of sick if I did. I think there is something similar on one of the ocean worlds back home, Celine said. The raw fish thing, not sure about the other one. How do you even eat an octopus? I've only seen one in aquariums, not as food. I conjured up an illusion before us. I'd watched the chef make it, see him pour the batter, drop in the little octopus bits and then turn the little octopus balls with a pair of chopsticks. We continued chatting about innocuous things, a bit about random Earth trivia I knew, a bit about what it was like growing up as the daughter of a noble house ruling an entire star system and everything else that came to mind, but nothing serious. Feeling better now? Celine asked, her lips curving into a gentle smile. I blinked, then tilted my head. Yes? She huffed in response. You've been so high-strung after the fight with that demon, like the slightest scare would send you into a frenzy. I didn't make it any better with my silly pouting, did I? I'm sorry about that. It's hard to remember that even you aren't invincible with all the wondrous things you do with casual ease. It was immature, how I acted, and I want to apologize. It's fine, I said, hugging her close as a warm feeling filled my chest. No harm done. I'll do better, Celine promised, then wiggled around in my arm and placed a gentle kiss on my lips. Think you can start up a holovid here? Sure, I said, and we settled in on the couch, cuddling and enjoying each other's warmth as my mind cores dug up my fading memories of some old movie. Popcorn? Yes, please. 259, Squid Hunting. Void krakens were fascinating creatures. The interesting part began with the fact that void kraken didn't refer to a single species. It was merely a catch-all term the Imperium used for any and all colossal void fauna that acted in a similar way. They all had common traits. For example, they were the size of small moons, they were all silicon-based creatures, without blood, true bone, or fluid to keep them alive, and they were all speculated to sustain themselves on the space debris they so closely resemble. According to the Explorer Lexicons and Zediv's knowledge download, kraken appear to be solitary, asexual creatures that reproduce by dividing themselves, much in the same fashion as amoebas or single-celled organisms. Kraken tore off a piece of itself and flung it at a world, ideally airless and devoid of life, to create a hatchling which then burrowed into the surface of the planetoid, feeding off the rock for solar decades or even Terran centuries before emerging as a fledgling kraken and flinging itself into space to hunt. Another reason for choosing small asteroids or rocks with little gravity to overcome for the young. There was speculation that kraken might mate, and some process of fertilization was required for these hatchlings, but so far there has been no proof, or conceivable way to tell a male kraken from a female kraken, if such things did even exist. Void kraken fed off minerals found in rock, which explained their interest in void ships. The hulls of most void-worthy vessels presented a kraken with a concentrated collection of metals, ores, and silicates for it to feed on, a tempting and tasty morsel for the beast. They were dumb beasts, near suicidal in their hunger, when they caught sight of a void ship. They attempt to latch onto void ships, sometimes several times their own size, then they go about breaking them down and digesting them ponderously, over the course of months. They were true space horrors in that way, as they didn't see any need to kill the crew of the ship once they had wrapped themselves around it like a limpet. The only way to beat them back for most void ships was to notice them early and obliterate them from afar with broadsides or lance batteries as they tried to close in. Sometimes, the crew would venture out to the hull, try to cut off the tentacles or set up explosive charges to blow them off, but the kraken tended to react violently to any such efforts, deploying smaller fanged tentacles to eviscerate any such parasites crawling around on its hide. Sometimes, it would even decline to fully feed on a ship, dragging the empty carcass after itself to its haunt, usually an uninhabited system. This habit usually meant that when they found an empty system full of space hulks, they should expect a void kraken to be lurking about, or on its way back from a hunt. Knowing all that made watching Celine dance around the eldritch space horror like a tiny silver butterfly even more amusing. She flitted about, chasing the retreating void kraken and sent silver crescents of psychic energy the size of smaller spaceships after it with flourished swings of her sword. The beast had no reason to fight, our spaceship was far away, and tiny too, so it was running from the persistent silver gnat trying to carve it up into colossal sashimi. She seemed a bit annoyed at its cowardice, so being the supportive girlfriend that I was, I blinked in its path of retreat and built around myself a fake spaceship as bait, hoping it was too stupid to run a proper cost-benefit analysis. Sure, there was this annoying little thing cutting its tentacles off, but that was one big spaceship. Much food, kraken happy. I nudged it a little too, giving its primitive emotions a psychic tug to push it over the edge and make it disregard its survival instincts. It wasn't hard either, it had lost a lot of body mass, so its hunger and need to replace it through feeding was at an all-time high. Right as planned, the void kraken slammed into the empty bait ship fashioned after an imperial battleship and wrapped its dozen colossal tentacles around it. I blinked back outside to watch the show, letting Celine have her fun. The way she could go from touchy-feely, cuddling into my side while snacking on popcorn to laughing like a deranged lunatic while carving up a space monster the size of a small moon was something that sometimes threw me for a loop, but it was really damned attractive. Is this what the nerds call gapmo? But neither side of her was truly that different, if you understood the woman. She just embraced her desires, and I'd never met a person so in tune with their wants in my previous life. She loved fighting, and she loved me. That was that. The void kraken lasted another 10 minutes, and only because Celine was starting to flag, her body began to feel the strain of channeling so much psychic energy. The kraken was essentially made of hardened rock interwoven with veins of metal, and cutting through a dozen meters of that took some serious power. When she returned to me, she still had a wide grin on her lips, even though she was breathing heavily and had a sheen of sweat coating her skin. I gently touched her biceps and sent a soothing wave of energy through her body. It took care of the physical strain of channeling so much power, but being a psyker was not solely a physical exercise, her soul still needed some rest to recover. "You are the best," Celine said, sighing in relief with her wild grin morphing into an affectionate smile. Then, a hungry glint entered her eyes, and I felt a shiver run down my spine, knowing what it promised. I smiled back, having watched her tear apart that kraken had been hot, and she was always so wonderfully pent up after getting her blood pumping with a good fight. Before I knew it, our clothes were on the floor and we were reduced to a tangle of sweaty limbs on the sofa. Something is not quite right with this, I mused, but still popped the small fried ball of batter into my mouth. I'd messed something up along the way, but it was close enough. It probably had something to do with the fact that the closest thing to an octopus I had was some 30-meter monstrosity living not in the deep ocean, but in the bogs of Valia. Still good though. I like it, Celine said, smiling happily. She looked radiant, even with her hair stuck to her sweaty cheeks, and all disheveled. The impossibly satisfied smirk constantly playing at the edge of her lips lit up her face, even if she looked like a hot mess. You said street vendors sold this thing on sticks? Yep, I said. I probably looked the same as her, if not worse, and I saw no reason to clean myself up or erase the many marks of her love on my body. Celine really was ravenous when she got her blood pumping. The Japanese had a bunch of really tasty street food. Do you think there could be any original Earth animals around? Terra is a ruined wreck, but surely some of the early colonists took some animals with them as cattle, or maybe there were some zoos on other planets later on, showing Earth fauna? Oh, I'm sure there are some, Celine said with a snort. I've been to some private zoos of nobles. There is always something they claim is an authentic animal originating from ancient Terra. Though I can't tell whether those are really that, or just fakes. I doubt Trazen kept any animals, I said, shaking my head wistfully. But I guess that might be my best bet, or hoping one of our cattle animals becomes a successful invasive species on another planet and is still thriving. Rabbits, maybe? They made a mess of Australia's ecosystem when early colonists imported them. You want to recreate other dishes from home? Celine asked gently, and I nodded back. Well, I know a handful of noble houses who have private zoos with supposed Terran animals in their exhibitions. We could check them out whenever you want. It's a date then. I grinned, and she had the gall to snort at me. What? Ah, I just dash, she hummed, thinking over her words before meeting my eyes and smiling. You are adorable, and I love you. I blinked, my cheeks heating up a little despite myself, and despite the things we'd been doing to each other just a few minutes ago. I love you too, I said, smiling at her a bit shyly. It was another hour later that we finally managed to work up the willpower to get back to work. This had been a nice, and much-needed little break. Very enjoyable too, but we had a crusade to get back to. To cut down on the travel time, instead of taking the atmospheric route on the way back too, I just absorbed our mini-void ship and teleported both of us back onto the Sovereign. The first thing I did was sync up my memories with the drone I'd left behind, essentially adding whatever it had experienced into my own pool of experiences. I took a moment to look through it for anything worthwhile and raised my eyebrows at what I found. Oh. Hey, Mom. Kat said, hopping off the armchair she'd draped herself over. You're back. That's good. The tower starting to get a bit pushy, but it wasn't an emergency, so I told them to pound sand, and I didn't want to bother you, but dash. You did well, I said, ruffling her hair. I absorbed the drone's memories. What's this peace negotiation I'd heard about? I frowned as I said the word, it sounded like a joke. Or the prelude to something horrible. The Imperium of Man did not negotiate with Xenos, not if they didn't have a problem that was so great they couldn't deal with it, if they had a bunch of Tau nibbling on their heels the moment they turned their attention away from them. The only time I knew of where the Tau and the Imperium negotiated a peace and formed a temporary alliance was when there was a huge fuck-off Tyranid splinter fleet coming to eat them all, and that was only managed under the careful guidance of one Caiaphas Cain. A man who had the near-mythical ability of common sense, a rarity beyond even Alpha Plus level psychers in this setting. The request for beginning peace negotiations was sent to the Tau Forward Fleet, Kat said. They relayed it to us and to the other fleets. I don't know what decision the Ethereals had come to, or what they are debating about, but they'd requested your input. Rather insistently requested, that is. Well, I said. Things just gotten either much more interesting or troublesome. Let's go see what our least favorite stuck-up blueies are doing. It's either a trap, or they managed to wake some ancient horror that's currently fucking them in the ass real hard. I wasn't sure which option I liked less. The trap could be annoying. Since the Tau were gullible idiots, you waved the possibility of peace before their eyes, and they were swooning already. On the other hand, it beat having to fight some eldritch horror that crawled out of the ghoul stars. Alternatively, it might just be Hive Fleet Dagon coming around to take a nibble out of the Imperium. Or maybe the local Necron dynasty was waking prematurely. Or maybe the Plague Wars began, and Guilliman cancelled the Achilles Crusade to bolster the resources he had to beat back Mordorion. I dismissed the possibility of this being a true peace negotiation. It was just straight up impossible. With Solomon Tetrarchus dead, the Lord Commanders of the different salients would be autonomous, since I doubted they would accept any new Lord Militant named by the generals and admirals back in the Iron Halo, whom they knew Tetrarchus distrusted. Also, I had copied Tetrarchus' memories. I knew just who the Lord Commander of the Canis Salient was. I knew exactly the type of man Sebastikar Bongrave was. There was not even a snowball's chance in hell that he would ever even consider peace with the Tau. The only possibility I could see was that he was thinking of himself as a cunning strategist by using the possibility of peace to bait the Tau into a trap before he ran out of supplies. But even that was iffy. The Abongrave that Tetrarchus' memories showed would have retched at the mere idea of breathing the same air as a Tau, much less to invite them to negotiate. No, it was probably something else. Something dangerous enough to force his hand. I really hoped it wasn't some eldritch abomination that the Imperium managed to wake up. That was about the only option I had no idea how to handle, and the only one that truly worried me, the unknown. 260, throwing wrenches. I object, I said, arms crossed as I stared at the Tau faces before me, taking up the entire wall like 100 little floating heads. I won't stop you, but I want you to know that this is stupid. You have read the reports on Sebastikar Bongrave, you've been fighting the man for decades. He had to have a detailed psychological profile built up by now. You should know peace with the Tau is anathema to him. It would be against our philosophy to refuse an attempt at peace without even hearing the other side out, Ansal said calmly. It would be the height of hypocrisy if we refused him out of hand. But we are not foolish. Analysts have determined, based on the latest intel we have from our intelligence operatives, that a few days wasted on faux peace negotiations will not be detrimental to our offense. Quite the contrary, since we have a stable supply line, and the Imperium's forces in the Grey Hell front don't. Each wasted day brings them closer to widespread starvation, and subsequent riots, revolts, and such. That was cold, but I had to admit it had strategic merit. I disliked it, it targeted civilians, it was distasteful, but I was willing to let it go. It was the Imperium's fault that their supply lines were in shambles, not ours. It wasn't my fault that their first fleet decided to commit assisted suicide by attacking me. As I said, go ahead, I said with a shrug. I reserve the right to point and laugh when they spit in the face of the parley and ambush you, though. Noted, Ansal said drily, though I had the feeling he was actually of the same mind as me. If I knew anything about him, he was working tirelessly in the background to minimize the damage such treachery could cause. Do you have any other input before we send our agreement to the Imperium? I want to be there, I hummed. If only to see their faces when they see a human standing behind you. It should be entertaining, as would be crushing whatever plot that slimy twat is trying to pull. Also, I know I don't have to say this, but give an honest shot at keeping the location somewhere defensible. Do not hold the meeting in an empty system, that's just begging for some third party to crash the party. Namely, demons. Fucking cinch. Noted, Ansal said. We will take your recommendations into account. It took them an entire week to iron out the details of where, when, and under what circumstances the Tau and human delegations would meet. Surprisingly, I found out, through some blatant mental eavesdropping, that the Imperium seemed to be wanting to hurry things up as much as possible. They weren't delaying, not just playing for time. Either it meant Abongrave was getting hasty, or they really had something nasty occupying their attention. Or maybe I was just looking too deeply into it. In a galaxy where space travel was so slow, the fact that it took just a week was already incredibly fast from an objective perspective, I guess. Didn't feel that way, though, which is why I suspected the Tau were dragging their feet to drag it out, despite having a hard-on for peace. I spent the time in between relaxing, checking up on Thalia, spending some time with my daughters and dedicating the rest of my time to experiments. I optimized my hybrid custodes templates, refined some of the most used variants, and then experimented with refining the process for making pariah flesh, and also tried everything that came to mind for making the most out of them. My null bullets, missiles, grenades, and even spikes received upgrades, but I was hoping for some inspiration on that front. I was hoping getting my hands on the tech Imperial assassins of the Kilexis Temple used would give me some breakthrough on that front, and honestly, I was sure an Inquisitor would be sending one to my doorstep sooner or later. I was a big bad rogue psyker, and the Kilexis were the bane of psykers. It was natural to think one would have an easy time murderizing me. Other than that, I was waiting on Trazyn to call on me for a task, so I could exhort him for knowledge on how to forge Blackstone, or if not that, other Necron technology. Having Blackstone pylons of my own was still my best bet at keeping the nastiness of the warp away from my territory without having to rely on my Tyrannid shadow. Anyone with common sense could tell you that keeping tens of thousands of Tyrannid synapse creatures imprisoned like animals in a zoo was destined to cause trouble further down the line, no matter the precautions taken. It was a stopgap measure, and worse, it was unreliable, the same fault for which I disliked the idea of machine spirits. Knowing my greatest defense against demons was unreliable was like a permanent itch I couldn't scratch. Then the day of the Peace Summit, or whatever they decided to call it, arrived, and I felt my eyebrows rise despite myself the moment our ship entered the designated system. I felt a pair of familiar souls on board the largest Imperial ship, Syaphas Cain and Amberley Vale. Curiously, no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find any blank spots in my perception that would signify the presence of a pariah like Cain's favorite aide. The few smaller ones I found, I knew were too weak to be blanks. No, those were likely null rods or PSYK out munitions Ordo Hereticus Inquisitors loved so much. What are they playing at? I wondered. I threw all my previous plans into the garbage in one go. I'd been perhaps working under false preconceptions, believing that a Bongrave just had to be the highest form of authority present. Interesting, I hummed. Ounsal, do we have a list of the proposed delegates they are sending? We do, my favorite Tau said, tapping at his tablet before handing it to me. I ran my gaze down the list of names and huffed. Anything we should be concerned with? Take all my previous suggestions and objections with a grain of salt, they'd been made while missing crucial information, I said, shaking my head as I tapped one name in particular, Amberley Vale. I believe whoever's facilitating this is not Sebastica Bongrave. His name is on the list, yes, but I believe he is at best an unwilling puppet or a mouthpiece. Amberley Vale is a highly influential inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos, and I assume you know of Syaphas Cain? We have read the accounts of Quadrividia, yes, Ounsal replied. His presence here was taken as a sign of the veracity of the Imperium's intentions for actual peace. He is known for being honorable and a man of his word. It is partially why your warnings of treachery or a trap went largely unheeded. The man's a trouble magnet, I wonder what kind of horror he is bringing to our doorstep now, I mused. Last I saw him, he seemed intent on departing the sector as fast as humanly possible. Something must have forced him to stay. His heroic spirit is well known among the humans, even this far out of his usual battlefields, Ounsal said. He was a favored propaganda piece of the now-dead Lord Militant Tetrarchus, so his name is well known among both the populace and the Imperium's troops. What could have forced his hand? I thought. The distasteful possibility of some ridiculous eldritch horror popping up in the near future was higher than ever. Cain was a plot magnet and had a massive plot armor too. His presence all but confirmed that something was going to come out of left field. I wouldn't know what, but I could prepare so I could roll with the blow when it came, instead of taking it on the cheek. The star system we were in was a contested zone, having traded hands a dozen times over the course of the Achilles Crusade, so it was the hope that neither side would have had time to build up anything crazy, and that if anything nasty was sleeping in the system, it would have been woken by the fighting long ago. The peace negotiation itself would take place on a small space station dropped an equal distance away from both the Imperium's and the Tau's fleets. It wasn't a foolproof idea by itself, they could send assassins in the place of diplomats, or just fakes who they wouldn't mind blowing to shreds with their lance batteries. But I made it foolproof. I would know if Cain and Vale weren't in the shuttle flying towards the space station. Surprisingly, they were. Something was wrong, they were too forthright, almost desperate. As they could blow the station to shreds, so could we. How could they justify sending an Inquisitor, the hero of the Imperium, and the Lord Commander of the Canis Salient all together? It was super fishy. My spidey senses were tingling, or maybe that was just my paranoia, considering I hadn't been bitten by any radioactive spiders as of late. Thankfully, I had an easy way to figure out what was going on without any nulls around to protect the Imperial delegates' minds. It might have been a bit paranoid, but I maintained that it was just prudence, not paranoia, if they really were out to get you. I started with a Bongrave, the least likely to have any resistance to telepathy out of the three. Curious. The man was a ball of resentment and impotent rage. He had been browbeaten into submission by the massive hammer of Amberley's inquisitorial authority. He had the air of a man walking to the gallows. He had objected, repeatedly and loudly, to trusting the Tau to honor a parley, but he'd been ignored, and then commanded to come along so he couldn't make a mess of things while Amberley wasn't breathing down his neck. I did not like the obvious parallels between him and me. Not at all. I supposed I wasn't browbeaten, just ignored, and coming along had been my own initiative. At least the Tau seemed to have taken my warnings into consideration. We weren't the same, but it still left a sour taste in my mouth. Next came Kane, and the moment I poked my metaphorical nose into his mind, I felt my eyebrows climb up my forehead until they almost touched my hairline. His mind was a chaotic mess, a total opposite of the confident smile and composed aura he outwardly projected. He was imagining the hundreds of ways this meeting could end with his death, then considering whether he could somehow turn the shuttle around before it reached the space station. Those speculations always came to a stuttering halt, the image of a golden giant with a severe frown banishing them all in an instant. I recognized that frown, that face. Oh, my, I hummed, a smirk tugging at the edge of my lips. I'd found the mastermind of this little play, and found myself relaxing. There was no eldritch monstrosity, no Necron armada, no Tyrannid hive fleet. Just an ambitious little custodian. Long time no see, Octavian. Then I tensed right back up when my brain caught up with me. Custodes weren't stupid, and this specific one had tried to kill me before, however unsuccessfully, so it wasn't unreasonable to expect the same once more, no matter what he told Kane. Octavian knew I could read minds, didn't he? He wanted me to see him profess his honest intentions for peace between us in Kane's mind. The optimistic part of me wanted to believe that was just his way of showing me his peaceful intentions without exposing himself. The cynical part of me thought it was a facade. An attempt at lulling me into a false sense of security so I'd let my guard down, thereby giving him the opportunity he needs to ambush me. Hell, I wouldn't put it past him to ally with the Shadow Keepers, no matter his previous claims of them being at odds with each other. Is there a worst-case scenario more disastrous than me getting jumped by a squad of Shadow Keepers all decked out in echidna-killing gear? I thought furiously, my perception of time slowing to a crawl as my brain, and the connected web of neural computers making up my mind cores, almost itched from how hard I was pushing them. I couldn't find any scenario like that, not one that Octavian could facilitate by himself. Sure, Psench could chuck another handful of greater demons at me in the middle of the ambush, or maybe shit out a warp storm on top of my head. Maybe the surveyors missed the fact that the planet below was a Necron throne world, and we'd get a whole Necron fleet out to murder us. I checked for the latter and sighed inwardly when I found the planet bereft of any murderous space skeletons. No. Worst-case scenario was Shadow Keepers all prepared and ready for me, with a slew of purpose-made relics aimed to counter me specifically. I scoured the system, leaving no rock unturned, tasting every scattered atom, running my mental fingers over the fabric of space. I scanned the system from end to end, then scanned beyond, both in the warp for any Imperial fleets waiting in ambush, and in real space, but only found the empty void of space between stars and the tumultuous waters of the warp. I teleported tiny infiltration drones on board all Imperial ships and sent them surveying any spot blanked out of my auric perception. Tiny flies cloaked in lictor-grade cloaking investigated every spot, and I catalogued everything they found. There was not a single member of the Adeptus Custodes in the system, there were no hidden teleport beacons I could see, there were no spatial warpings signifying someone hiding in a pocket space, and there was nothing in the warp making me suspect an ambush. It was eerie. I peered into the distance, my eyes piercing the distance with ease as I thought, arms crossed under my chest, as my fingers tapped idly at my opposing wrist. "What's wrong?" Celine asked with a tinge of worry in her voice, perceptive enough to pick up on all my cues, or maybe just familiar enough with me to know what to look for. "I'm not sure yet," I said. "There is something fucky going on, but I can't, for the life of me, figure out what." I shared my observations with her through our telepathic bond, what I'd found out, and my theories and worries about what it meant. Celine frowned and hummed thoughtfully. "We can either cancel this meeting, change the location last minute with your portals, or we can walk right into this supposed trap with our eyes peeled wide open," Celine said, tapping at her lips, deep in thought. "The Tau would bitch and whine, but it doesn't matter." "You think a Shadowkeeper kill squad could be a threat to you?" "Yes," I said easily. "You never know what sorts of messed up relics they have sitting around in their vaults. Something in there can for sure mess up my life, if not kill me." "Can you track down this custodian?" Celine asked. "I know your aura thingy only covers a star system, but you can teleport over interstellar distances. If you could extract his location from one of the delegates' minds, you could portal him here for questioning." "Custodes have minds tougher than diamonds, I doubt I could get quick answers," I said, considering. "But I might still get something worthwhile out of it. They, too, have body language, and I can read that instead." I'd become ridiculously good at cold reading people, what with my being consciously aware of every single molecule in a person's body, and having the mental processing power to actually make use of all that information. But that was just hardware. The Tau Ethereal template gave me the software for it, and it synergized disgustingly well with the rest. I didn't use it, not unless I needed to. It was fine for political meetings, but it felt distasteful to use it on Celine or my daughters, so I didn't. Yeah, I know, I could read their emotions through their auras anyway, which was arguably much more invasive of their privacy, but it felt different from my end. It put me in a different mindset, and I didn't like it. I didn't like looking at my family members with the compulsive need to dissect their psyche and understand what made them tick. But it was a useful tool for when I didn't want to, or couldn't use telepathy to get information out of someone. "Could be a trap," I said, humming. "The Deathwatch kill team managed to latch onto one of my teleports when they were trying to ambush me. Still, I can take precautions knowing that's a possibility. I think I'll go with that suggestion." "Be careful," Celine said. "We can always pull back, or lay a trap of our own to bait them out. Send in 2 of your flesh-crafted drones to look like us. That is, if there is an ambush or trap at all." "Point," I said, slumping a little. "Can't be too careful in this shithole of a galaxy. I'll be as safe as I can be, promise." "Good luck then," Celine said, leaning in to give me a small peck on the lips before pulling back with a grin. "Have a good hunt." My answer was a grin mirroring her own. It was time for a reunion. 261, diplomacy at its finest. I got the name of the planet Cain had last seen Octavian at from his head. I had a navigator's map of the Jericho Reach in my head already, having extracted it from the minds of the navigators into Tetrarchus' fleet, but I double-checked it in the mind of the navigator that ferried Cain's group across the warp. My mind course cross-referenced them, evening out the differences and adding in things any of the maps had that the others lacked. Once I was done, I had the location of the planet. Both in the warp and in real space, but just to be sure, I ever so carefully poked my nose into Amberly's mind and sniffed around a little. Her mind was much more ordered than Cain's, clearly sharpened by decades of practice with exercises that helped resist mental influences and intrusions. Alas, it was clear Amberly focused on keeping her thoughts unmolested rather than on keeping all her memories safe. Space Marine minds tended to rather break than bend, destroying most memories held within if you pushed too hard. Luckily, the blonde Inquisitor valued her life a bit more. She too thought Octavian remained on the same planet. Octavian even confirmed it to her in a private conversation that he would stay on the planet while the negotiations happened. Curious. Was that an invitation for me, or perhaps bait? A trap? I had to be careful. Constant vigilance. Eh? It was a bit energy-intensive, and I grimaced at the thought of breaking my vow to be less wasteful with my soul energy, but it needed to be done. Space warped around me, the fabric of space itself bending over for me like a little bitch the moment the psychic force of my will slammed into it like a sledgehammer. Distance became a suggestion, star systems flashed by as I crossed light years in nanoseconds. I wasn't aware of the exact hows and whys of what was happening. I didn't need to know the exact physics of it when my power worked specifically by telling physics to sit in the corner and mind its own damned business. The spell spat me back out near my destination, in high orbit of the planet I'd seen in both Kane's and Amberley's minds. It was just as ugly in real life as did looked through Kane's eyes. A ball of rotting metal with humans living in it like a swarm of vermin. It was a hive world, the world that was the center of mankind's operations within the Canis salient and from where Sebastikar Abongrave commanded humanity's war machine on the Grey Hell front. The entire planet had a near-cohesive aura, one that tasted of fear, paranoia, desperation, and hunger. It was a shithole, but a shithole that had a lot of fresh bodies ready to be thrown at the enemies of mankind and one with the military-industrial complex massive enough to fuel the war machine that was the Grey Hell front. Factories littered the planet, building anything and everything needed to wage war aside from void ships, which I heard were produced only back in the Iron Halo. Lost guns, grenades, armored vehicles, shuttles, carriers, missiles, artillery, flak vests, uniforms and of course, military rations. Rations which were made from a distressingly high percentage of vermin and human meat. I spread out my aura, repeating much of the same extremely rigorous inspection I'd done in the previous system, but now limited to the planet. I felt nearly a dozen psychers react to my unsubtle scrutiny, cowering under the weight of my attention and doing the psychic equivalent of rolling up into little balls and baring their necks before a predator greater than any of them. I found a single spot of empty void, a space where my aura was repelled and made a wild guess that I'd found our missing Jurgen. Right across from the null, in a room just down the hallway, I found my target, standing in the middle of the room in full golden regalia with his hands clasped behind his back and guardian spear lodged into the floor next to him. I felt him stiffen. His mind was a diamond fortress, but his body was still human enough to show his emotions. Nothing any regular human would notice, just micro-expressions, his heart rate picking up pace, hormones indicating he was focused and preparing for a fight flowing in his veins. I didn't teleport in like an idiot. He was clearly waiting for me, so teleporting there like an idiot would likely end up with me walking right into his trap, if he had one. Well, it wasn't like I needed to be physically present to talk. With incredible psychic power came the ability to project my voice across a planet. Among many other things. Long time no see, Octavian. The custodian stiffened ever so slightly as my voice echoed from all around him. Making the air vibrate to make words was not too hard, but that creepy echo effect took some practice to get down pat. I hear you wanted to talk. He looked around with the barest hint of a frown, but visibly restrained himself from grabbing his guardian spear. Echidna, he said, voice devoid of emotion. I did. You went through all that effort, drafting Kane and his Inquisitor girlfriend, I mused while my aura swept out, rolling further and further out through the system. I wanted to know where every last atom was located. All but lured me here. I'm curious. Do you have a trap for me? Is there a Shadowkeeper kill squad waiting for the moment to latch onto my teleport and shove an athame into my kidney? There is not, Octavian stated. Your paranoia is understandable, which is why I went through the effort of sending the only humans I knew of with whom you had a somewhat positive interaction with. I do not wish for there to be bad blood or further conflict between us, and neither does my lord. I froze at that. The Emperor managed to pull enough of himself together to give you a vision? I am a dreamer, Octavian announced with an uncharacteristically proud air about him. I have misunderstood his edicts. That is what prompted our unfortunate previous encounter. Since then, I've reconvened with my brothers and the Captain General. We wish for there to be no more conflict between us, and if possible, peace. I thought over his words. They were a whole lot of meaningless nothing. Peace. Like I was ever going to head over to Terra to fuck with the Adeptus Custodes. The only reason there could be conflict between us was if they came after me. He must know it too. I thought, my ethereal granted political instinct telling me what this was. A first step, he just wanted me to be more comfortable and willing to engage with him before he broached the subject he actually came for. Probably something with healing the Emperor, which I already promised to the lion. I felt myself grin at the thought. I was going to scam the shit out of him if my gut instinct was right. Selling the same promise twice and making me get paid for it twice over. It was tickling me pink just thinking about it. Yes, I'm petty as hell, bite me. Speaking of, it was an awfully frustrating experience, feeling like I was a puppet dancing to someone else's tune. And now? I felt like I'd been dancing on Octavian's strings, following the little nuggets and clues he left for me like an obedient little rat. I wanted to change that. Send him reeling, panicking, rip his carefully constructed plan to shreds. Maybe then I'd see who he really was under that stoic facade. What would annoy him the most? How could I inconvenience him in such a way that it didn't ruin the possibility for peace but gave him a headache? I know just the thing. A portal opened up behind him, the other end leading right beside me. The sudden vacuum tried to reel him in, but he was a custodian guard. He grabbed his spear and held his ground easily, until I grabbed him in my telekinetic grasp and yanked him through. Well, I would hate it if all your work setting up that peace negotiation went up in flames, I said, grinning as the man stopped breathing and slammed his helmet on his head. Let's go make sure it goes well, why don't we? We can merge this shadow meeting with the real one. I didn't give him time to respond, once again making the fabric of space my bitch to send us flying through interstellar space. I opened a portal the moment we reached the system I'd left not so long ago, walking through and yanking Octavian after me. I plopped him down on the Imperial side and took my spot on the opposing side of the table with a grin. Not a moment later, the doors on each side opened up to reveal the Tau and Imperial delegations walking in, only for them to freeze as they found us already there. Celine sent me a look that was halfway between amused and exasperated, but the prior quickly won out, and she plastered a little smirk at the edge of her lips. What is the meaning of this? It was one of the ethereals that spoke, one of the three twats, and he pierced me with a look, then looked suspiciously at the Imperial delegation. I just thought the puppet master who facilitated this entire peace summit thingy should be here to make his case himself, I said, turning a smirk back over at Octavian, who slowly removed his helmet now that we weren't in the void of space. He looked a little red and had an expression like he'd just stepped into dog's hit. Oh, Syaphas and Amberly. I'd have thought the two of you would be on your way out of the reach by now. Kane's already stiff smile turned entirely wooden, and I could almost taste the sheer primal panic running through his mind. He was a smart cookie, already having realized that I had just gone and grabbed his custodian boss from dozens of star systems away and dragged him back despite the man's visible unhappiness about the fact. I felt the inklings of a similar mixture of emotions from Amberly, though she was much better at keeping both outwardly and inwardly stoic. Sure, she was probably re-evaluating the chances of her getting out of this meeting alive, but she wasn't nearing a mental breakdown like her favorite boy toy was busy doing. You would dare betray humanity, to side with these treacherous Xeno scum? Ibongrave, whom I had almost forgotten about, butted into the conversation, chest puffed up and outrage radiating off of him in waves. His hands twitched towards his holster, fingers barely stopping before grasping his pistol. Octavian frowned, his initial surprise and constipated look having long melted back into his usual stoic look. And on a man of his stoic disposition, that frown was the equivalent of a more expressive man shouting in outrage. The commander didn't seem to notice though in the height of his righteous outrage. Betray humanity? I mused. No, I don't think I ever did such a thing. Betraying the Imperium, on the other hand? I grinned viciously, letting the silence grow thick. Still no. I would have had to be a part of the Imperium of mankind for me to betray it, which I never was. Nor am I much of a human anymore, aside from my mind. This form you see, this humanity you perceive is skin deep, for beneath the surface are muscles strong enough to tear apart the hulls of spaceships, bones strong enough to withstand standing on the surface of a star. Just because I'm not 9 feet tall, it doesn't mean I'm any less dangerous than Octavian, whom you are probably relying on to protect you from my ire. Let me banish that misconception. I stood from my seat, stepping towards the little man, and my body bulged, my clothes shifting and stretching as my body grew. My hair turned silvery white, my face grew leaner, my expression a mask of serene superiority. I grew to nearly 10 feet tall, obviously male, and radiating perfection. I have not been idle these past few months, I said, my voice velvety sweet, containing a lingering malice. I have stumbled upon some lucky finds, treasures of sorts. I have been growing, but what about you, Octavian? You don't grow, you are made perfect and stay that way. I wonder, with how I don't have his unique soul that empowered the original, could you beat me while I am wearing his skin? Could you beat a Primarch? How? Octavian asked, and the only signs of surprise I could see on him were the slight widening of his pupils and the ever so slight tensing of his muscles. The Clone Lord has been rather busy these last few millennia. It wasn't hard to get my hand on a sample of his most successful work, I said conversationally, letting the genetics and the lingering muscle memory guide my movements. Fulgrim was an absolute drama queen, and he had enough charisma to drown entire worlds in it. He was a natural, the kind of person who thrived when he was the center of attention, when there were hundreds of eyes on him. The one I'd taken the sample I based this form off of was the only perfect clone of the Phoenician. The only one that had his Primarch aura. Now that little tidbit drew behind itself a silence so thick with tension you could have cut it. Clones of Primarchs were not common, but they popped up every so often with how much of a busy little bee Fabius Bile had been for the last 10,000 years. Horus, Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus all had clones of themselves running around at one point or another, but not a single one of them had the aura of a Primarch, that ephemeral thing that made them unique, that made them great. None of them were recognized by their legions as their Primarchs. But, truth be told, I don't quite like this form, I said. His talent lay with self-healing, speed and grace. None of which I lack the ability for in my own form. But my form shifted, hair turning dark gray, beard growing over my face as my features shifted from graceful and handsome to gruff and severe. I also have this one. Now this body had been made for war, and I got this right from the original. You broke into the rock? Octavian asked, and I couldn't quite make out his predominant emotions on the matter. Oh, he still thought the lion was sleeping? So much for their famed intelligence network. I shrugged. No, he came to me on his own 2 feet and gave me a lock of his hair of his own free will. It seems your lord didn't want to put all his eggs in one basket, as they say. With a thought, I snapped back into my original avatar form, giving the gaping peanut gallery a smug grin as I plopped down into my chair and kicked my feet up onto the table. So, I said, adding as much fake cheer into my voice as humanly possible. Peace. I think we have established that it doesn't matter whether you want peace or not. It only matters whether I want it or not. So convince me. 262, the price. The Imperium of Man will forfeit any and all claims to any territory they hold within the Jericho Reach. The Achilles Crusade will be disbanded, and wardenship of this side of the Jericho Maw Warp Gate will be handed over to you. Octavian spoke without pause, without hesitation, ignoring the squawks of outrage or the disbelieving looks. He only had eyes for Echidna. No one else in this room mattered. The woman in question paused, blinking at him owlishly as her false grin faded, turning into something much more genuine. Octavian sensed the humans who'd gathered behind him tremble as the monster wearing the face of a human showed a sliver of her true self. It was cold, calculating, hungry and paranoid. He did not doubt that the eldritch mind behind that pretty facade dissected everything about him, every word, every twitch of a muscle, every inflection. He had long ago learned to spot the signs of when he was talking to someone who could think faster than humanly possible, and Echidna was a blaring alarm bell to that gut instinct of his. He wouldn't have been surprised if she spent an entire year of relative time thinking, planning, plotting between one heartbeat and the next. He saw her face warp with suspicion. She found no sign of falsehood in his words, because there was none to be found, and decided that it meant Octavian was just better at hiding the truth than she was at uncovering it. Troublesome. Yet, understandable. He did try to kill her the last time they met, and he doubted he was even the one who came closest to ending her. The paranoia was deserved, and likely the only reason she was still here and not in a shallow grave, aside from her ridiculous powers. Those likely also proved to be of some assistance in keeping her alive. The mask snapped back in an instant, a Cheshire grin radiating intense smugness taking its place across her well-sculpted features. Octavian glanced to the side, hearing a grinding noise he associated with someone grinding their teeth, and the weight of his gaze slammed into a bongrave before the man could put his foot in his mouth. The Lord Commander paled, and whatever words he was about to spout dying in his throat. He managed to turn the aborted action into a thick gulp. If it were possible, Echidna's smile turned even more smug, that vulpine grin pulling her lips just a bit too wide to be humanly possible. Had anyone else been in her place, he'd have wiped the expression off their face with the butt of his spear, likely taking their jaw off along with the insufferable grin. Alas, Echidna was not someone he could scold for acting childish and besmirching his honor as a member of the Adeptus Custodes, and thereby, besmirching his lord's honor. She knew. She was testing, prodding to see how far she could push. She was feeling out Octavian's boundaries, looking for the line in the sand. He wasn't sure whether she'd pull back if she found it or jump right over, hoping to start a fight. It had become apparent after the first few exchanges that she was certain of her victory not only over him, but over the entirety of the Imperium's forces in the sector, single-handedly. The only things she seemed genuinely worried about were the Shadow Keepers and something else he couldn't yet figure out, although that latter fear was fading with each passing second. Somehow, talking to Octavian was making her dismiss something she'd been wary of. Curious, but not something he could push or investigate. That's a generous offer, Echidna said. I only wonder how honest it is, or how able you are to provide what you promise. The good Lord Commander over there certainly has objections. Octavian figured a bongrave wouldn't survive the meeting. He'd expected it a while ago, calculated it into his plans. Letting Echidna and the Tau have the head of someone so famously opposed to the Tau would be a nice way to show how genuine his attempts at peace were. The man was, in essence, a peace offering. One that he hoped could earn him some goodwill, if not something better. As things stood, he might just get his head popped like an overripe grape, and Echidna would blame him for bringing along such a firebrand, then ask for further compensation. Maybe ownership of both sides of the warp gate, which Octavian was willing to give, but only as a last resort. Constructing something similar to the iron halo on the other side to contain Echidna's expansion into the sector beyond the gate would be costly beyond belief, and likely require him to lean heavily on his political capital. Making the High Lords declare the Achilles Crusade defunct and over is well within the scope of my abilities, Octavian said. Without funding, those who refused to pull back would be mopped up with ease. I have detailed reports on all important fortifications, their weaknesses, and how best to dismantle them. Echidna had alluded not only to having met the Lion, the Lord of the First, but also to having made a deal of some kind with him. It was possible that everything Octavian was doing was redundant, but since there existed a reasonably high possibility that it was not, he had to continue with the assumption that it had either been a lie to throw him off, or perhaps a half-truth. And all you'd want in return is my goodwill? Echidna asked with a raised eyebrow, looking at Octavian much like how one would look at a child they were indulging on a whim. Everything she did seemed aimed at shaking him in some way, trying to elicit an emotional response, or something resembling that. She was likely still trying to figure him out, still suspicious of his words and intent. It wasn't like it was a novel method of negotiation for one who knew themselves to be dealing from a superior position, nor was it anything close to subtle. It worked though, if only because she took it to such an outrageous extreme. Even a custodian of Octavian's quality wouldn't be able to stay stoic in the face of a faux remark, or at the claim of one coming back from the dead, and making backroom deals with an enemy of mankind instead of returning to the Imperium. Octavian wasn't ready to unpack that can of worms. There were hypothetical plans for if Robot Guilliman betrayed the Emperor and the Custodian Guard would have to protect their lord against the Lord Regent. The number of various what-if scenarios they had planned around could be counted in the thousands. But Lionel Johnson? As much as Guilliman was touted as the avenging son, and was among the most famous of his brothers, up there only below Sanguinius, the man was not the best fighter. Among his brothers, he was average at best, a good all-rounder who wouldn't be caught lacking in any part of combat, but who excelled in warfare, not up close and personal combat. The lion was among the most dangerous of his brothers, eclipsed only by Sanguinius himself on the custode's danger rating. The man was who the emperor had sent after the worst monsters humanity had to kill to claim the stars during the Great Crusade. Octavian just knew this new bit of information would spark countless new discussions and frenzied planning, but that was not his concern now. He had someone across from him who might be even more of a danger to the Imperium than the emperor's eldest son. Someone who could be of even greater help to the emperor than any of his returned sons. Goodwill, Octavian said with deliberate slowness. She probably knew just how hard he wanted this negotiation to succeed, but he didn't want to be too obvious about it. He still had some pride. He was not here to grovel or beg. Would be a good start. It makes for fertile ground for further cooperation. Do you want me to heal the emperor, too? Echidna asked, her voice casual as if she was asking about the weather. The ensuing silence was interrupted by sharp gasps and confused mutterings from the Imperial and Tau sides, respectively. Octavian narrowed his eyes. Is that what the Lord of the First traded his biological sample for? A promise of healing the emperor? Among other things. Echidna smiled easily, visibly delighting in the flabbergasted expressions on Abongrave and Vale's faces, her lips twitching into an amused smirk when she saw Cain nearly fainting. The man had an impressive level of skill for hiding his emotions, but not nearly good enough to hide them from either Octavian or Echidna. But as I said to him, I will not be fulfilling that promise until someone finds a way to mend his soul and heal his mind. The last thing I want to do is wake the Dark King instead of Neith, or the Emperor. It was Octavian's turn to suck in a sharp breath while even the Inquisitor looked confused. Those were things no one outside of the Custodes and the Emperor's own should have known. Perhaps not even them. Was it an empty promise then? Octavian asked sharply. Clearly, the lion was working towards a goal more worthy than any other. Would Echidna jeopardize it? Perhaps that was why he was meant to be here, to curb her possible treachery? No, the woman said, still smiling, though it was sharp now. The possibility exists, however faint. I can only heal the body, not the mind or the soul, though I am making attempts to learn, not that it's going particularly well. I see, Octavian said after a moment's pause, practically an eternity for both him and the woman across from him. How do you know his mind or soul is injured? The Emperor is perpetual, he's lived for longer than mankind knew how to write. Cataclysmic as his battle with Horus had been, his soul should have been more than strong enough to weather the storm. Well, it likely didn't help that he kept throwing pieces of it away, Echidna said. Did you know he tore out his own humanity and capacity for empathy to gain the resolve to slay Horus? It didn't help that you stuck his mangled soul into the spiritual torture chair for 10 millennia. He's in rough shape. If we woke him now, well, I think I'd be skipping galaxies as fast as I could and leave whatever the fuck happens after to be all of your problems. He came damned close to ascending during his fight with Horus, you know? Civilization would be thoroughly fucked on the galactic scale by now if the Dark King was truly born that day. She knew too much. Things that should have been impossible to scry or find out, she just spouted like they were common trivia. Things even the custodian guard could only speculate about, she said as if they were obvious. He would have called her out on pulling facts out of her backside had they not been so ruinously close to the truth. It made no sense, but he shelved that mystery for later. Octavian finally noticed that the other people in the room were looking at the two of them with confused frowns, some moving their lips without any sound coming out and the Inquisitor tapping something, an invisible wall, a force field? He turned a look at Echidna. It was somewhere halfway between questioning and accusatory. I don't think they are quite ready for those kinds of info dumps just yet, she said with a smirk. And I'd hate it if you'd be forced to kill Amberly and Cain to keep some secrets. The fact that it took Octavian so long to notice spoke of how rattled he was by the revelations and the topic at hand. The Custodes have spent the last 10,000 years mourning, blaming themselves for not being good enough to protect their lord. They all failed the day the Emperor sat on the golden throne after his fateful duel with Horus, and that failure haunted them all even to this day. The possibility of making up for it, healing the wounds his lord suffered, it was beyond words. Octavian had known no greed before this day, but he doubted any man born before him had ever wanted anything as much as he wanted that. If he somehow ruined the possibility, if he somehow ruined the lion's efforts, he'd never forgive himself, and nor would his brothers ever forgive him. Failure here would be all but treason. If he were that incompetent, death would be preferable. He saw a glimmer in the woman's eye and knew she'd seen through him. She had seen his desperation and tensed up in response, expecting an attack. He made doubly sure he didn't move a muscle, appearing as non-threatening as it was possible for someone like him. She studied him, head tilting slightly, eyes narrowed as that glimmer twisted and warped. Wariness remained, but there was a returning amusement and a mean gleam. Soon, she'd realize he had no backup that could threaten her, and then she'd know she had him cornered. A lesser man would have lashed out, achieving nothing. Octavian was no lesser man, he was a custodian guard, one of the emperor's companions. He had no fear, no doubt. His survival instincts were suppressed, his fight-or-flight response smothered to death. Neither would help him, so he let neither affect him. If her growing grin was anything to go by, she was starting to arrive at that conclusion too. Octavian wanted to sigh, knowing by now that she'd be ruthless in her demands, and knowing he'd give her whatever she asked without a question or complaint. After all, there was no price too great for hope. 263, business concluded. Things have escalated far beyond Ansal's wildest predictions and faster than he could follow. It took him precious seconds to process just what kind of mess he'd found himself in. The golden giant that he was going to assume Echidna decided to invite without giving the man the possibility of declining was the strangest of all. He watched the Imperium's delegation, knowing their reaction would be more telling than anything he could come up with himself. The one he knew to be Lord Commander Sebastiker Abongrave was slack-jawed, eyes wide in awe. The one wearing a commissar's sash was similarly shocked, though he wore a wooden expression that told of a poor attempt at concealing his expression. The Inquisitor, likely the most dangerous member of the three-person delegation, merely had her eyes wide, but then gathered herself quickly. What's the meaning of this? Eldrash was the one who spoke up, a distinctly annoyed note entering his aged voice. I just thought the puppet master who facilitated this entire peace summit thingy should be here to make his case himself, Echidna replied with an amused grin, gesturing at the rather put-upon puppet master. Her gaze wandered, landing on the Imperial delegation. Oh, Syaphas and Amberly. I'd have thought the two of you would be on your way out of the reach by now. A puppet master. One that Abongrave didn't seem to have known about, though that didn't go for the other two Echidna had just named. So they were the ones who made this summit possible, at the behest of the Golden Giant. A Golden Giant, whom all three obviously had a great respect for, which bordered on worship for Abongrave. He was taller than a space marine and wore gold, wielding authority beyond both a Lord Commander of mankind's militaries and even beyond an Inquisitor whose organization was known to answer only to a single man. Is this the famed Emperor of Mankind? Ansal wondered, his wariness rising, and he made the decision to stay back until dragged into the negotiations. He had a feeling anyone reckless might just end up as collateral damage in this meeting, either metaphorically or literally. Did Echidna just kidnap the Emperor of Mankind? Ansal wondered, then realized that it made absolutely no sense. Even if the vast majority of what they knew of the Imperium's supposedly immortal god-emperor was heavily diluted mysticism and propaganda, he was still reasonably sure that if the man got off his golden throne, the news would have reached the Tau by now. No, the obvious answer was that this was not the Emperor. Who then? Who else could it be, and perhaps more importantly, where had he been? Had Echidna grabbed him from the Imperium's flagship in the system, or from a nearby star system? Perhaps all the way from Terra? No, that would be ridiculous. All of those options would be ridiculous, aside from maybe the first one. Even so, Ansal only entertained that one because he had read reports of the woman nonsensically ignoring Tau energy shields and Imperial void shields alike while teleporting, who knew what the true limits of that ability of hers were. Certainly not him, and neither did the Earth caste, something that had sent those of said caste who heard of her feat into a fervor as they tried to work out a way to prevent her from just teleporting on board their void ships. They had a new prototype field emitter that was supposed to work, but obviously, it hadn't been tested yet. He only just barely paid attention as a Bongre prattled on about betrayal and treachery, instead watching the golden giant's frown and the Inquisitor's slight grimace. He also noted that Echidna claimed to have left behind humanity, both literally and metaphorically. Let me banish that misconception, the enigmatic woman said and rose from her feet, drawing everyone's gaze in the room. Ounsal stiffened, some animal part of his brain sensing the rising danger, and then he saw Echidna start to change. Her silky white hair gained a silvery sheen, her body bulged, muscles firming up while her entire body swelled in size until she, or rather he now, stood at 10 feet tall. I have not been idle these past few months. The voice was salient, velvety, and sweet, yet held a malice that was impossible to miss. There was a regal disdain to every motion, every sound, like the giant of a man was lowering himself to entertain insects. I have stumbled upon some lucky finds, treasures of sorts. I have been growing, but what about you, Octavian? You don't grow, you are made perfect and stay that way. I wonder, with how I don't have his unique soul that empowered the original, could you beat me while I am wearing his skin? Could you beat a Primarch? Ounsal didn't know the word Primarch, but it hit the Imperium's delegates like a gut punch, or rather, a slap in the face, in the now named Octavian's case. This couldn't be good, for them. For the Tau, though? Ah, yes, he could work with this. Could you beat a Primarch? Ah, frack. Thought Caiaphas Cain, vaunted hero of the Imperium and victor of 100 battles. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I should have stayed on Perlia, told Amberly to shove her adventure where the sun doesn't shine. Even if I got my brain flash-fried with a lost bolt in return, it'd be better than this. No, it had to be a lie, a fake. There was no way this was real. A Primarch? Ridiculous, as if some random overpowered psyker could just. How? Octavian's question, spoken with a tension that was impossible to miss for one with Cain's intuition, brought his thoughts to a grinding halt. Frack, he thought numbly. So it was real. But, he eyes the impossibly perfect man towering over everyone in the room, with that arrogant smile bordering on a sneer, the absolute confidence that he was the greatest thing to ever grace the face of the galaxy. He eyed the movements, the graceful, economical movements with just enough flourish to show the man wanted to be admired. Those were the movements of a master swordsman. The Clone Lord has been rather busy these last few millennia. It wasn't hard to get my hand on a sample of his most successful work. The man adored the sound of his own voice, that was clear. Was that inherent to the form, or was it just Echidna's inherent personality being enhanced by the form she now took on? The one I'd taken the sample I based this form off of was the only perfect clone of the Phoenician. The only one that had his Primarch aura. Cain didn't recognize any of the names. The Clone Lord, the Phoenician. Neither was familiar to him, but the way Amberly stiffened and took in a sharp breath, hissing like a startled snake, didn't do any favors to his nerves. That didn't make sense. Cain knew he wasn't much of a religious nut, but even he knew the names and titles of all the Emperor's 9 sons, except that never made sense. Horus had been one of the Emperor's sons, too, once upon a time, and his name obviously wasn't one of the 9. Horus wouldn't have nearly won all by himself, now would he? Frack. Double frack. Triple frack, for that matter. There had to be more traitor Primarchs, and if he didn't recognize this Phoenician, then, yeah. This was probably one of the blasted traitors. But, truth be told, I don't quite like this form. Echidna continued with an arrogant sniff. His talent lay with self-healing, speed, and grace. None of which I lack the ability for in my own form. But, her form shifted, silvery hair turning gray, tied behind her head in an economical knot. The arrogant sneer she wore turned into a severe frown as the perfect noble features gave way to a severe face made of all hard lines and scars, a gray beard growing to cover the lower half of the face, and oh, Emperor on Earth, he recognized that face. I also have this one. Now this body had been made for war, and I got this right from the original. Of course it frackin' was, that was the lion, the first Primarch. Cain had seen that face on murals and statues across the galaxy, even if depictions of the Great Angel and the Avenging Sun were much more widespread among the Primarchs. Just hearing the voice made Kane straighten up into parade rest, swallowing a nervous gulp. This man was one who expected to be obeyed and wouldn't take anything short of an absolutely stellar performance. "You broke into the rock?" Octavian asked, and wasn't that the fortress station of the Dark Angels, the headquarters of the once First Legion? The woman wearing the body of a primarch shrugged, the action looking distinctly alien on the body of the lion. "No, he came to me on his own 2 feet and gave me a lock of his hair of his own free will. It seems your lord didn't want to put all his eggs in one basket, as they say." What? Kane.exe stopped working, reboot in progress. The lion? Walking on his own 2 feet? How? What? Why? Who? No, that last question didn't make sense, but Kane felt it needed to be there to adequately show at least a fraction of his astonishment. She remade the entire body out of a lock of hair? No, that didn't matter. The lion was awake and active. A loyalist primarch, awake, and when he still couldn't quite manage to internalize the fact that Robot Gilliman had been resurrected not so long ago. The world was much simpler a decade ago. No primarchs, no great rift, no roaming chaos warbands all over the place. Kane only had a few more decades in him at best when the great rift tore the galaxy asunder. Just a few more decades. Couldn't all this have waited until he kicked the bucket? All he'd wanted for the last century was to retire and die in peace. Was that too much to ask? The despoiler had waited 10,000 years to rip into Cadia. Why couldn't he sit on his flea-infected traitorous ass for a few more years and do whatever traitorous Astartes did whenever they weren't out murdering the citizens of the Imperium or flaying toddlers? Kane barely paid attention to the conversation following that, his mind subconsciously deciding that shutting out all the world-shaking new information would be the optimal choice to retain his sanity. When he caught bits and pieces of the debate about resurrecting the Emperor, he completely shut down. Yes, the ceiling was certainly impressive, such an outstandingly fascinating tile pattern. It deserved his full attention. Yes. Nothing was more important than counting and analyzing those tiles. "I think I broke Kane," I mused, then glanced back at Octavian. The custodian had the air of a man waiting and ready for his own execution about him. I had him by the balls, though I didn't allow myself to become reckless. Only a fraction of my mind was truly focused on the negotiation, the rest scanning as far and wide as I could with my many sensory abilities. If there were any surprises here, I'd grab Celine and ditch everything in a nanosecond. If there weren't, well, then Octavian came to this negotiation without any leverage. Quite foolish of him, almost as if he wanted me to exhort him for all he was worth. Although perhaps that exactly was his leverage. He knew I wouldn't be able to pry the information from his mind unless he willingly gave it to me. I could kill him, but what would I achieve by that? Some minor satisfaction for killing the man who'd tried to end my life on an earlier occasion? I found myself not caring all that much about that, which surprised me a little. I was petty, spiteful, and vengeful. I knew that, and yet, I felt almost even after I'd rattled his world so much by first kidnapping him and then dropping infobombs on his head. Did I value my life so low? No, he just never had much of a shot at truly killing me. He could have inconvenienced me at best, and that didn't deserve the same level of hate as a true attempt on my life that had a shot at succeeding. Anyway, back to extorting the custodian. I can take the reach by myself. At best, you can speed it up or make it marginally easier, especially since I don't doubt that at least a few troublesome Assassinorum agents wielding even more troublesome relics will find their way over to me no matter what you do. Also, I'm still on the lookout for those shadow keepers of yours. Did your Captain General recall them? They have been told to cease all hostilities against you, yes, Octavian said blandly. And will they obey? I mused. They will. The Captain General's authority supersedes the Lockwardens in this matter. He was so confident and unhesitating that I almost believed it. He probably believed it too, but I couldn't. I couldn't allow myself to dismiss one of the greatest dangers to me and mine just because Octavian said so. What if he was wrong? What if the Captain General fooled him? What if the Lockwarden disobeyed orders? What if the Shadow Keepers had a silly terminus decree of their own that demanded they slay me, no matter the cost. No, I couldn't believe it, but I wouldn't press Octavian about it. I hummed thoughtfully, then made a show of shrugging. Well, that still leaves me without any actual reason to stop this war. You see, I need practice and opportunities to test my new projects, and there is no better stress test than using them in war. I'd accept his stupid peace offer either way. I wasn't so heartless as to consign the billions of human civilians of the Reach to suffer a war I fought only for my own enjoyment. I'd find enough foes to test my toys even if the Imperium was taken out of the equation. Didn't mean I wouldn't squeeze him dry of concessions. In fact, there was one thing I had in mind. Something that had taken a lot of work to dig up the details of from the depths of my memories. You have something in mind, Octavian stated with a slight narrowing of his eyes. I do, I said, glancing around the room before snapping my fingers, erasing the privacy barrier I'd thrown up. Getting both sides of the Jerichoma warp gate would be a good start, as would all three of you sticking to my side until the conquest is complete, but what I really want is your and dear Amberly's assistance in recovering a relic for me. What is this relic? Octavian asked, and I knew he was doing it only to indulge my need for dramatics. I was almost certain I saw an aborted eye roll before he spoke his question. The Magna Mater. Seeing the confusion in Amberly's eyes and the frown on Octavian's brows, I sighed. Or the Sancprimus Portum, as it's more commonly known. It should be in the possession of Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call, tucked away safely on his flagship. It has fulfilled its purpose in his possession, the Primaris Marines are done. I want it. After all, the Magna Mater held the purest genetic sample of all 20 Primarchs, including the 2 lost Primarchs and uncorrupted samples from all traitor Primarchs. It was a treasure trove, and if what they said about the Emperor having crafted each of his sons by imbuing them with an aspect of himself was true, then perhaps I could get something much greater than the sum of its parts if I collected samples from all 20 Primarchs. Agreed. Octavian nodded, much to the bewilderment of the blonde Inquisitor. I merely grinned. Then you have yourself a deal, Octavian. Pleasure doing business with you. 264, Expanding Horizons. Amberly Vale had lived a long, adventurous life. So much so that what most people would consider the greatest or most horrible experience of their lifetimes became just another Tuesday to her. She had hunted down rogue inquisitors, infiltrated chaos cults, and held back Tau invasions by wit and schemes. She'd been serving the Imperium of Man as one of his inquisitors for centuries. Few could say they had more experience at fighting the Emperor's enemies, or just experience in general, outside of his angels, than her. This last mission of hers, however, made her feel like she was back to being an inquisitorial agent, a role she'd left behind in her teenage years. Despite her long life, this was the first time she'd met a member of the Adeptus Custodes, though that wasn't as much of a rarity as what that golden giant was actually doing. Amberly, in her weaker moments, even entertained the idea that Lord Octavian was in some way compromised before quickly dismissing the idea. The Custodian Guard were incorruptible, the perfect warriors handcrafted by the Emperor of Mankind. It was all but heresy to even think one of them could be anything but the perfect servant to him on Terra. Still, she was experienced enough to handle the novelty of her newest task, or rather, tasks. Lord Octavian didn't technically have the authority to order her around, much less to draft her and her entourage entirely into his service like he'd done. But then again, who would dare to say no to a custodian guard on a holy mission from the Emperor himself? Idiots and heretics. Amberly was neither, and she had long learned to adapt. It was what made sure she didn't end up in a ditch somewhere only after a few short years of service. It's been a long time since she needed to, but the rust was quickly falling off. The last thing that truly threw her for a loop and upended her worldview had been the resurrection of Guilliman, the emergence of the Great Rift before that, and then the waking of the Necron menace across the galaxy before that. That is to say, it took a lot to shake her, but this psyker Lord Octavian traveled all the way out into the galactic fringe to meet had managed it with ease. Not just anything she did, but what she said, and how she said it. Even before her warpcraft silenced her conversation with Lord Octavian, the things she'd said rocked Amberly to her core. She'd dismissed them at first, but then she took a glance at Lord Octavian and recognized the folly of doing so. If the custodian believed her and took Echidna so seriously, who was she to doubt his judgment? Even with all her experience, training, and carefully concealed cybernetics, she was just human, while Octavian was so much more. Amberly heaved a deep sigh, sinking deeper into the soft bedding and the comfort of the warm body next to hers as she gazed absently at the ceiling. Cyathas was snoring softly into her shoulder, the big baby having fallen asleep before she could rope him into her preferred mode of relaxation. The stress had gotten to him, more so than it did to her. It would be morning soon, and she would have to get out of the peaceful little world that was her private room and get started on the newest mission Lord Octavian had saddled her with. Her two primary objectives were handing the Jericho Reach over to the horrifyingly powerful Psyker, and after that, robbing one of the most prominent Archmagos Dominus of his most prized possession for her. For the record, the Dominus part of his title stood for him being a Muggo specializing in warfare, so the task promised to be interesting. Not that she hadn't done similar things before, since the priesthood of Mars were the most common offenders of the ban on using xenotechnology and devices without explicit inquisitorial approval. Hell, she'd been tasked with destroying more than a handful of relics held by the Mechanicus that the Inquisitoriate deemed too dangerous. However, Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call wasn't just any run-of-the-mill Muggos. The man was almost unique, ancient by all standards, having been alive, in some interpretations of the word, ever since the Great Crusade. The relic she was supposed to retrieve from him was one that the Lord Guilliman had handed over to him, personally, more than 10,000 years ago. It would be tricky, to say the least, although it wouldn't be the most dangerous thing she'd ever done. Better yet, she could rope Cyathas into helping. As much as the man had an inexplicable ability to get into trouble wherever he went, he was still her lucky charm. Whatever mission she'd been on where he was tagging along tended to turn out well in the end. Once was luck, twice was a coincidence, thrice was suspicious, but 37 times across 3 centuries? That was something else, she didn't know what. Perhaps it was like many claimed, and he was beloved by the Emperor, though she wasn't quite convinced. But his unnatural luck was not something she doubted, not anymore, and besides, she really didn't want to do this without him. There were a few things that could relax her nerves quite as easily as a nice dinner and then a subsequent night spent with Cyathas. She would need to keep her nerve if she didn't want this task to be her last, or worse, return from it without the relic. Amberly let her thoughts fade, trying to enjoy the current comfort she was submerged in. It wouldn't last, and she had a sneaking suspicion that such a thing would become a rarity going forward, so she ought to treasure it for all it was worth. On that note, perhaps Cyathas would be up for some active relaxation after a full night of restful sleep. A smirk spread on her lips as her fingers traced the muscles on his bare chest. Well, he'd never been difficult to convince to engage in some fun. His breath hitched, his eyelids fluttering open and zeroing in on Amberly's growing grin. She so adored that befuddled look in his eyes, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The silly man gulped, but didn't leave her wanting when her hand traveled further south. "You can come in," I said absently, sitting midair with my legs crossed as I gazed out into space. All my rooms had massive windows for walls, so who wouldn't want to stargaze from amidst the stars themselves? I heard the door open, and then the Tau shuffled in with each step taken with extreme care. "So, on a scale from 1 to 10, how freaked out are your stuck-up superiors?" Ansal, despite the visible nervousness clinging to him like a cloak, managed a snort. He coughed, aborting the sound halfway through as some of the rigidity faded from his posture. 10, I'd say, he said after a moment, walking up to gaze at the stars with me, though he stayed a respectful 1 step behind me and to the side like a retainer. That golden giant handed over to you what they and their ancestors could only dream of. It made them re-evaluate their stances on some topics, primarily in how much care they should take in the future when associating with you. And you are here because they think a familiar face would make me less likely to throw this half-hearted alliance aside when the Imperium gave me what I wanted? I hummed, felt him stiffen, then snorted. You can assure them that I'll be keeping to our agreement, though there would have to be some further addendum. For one, considering my actions are bringing in the remaining Imperial holdings in the Jericho Reach, all of it belongs to me by the word of our agreement. That it does. He nodded carefully. But I can't govern an entire sector, not as I am, I said. So I propose we come to an agreement that will be mutually beneficial. The new worlds we add to our holdings will be mine by law, pay me tithes, and I can requisition whatever resources I want from them without question, but in turn I will leave governing and operating them to your September. They can pay taxes of their own and export or import as they wish without paying tariffs. There was no way in hell I was going to deal with the absolute tedium of turning the brainwashed imperial citizens who guzzle up propaganda like it's water into something palatable. Fuck that. I'll take the words close to my current holdings, and the few nearby systems that don't have massive populations. The Tau could deal with the rest. It was a temporary matter anyway, since I was planning to merge the Velcon September into my burgeoning empire once I was ready. Though that was probably decades, or maybe centuries, away. I was ageless and as close to immortal as one could be without becoming a warp god. I needed to start thinking on the timescale of centuries for my long-term plans. A few generations should wipe away imperial brainwashing, especially if I nudged it along. I believe that would be agreeable to my fellow Ansal said with another serious nod. They were primarily worried you would stonewall the spread of the greater good into these newly acquired territories. I don't intend to. Especially if I could warp the greater good in the future to serve my purposes. But I think we are getting ahead of ourselves. Even if Octavian can truly get the High Lords of Terra to disband the Achilles Crusade, it is possible that not all of the admirals here will accept it. Worse, the High Lords no longer hold ultimate authority over the Imperial Navy and Guard. Guilliman could be a problem, as could the Adeptus Astartes chapters present in the sector, who would no doubt ignore orders from Terra to abandon the Reach. I wasn't very worried about any of that. Octavian's information would make eliminating them all rather straightforward, and even if Guilliman decided to dismiss Octavian's orders to abolish the Achilles Crusade, I could probably just shut the Jerichoma warp gate. I'd never done anything like that before, but Valineth said closing warp rifts required brute force, not finesse. Besides, this warp gate was maintained by some ancient Xeno-Arcanitech device that whichever writer came up with probably blatantly copied from Stargate. I doubted it would keep working if I tore it in half, but that was the last resort. I loathed the idea of destroying ancient artifacts, especially ones as useful and fascinating as the warp gate. No, history was meant to be preserved and studied. On that, I agreed wholeheartedly with Trazyn. Speaking of which, Ansal said, making a show of hesitating for a second, making me roll my eyes. Might I ask for you to clear up a few details our intelligence services have failed to shed light on? It seems you are quite knowledgeable about the inner workings of the Imperium, beyond even what an ordained psyker might be aware of. What do you want to know? I asked, suppressing a smirk. Dropping world-shaking revelations on people was quickly becoming one of my favorite hobbies. I just couldn't resist whenever the opportunity presented itself. First of all, due to the chaotic start of the negotiation, I'm afraid the initial round of introductions had been missed, Ansal said. We are thus quite curious about the identity of that Lord Octavian with whom you negotiated. Few are the men who could supersede the authority of both an Inquisitor and a Lord Commander, to our understanding of the murky hierarchy of the Imperium. He is a member of the Adeptus Custodes, the 10,000-strong custodian guard of the Emperor himself, I said. A custodian is to an Astartes what an Astartes is to a regular human. Each is a one-man army, the second most powerful type of transhuman supersoldiers in the Imperium, second only to the Primarchs. You do know what both of those are, right? With the amount of propaganda the Imperium keeps churning out, it would be harder for you not to know if you were trying at all. We are aware that the Adeptus Custodes exists, yes, however, it is challenging to tell propaganda and myths from reality, Ansal said with some annoyance. The same goes for the Primarchs. It is the current agreement that they are mere myths from another age, having grown larger than life in the many millennia since their deaths. Even their existence is doubted, thought to be just another propaganda tool, absorbing myths of famous heroes from across mankind's many cultures and adding them to their own pantheon, like how they do so with the cult of the God Emperor. That was, actually, fair. I certainly didn't believe ancient myths like how Romulus and Remus grew up breastfed by a she-wolf, or Arthur's Camelot, or just about anything to do with the Greek pantheon, or the Norse one. And those happened less than 3,000 years ago, while the Primarchs were most active more than 3 times as far back in time, relatively. I'd probably think the same, had I not known better. I suppose that's fair, I said reluctantly, then huffed. Nonetheless, they are very real. I've met 2 of them in the flesh, as you've likely gathered already. Some of their feats might be a bit exaggerated, but they are just about the most powerful creatures currently living in this galaxy. If you consider the Tan to be semi-dead, at least at the moment. Also, warp-born creatures didn't count. With that in mind, there was the Emperor, Orican, maybe Abaddon, and Eldred. A few of the stronger Phoenix Lords might also be in the running, but I doubted they'd manage to defeat even Lorgar, the least powerful of the Primarchs. Ghazghkull, the Orcish prophet of the Waak, could probably beat a weaker Primarch, too. Who else? Ahriman? Mephiston? Kaldor Drago? Constantine Valder? The Imperium does seem to love relying on champions, Ounsal said, rubbing his chin. I'd call it idiotic, because morale and their armies tend to collapse when said champion falls, but then I remember that their nonsensical Navy combat doctrine has a disproportionately high record of successes. Primarchs are even worse in that regard, I said. All of them are blessed, quite literally, so that they can only die in a way deserving of a legendary warrior. You cannot kill a Primarch with a sniper shot or a landmine. Fate itself will intervene to save their lives. They need to have a last stand, a final battle that others will write songs about. I know what you think, what your people think about Psychers and the warp, but it is quite real. Unfortunately. So you've told me, he said, a severe frown on his blue face. And this Guilliman is one such Primarch? Robert Guilliman is the Primarch of the Ultramarines Astartes Legion, and he is the current Lord Regent of the Imperium of Man, ruling it in the place of his father, the Emperor. I flicked up an illusory image of the biggest blueberry. Regal features, golden hair, stern face, piercing stare, all wrapped up in Neo-Roman finery. Guilliman. He could be a problem because he has already established that his authority is absolute above even the High Lords of Terra. Octavian can easily bully the latter into doing whatever he wants, but not Guilliman. Not that I think he will interfere, he has bigger problems than retaining control of the Jericho Reach. If he does interfere, then it's likely just to spite me. Or was I thinking too much of myself? I mean, he surely has bigger problems than little old me. Then again, he did look at me pretty murderously before we parted ways. He managed to get me to give him a short rundown of my experiences with Guilliman with some polite begging. After that, I gently booted him from my room, not wanting to be his personal Warhammer wiki any longer as my thoughts started swirling. I planned and schemed, making 1,000 plots about what-ifs, taking into account each way I thought this situation could develop. As I did, I stared at my illusory Guilliman, staring into those unforgiving blue eyes that hid a bone-deep weariness from carrying the fate of a million worlds on his shoulder. I wonder what he's been up to since we parted ways. 265, the Emperor's silliest clown. Octavian delivered on his promise of information about all the players of the Jericho Reach, with a focus on any of the more dangerous and secretive outposts of the Imperium in the sector. It was just about the only part of our agreement that he'd been able to deliver on so soon. Calling off the Achilles Crusade would either require a lengthy trip back to Terra or the use of the unreliable astropathic communication network. Both of which could take years, considering an errant ripple in the warp could delay both ships or astropathic messages, and I trusted the 4 assholes to mess with whichever option Octavian chose. For now, I decided to keep the custodian around as we went about our expansion. Lord Commander Abongrave had been handed over to me to judge 4 war crimes. That shit had me in tears from giggling so much, war crimes, in Warhammer 40k. Octavian had a sense of humor after all, in a blatant attempt to appease me, and Octavian had strong-armed the man second in command to order the retreat of all military ships from the Grey Hell front back to the Iron Halo. I still wasn't sure what I was supposed to do with the man, as I didn't have any personal loathing for him, but maybe that'd change once I took a good look-see around the planets he'd held under his sway. If they are disappointing enough, I might have him join the good Inquisitor Xander as a brain in a jar. Or maybe I'll just throw him to the civilians and see what happens. It was a start at least, and because it couldn't hurt, the local astropathic choir had sent off a firm request, signed by both Octavian and Amberly, to call off the crusade. I doubted it would amount to anything, even if it reached Terra in this decade, but it was something at least. Meanwhile, we had some work to do. Not everyone retreated from the Grey Hell front, refusing the orders coming from a compromised commanding officer. Which, fair, but that was the equivalent of signing their death warrants. The Tau would wait out the preset deadline, but then they would advance and likely wipe the floor with the Imperial deserters/remnants in the systems. Meanwhile, I was focused on something else. The biggest threats to me in the Reach, from the Imperium's side, if I believed that there were no Shadowkeepers lurking about, was the Deathwatch. They had their own relics and nasty tricks, along with a vast number of secretive watch fortresses scattered around the Reach. Aside from them, the nearest threats Octavian's information packet noted was a planet controlled by an AI overlord, but I doubted it would cause any trouble in the short term. It had stayed planet-bound despite controlling a planetary economy more than capable of producing spacefaring vessels. As such, I was on my way to a trio of planets that had been fending off vanguard elements of what Octavian and I recognized as Hive Fleet Dagon. Maybe going and stamping out the nearest watch fortress now sitting smack dab in the middle of my new holdings would have been smarter, but then I remembered the Lord of Change that wormed its way into my mind so easily. Hive Fleet Dagon was the hive mind's answer to demons, and its synaptic nodes cast an enhanced shadow into the warp. I wanted that. My destination was Mescale, a death world much like Valia itself, just without the weird Gestalt hive mind thingy. It was a verdant world full of very murderous fauna. Along with Themyscon Point and Scansion Beta, it made up the triangle of planets that the Splinter Fleet had paid a strangely oversized attention to for what they were, considering the other two planets were dead worlds. So, anything you can tell me about our destination that wasn't included in Octavian's information packet? I asked, glancing at my pet inquisitor. Well, technically my second pet inquisitor, but Xander wasn't much of a conversationalist, what with being a brain in a jar, so I tended to forget about him. Mescale? Amberly asked, and I nodded. She had an admittedly really attractive posh British accent that made listening to her talk something of a pleasure. Not that I'd ever make a note of that aloud, or Celine might start torturing me with the worst broken British accent she can manage for the foreseeable future. It's a mess, and it's been long considered for exterminatus in the Ordo Xenos. It has no human population, and observations show that the Tyranids present on the planet, fighting a frenzied war against the carnivorous flora and fauna, are going through a process of exaggerated hyperevolution. Initial hopes of the war exhausting the Splinter Fleet's energies have shown to be false, and I think the planet would have been glassed in a year or two, before the predicted full conquest of the surface by the Tyranids. And the other two? I asked. They are strange, Amberly said, frowning. Neither world holds any apparent source of biomass the Tyranids might be after, and yet Themyscon Point's surface is stalked by a veritable swarm of lictors. The Tyranids on Scansion Beta have been identified to be offshoots of the Tyranids swarming across Themyscon Point's surface, even though no known warp route exists between the two planets. Octavian's information did say that both worlds were home to advanced alien civilizations and a lush natural ecosystem, Celine said from my other side, having decided to use the armrest of my throne as her seat. I think I also saw reports stating that the substrata of the surface are rich in organic fuels. Could the Tyranids have learned how to convert that into biomass? That would be extremely concerning, Amberly noted, sending a side glance at my lover like she couldn't quite figure out what to make of her. The standing theory in the Ordo was that they likely sensed some form of subterranean life on the planet. However, taking this new information into account, the possibility of those pre-Great Crusade aliens surviving deep beneath the surface in some form or another cannot be ruled out either. Now that would be interesting, I hummed, then shook my head. But first, we need to deal with this mess we have before us. The mystery can wait. I wonder what bioforms the Tyranids managed to cook up after years of this hyperevolution. Do you not intend to just glass the planet from orbit? Amberly asked with some wariness. Kane was also on the ship, but the poor man was still sleeping off the stress of the negotiations, so it was just Amberly and the two of us on the bridge. I could see why she'd feel jumpy around me. Hell, I'd feel jumpy around me. I was terrifying. Where's the fun in that? Celine asked with a grin, and I wondered whether I was what some would consider a bad influence on her if she got so much enjoyment out of needling an inquisitor. Nah. Common sense is for losers. She feels much happier now than before. I could feel it quite clearly, so it wasn't just me making guesses or consoling myself. Fun? Amberly asked with a daintily raised eyebrow, staring at my girlfriend like she had grown a second head, then glanced at me, saw the small smirk tugging at the edge of my lips, and frowned. You treat this as a game. Accurate, I said with a careless shrug. With great power comes freedom. In this case, from societal expectations and danger. No amount of tyrannids could ever be a threat to me, nor could some overeager wildlife. Not unless I did something incredibly stupid, like leaving a chunk of my eldritch flesh behind for some tyrannids to nibble on. That would suck, and I might have to consider this entire galaxy as a write-off if that happened. There is too much suffering in this galaxy for me not to enjoy myself whenever I can, so yes, it is a game, I said. One that you can join if you want. I wouldn't want you to feel left out. Eh? Amberly made a startled noise, staring at me with wide eyes, and I sent a wave of smugness through our bond to Celine, who I felt roll her eyes behind me. I got the unflappable Inquisitor to blue screen first, despite her having been hard at work on the task for more than an hour now. Join? As in, go down and help you fight tyrannids. There are less roundabout ways to get me without taking the blame, I'm sure. I'd give you a handmade power armor for the fight. I waved her off. It'd take some talent and atrocious luck to get yourself killed while wearing that. I could give her the same type of armor I'd given Celine before she accepted my upgrades. I'd even iterated on the design since, though I'd have to dumb it down a little and make some adjustments to make them survivable for a baseline human. Limit muscle strength and such, so that she wouldn't exceed the G-cap of her body, and slow the movements so nothing got torn apart in her body from a rapid movement. Caiaphas Cain couldn't quite wrap his head around what was going on exactly. He was still processing, as in, freaking out over, the things he'd heard during that negotiation, and then Amberly, smart, beautiful, Amberly, decided it was a good idea to follow the clearly crazy psyker and her even crazier maybe lover down to the tyrannid-infested surface of a death world. Now, Caiaphas could understand the reasons she gave. Gathering information, ingratiating herself with the psyker, garnering trust and maybe even some respect by fighting side by side. It made sense. But doing so against an entire world full of tyrannids? Madness. Utter madness. And yet, here he was, standing in the drop pod, clutching onto the handrails with enough force that his cybernetic grip left behind a handprint. He was just a single retired commissar, still coasting by only on the tales of his valor and heroism. If he let Amberly go alone to die against the Horde, that reputation would evaporate faster than a snowball thrown into a star. He'd be shot in the face before he could even protest if he went back to the Imperium after that. Either by one of Amberly's vengeful colleagues, a disillusioned guardsman, maybe a member of Amberly's entourage, or worse, it could earn him a hefty load of Lord Octavian's personal displeasure. So with certain death behind him, and a very likely, gruesome death at the claws of a lucky tyrannid ahead of him, he chose to walk right ahead, and perhaps his decision was also helped along by the fact that if he had to die, he'd much rather do it next to Amberly. Perhaps he could even keep her alive long enough for the crazed psyker to call for an extraction and allow them to escape this death trap they were walking into. It was a long shot, a faint hope, but it was hope, and he latched onto it with his entire being. He wished he'd insisted on taking Jurgen along, no matter what offenses his presence would have caused. He'd have felt much safer rushing into a tyrannid swarm with his trusty aide at his side to watch his back with a heavy flamer. His peculiar ability's debilitating effect on the tyrannids that came under its effect would have also come in handy. Alas, it was not to be. 1 minute until atmospheric re-entry, the crazy psyker, if she was even that at all, Cain had certainly never heard of any that could shapeshift into anyone whose genetic material they'd consumed, said, turning around from where she'd been having a hushed conversation with the other outwardly human woman. Both of them were gorgeous, though Cain couldn't find it in himself to do more than note the fact in some detached part of his mind. That means it's time to armor up. Right, she'd promised to give them power armor that'd help them survive the fighting, ones that would totally not eat them by the time all this was over. Yeah, those. Well, it wasn't like he liked his chances against an entire Tyranid horde on his lonesome without the freaky biopower armor. Here. That was the only warning he got before the woman flicked a small glob of white something the size of a walnut at him. It struck his chest and exploded outwards into a dozen tendrils reaching across his torso, spreading, connecting, swallowing him up in a tide of white alien flesh. He heard a strangled yelp from Amberly, but he was far too occupied with being utterly terrified of being eaten alive by some freaky tentacle monster. He struggled, though he couldn't see, but it was for naught. The thing covering him hardened, turning impervious to his writhing limbs, trying to pry it off in a panic. Connecting. A toneless, feminine voice rang in his ears, and a moment later, sensation exploded across his mind. He was not locked inside the armor, he became it. He could see again, feel the carapace covering his skin, sense the muscles tensing right under it, assisting the frail human muscles hidden underneath that. He still couldn't move, though. Calibrating. The same voice spoke again, and Syaphas was in a good enough mental state to notice that it was eerily similar to the Psyker's voice, just lacking any emotion. Bioarmor has been synchronized and calibrated to the organic limitations of the wearer. Enabling motion, now. The first thing Kane did the moment he regained control of his body was to leap away, and slam into the wall of the drop pod, bouncing off of it and landing face first on the floor. He groaned, though none of it hurt, he barely even felt the impact. Still, he rolled back to his feet, arm reaching for the trusty chainsword on his belt that just wasn't there. It still freaked him out at times, even months after taking Echidna's rejuvenation pill, how the aches that had been plaguing his joints for the last century were just gone, and how the youthful vigor he'd forgotten ever having filled him with more stamina than he knew what to do with on most days. Someone's jumpy, the same voice spoke again, now filled with arrogant amusement, and flavored with a slight accent Kane couldn't place. As I said, armor. Now I recommend you grab something, because re-entry is still a rocky ride despite the kinetic absorbers I'd built into this thing. Right, the armor, well, he didn't feel like it was actively eating him, but he knew there were more than a few nasty beasts around that numbed the parts of you they were nibbling on so you wouldn't notice. He glanced around, his eyes of course freezing as his gaze landed on what he first thought was a strange Tyranid. Then the gears turned in his head, noticing the strangely humanoid, and very feminine, contour of the white creature standing just an inch taller than Amberly usually did. The way she stood, hips cocked to the side, head slightly tilted, and arms crossed under her bust, was all familiar enough that he let go of his kill it with fire instinct. The head was eerie, a blank, oval faceplate of pure white without even a hint of human features. That threw him off, but the rest screamed Amberly, so he decided to assume it was her. That made sense, which meant he probably looked just the same, just with fewer distracting curves. Well, this was just great. At least the armor gave him some enhanced strength and durability. Not that it was a worthwhile trade when the downside was that he couldn't take it off, and that it was maybe eating him, bit by bit. At least this would hopefully let him survive a bit longer. Perhaps even until the crazy woman decided to retreat from her four-person crusade against an entire death world. He could worry about how to get out of his death suit after that. Yes. That sounded like a plan, better than some other plans that he'd had over the years, in fact. It was a simple plan, which was a good plan. Those were less likely to disintegrate wholly upon first contact with the enemy.